Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome to North London is ours. As you can see, I am all by myself. No, it's not a Celine Dion song. I am all by myself. But help is coming on the way. People are coming. They're just running late. I don't know. It's always international break. People don't show up on time. People are running late. So it is what it is. But reinforcements are coming in about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. And so now I'm on the full screen, which looks weird. Looks weird. I like to be in a smaller screen, but full screen. So you have to deal with me for a couple minutes as everybody else jumps on, and we're on international break. Um, don't really float my boat other than watching Argentina play Brazil. That's a big game. As you get, some of you guys know, I'm a big Argentina supporter. Um, so that's really the only game I really care about. Don't really care about Ronaldo scoring a goal against Liechtenstein and or some country that I've never heard of. Not very much. So as people trickle in, I will start talk about Spurs. I was in Mexico. The game against Wolves. Eesh. Before I start talking, let me give a big up to disabled team. Good evening, everyone. Please don't forget. Yes, please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. Hit the like and subscribe. You won't be disappointed. Solid channel. We don't go crazy. It's a channel that we are always going to give you the truth. So please like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. We got Ron in the house. My name is Jeff. Big up, brother. Big supporter of the channels. He's in the house. Got William. Big up, William. Let the battle commence. As of now, we're winning because it's just me. Oh, you guys see me wearing burnt orange? Because it's not red. This is orange. It's our Thanksgiving dinner feast at the school, and orange and this color, beige, are the themes of Thanksgiving, the American holiday. Big up, Alex. I will get you on. I will send you the link. So it'll be us in the lead, 2 Spurs and no Arsenal. But don't worry, Conor and Stefan are on their way. Let me send Alex this link here. And my brother, I've just sent you the link, Alex. Go check it out. Yeah, let the battle commence. Big up Edward, who's in the house. Hello, everyone. Stephen Wilson, we are still in the title race. Look at the table. And I'm one of the positive ones, but we'll talk about that. We will definitely talk about that. I'll start this comment. Big up, Stephen. Big up to Zafir, big supporter of the channel. Big up, Mari. I see you had enough of Gooners. Yeah, that's when they're not here. They're on their way. TJ's already on Thanksgiving break on vacation. Conor is coming in a couple of minutes, and Mr. Stefan. And we got box office, and we'll also have asthmatic. So they're trickling in. Whoever comes in, trickling in. Matter of fact, tonight's a show that I might just put the invite out there and let everybody jump on. It's international break. It's weird. It's weird. Really weird. Steven was so let's hope Romero went easy on his reason. Oh yeah. Alex, I sent you the link. You should have it, my brother. Yep. So he'll be on. Graham, big up. big supporter of the channels. Big up, Graham. Good evening, Roy. Big up to you. Big up to Akina Ike Chinke for Nigeria. Spurs fan for 20 years. Big up. You know they have good number of Spurs fans in Nigeria. And big up to them. Big up to the support. Usually when you think of Africa, the teams that they support, Arsenal is one of the popular teams. I'm not gonna lie. In like countries like Nigeria, um, they have the streets, as someone said the other day. Arsenal has the streets. Tottenham, we do have like some fans in Africa and whatsoever, but Manchester United and Arsenal usually like Nigeria. The Nigerians I know, they're either United or Arsenal. I've met a couple of Tottenham, never Chelsea. I've never Chelsea, Man City. Nigeria, Liverpool. No, not really. It's usually United and Arsenal. Hello, Mark. Big up, big up. Richie O, big up. Bryce, big up. And 3SS Sports Picks, big up. My partner in crime tonight is Conor. Conor, how are you doing? How do you feel about international break? Yay!
I'm all good, Maury. Thanks for having me on. I love coming on the show every Thursday. Big up to everyone in the chat as well. Hope you have a good show. I think we've got a couple more people coming. I think Stefan's coming as well, and I think Alex as well. But yeah, international break, probably the least exciting thing for my week. I hate it, to put it, unless it's a competition. I really do not enjoy it whatsoever. I'm just looking forward to the Euros now. To be honest, in terms of international, looking forward to the Euros. I mean, one thing I would say about it, we're playing the likes of England, they're playing the likes of Malta and North Macedonia. We're 1 point away from qualifying. And I understand it because it's international, but you think about it, you think, what is the point of bringing on all these players, all these star players? Like for Arsenal, the likes of Saka, I don't want him playing against Malta and North Macedonia, possibly getting injured, when I know he's not 100% fit anyway. So I'm personally not all for it. If I was Arteta, I'd have pulled Saka out personally. And I think if Maddison was there and you knew he wasn't fully fit, you'd have pulled him out as well. So I'm not a big fan of it. If I knew we were playing Malta and North Macedonia, in no disrespect to them countries, I'd have put our under-21s over there. But it is what it is. We've got to deal with it for 2 weeks, and then the real stuff comes back. But I'm all good, and big up to Mr. Box Office as well. Big up, man.
Yeah, and thank you for the update. Yeah, I don't know. I just never met a Chelsea fan from Nigeria. It's usually United and Arsenal. But if times are changing, then I guess Chelsea has a support. Usually, like I said, I have not met any African Chelsea fans, but box office, international break. How are you feeling, man? Are you just bored?
Well, no, this is the best time for Mr. Box Office because I don't have to watch deluded Tottenham fans going on about Davis and all these players and how good our team is, or how defending Son, who was the most. Well, I didn't see him as a captain, by the way, and I was getting people defending him every single time. You know what I mean? Kulichesti again, a fullback, and everything else, and that's it. And I just need to make a message as well to these Tottenham fans that tell me that I don't see Dyer in training. I don't see Davis in training. I've seen him for the last 10 years, bro. So don't insult me. Do not insult me. Honestly, some of the waffle I've heard for Tottenham fans is actually embarrassing. Yeah? I've got Arsenal fans that are embarrassing, and then you've got Tottenham fans that are even more embarrassing, and that's it. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. The gift that keeps on giving you so much content. So much content. It's just on your lap. Honestly. The embarrassment. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm now hearing Ashley Fitz is not ready. So why the bloody hell did you sell bloody Sanchez then, you bloody idiots? Honestly. What common sense is it? What common sense is it? And now I'm hearing, the Celso look good in 5 minutes period. I'm like, really? Really? That's 5 minutes of my life. I haven't seen him for how long? You know what I mean? Come on. You know what I mean? Honestly. You know, I think Tottenham fans, I think football fans need to start looking at the 90s and start seeing some real players. Some real players, yeah? Individuals that actually go past their man, have some skill, actually have a football brain. You know what I mean? But all I hear from Kiss today, XG. That's all I hear from Kiss today, XG. They don't even understand. Don't even understand what XG is. I don't even know what understand is. I don't even like it. I don't care about it. You know what I mean? Because I don't play FIFA. I watch football. I actually got a game to actually watch football. You know what I mean? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's
Yeah.
Mr. Box Office unleashing. Yeah? Unlike other shows, and that's it, that say it, but don't actually do it, and that's it. If you don't know, get to know. Back to you, Mario. I'm done.
That was flawless. That was perfect. And you know what? I was going to ask, should we talk about Arsenal's current state or Spurs' current state? But since we're waiting for Stefan, we'll start with Spurs' current state. Since Alex kind of going. I was, as you guys know, I was in Mexico. I actually woke up 5:30 in the morning to watch the game.
Oh dear. Is that Wolves, Maury?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
And then I went back to bed when it was 2-1. I said, I'm going back to bed. The current state of Spurs, we're just not good enough. And when I mean good enough, I'm not talking about competing for top 6 right now. My expectations, I've said it. You can't find a clip where I said my expectations have changed. I said, for me, success was top 8 in the identity. Anything else will be icing on the cake, a trophy, qualifying Champions League, because top 8 will get you Europe, right? Will get you the conference.
Yeah.
And so the first 10 games was, I kept saying it. If you told me we would have had those 10 games, I would have said, pass me what you're smoking. What you taking? You know? But the concerns I have, and I think Alex agreed, the concerns I had before the season started are the same concerns that we're seeing now. People get confused when they say we have a good starting team, a starting 11. To be able to be at least, I say, top 3, let alone be in a title race. And I've never said we were in a title race because of the very fact is we don't have a squad. You need a squad to go through that long, grueling process. You have to have a quality squad. And for me, we're just not there yet. I think people got excited and they forgot the goals, right? Because we knew this is going to be a year or 2 process, right? Arsenal has had 4 years to go through that process, and now they're going through it. Whereas we are in our first year, it's not fair to Big Ange in a way. We're excited, but it's not fair. Because right now, we're currently 4th. That's better than I expected. It's actually better. But I think and we're human beings. We get excited. We went through the first 10 games. Here comes, we're going to be a Leicester City. But here's the difference. The year Leicester City went through, there was no Man City. There was not a Liverpool, right? Leicester, that team, right, that squad, right, was pretty good. Because, yeah, we have our starting 11, right? But Kulu was struggling. We had Richarlison was a joke. I mean, so there were a lot of things, right? It's almost like deceptive success. Now, is top 4 for the year a possible goal? I would say yeah, because there's some other teams struggling, but there's some teams that turn around the corner. Chelsea, they're turning around the corner. There's some teams they're there, but right now, like I said, after the transfer window closed, and Alex mentioned this, we did not, for this thing squad, we did not get reinforcements. How come Phillips can't play? We knew we needed 2 center backs. Oh, okay, one for the future. Van der Ven injured till March, late February. Romero suspended. Dyer and Davies, who they held their own on Friday, on this past Saturday. But come on, against Aston Villa, against City, we are going to get pumped.
Murray? Did you expect? Because how much did you spend in the summer overall? What was it? 150?
Yeah, apparently the Harry Kane money. If you believe
did you guys? I don't know, because did you guys really expect to get in all the reinforcements? I mean, and that's why I get you guys are in the process. Maybe by next summer, maybe you'll have
Conor, for 3 years we needed not 1 but 2 center backs.
Yeah, fair.
This was a long request, long request, and we ended up getting 1 because if Phillips is not ready to play, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
and then the signings that we got. Granted, he scored Brendan Johnson, but we got Solomon on a Levy type deal on a free, right? We're calling to be creative. There's so many things I could go to, like with injuries, suspensions, and this transfer window coming up. These next 7 games is going to be Ange's first big challenge, because our squad is thin. We're really going to see what Ange has, and if we get through it, and we'll go over the points, how many points that we could get. If we could get, 6 out of the next 4 games, or 5 games, I think that'll be an accomplishment, because we got some tough games. Other than the tough stretch in April.
Does it? You talk about defense. I was just having a look because I don't keep up. Like, does it bother you that were you happy with the outgoings of Tanganga, Reguilon, Jed Spence, Joe Rodon? Are you happy with those, or do you wish you kept some of them?
I'm not gonna lie. I wanted Sanchez gone, knowing that we're gonna get somebody who's ready to play. I said that the other day. I miss Sanchez, and that's not saying much.
Yeah.
Like, I miss Sanchez because I think he's better than Dyer. He was, in my opinion.
I think he's got pace. I think that's a difference. I think that's a difference at the moment.
He's better suited.
But I think it's a good question, Conor. To be honest with you, because I don't know really. I think it's just kind of a situation where this is where you just got to look at it and say you just got to see what the club does, and that's it really. I felt there were certain players that could have had a chance, but whether they would have suited, whether it's just been too long now and they needed a new challenge, that's a different matter, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? It's kind of really looking at a part of, looking, I can't think of the word now, but just looking at things with a glass ceiling, you know what I mean? But look, my point is at the moment is that we all knew Dyer couldn't play that system. We all knew. You know what I mean? We all knew it. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. I look at Davis. He's more mobile, so I'm happy with him. He's shown that he is more mobile. And he had a good game against Wolves. Even though for me, the point is that whether you're not learning nothing. I think Iggy said it perfectly. The fact is, and I mean, Alistair Gold was defending it, said they both had a good game, but then his person that he was working with, he had the podcast with, said, well, no, because they made crucial mistakes at crucial moments. You know what I mean? And for me, I'd rather have. And the problem is that we put ourselves in this position. We should have got somebody in that can at least play the system that Postecoglou wanted to play. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm going to just put it out there, yeah? because I'm going to put the elephant in the room. I said it on my channel, Mr. Box Office TV. Yeah, if you can get me to 1,000 subscribers, that'd be great. Because I'm nearly there, by the way. After that live I did, and thank you to everybody that and watched and that sit and liked, and that's it. The point is, yeah, I did say, right, that Tottenham can win the league, right, after those 10 games. And the reason why I said this, right, this is a theory, yeah. I said this is a bang average league, yeah. Right. The reason is you don't need world-class players to be in your team. You don't. You need a competent team, right, with a few good players that can play a system, right? Okay, and you need belief. You obviously need a tactical manager, right? And there's other things as well, but you don't need world-class players in your team. You don't. If you do have a world-class player that's just consistent over time, yeah, you've got a chance. But I think it's more about the managers now and the system than the players that you got. You see what I'm saying? I think Guardiola is the diamond in Manchester City's arsenal and why they're getting over the line. Simple as that. Because I don't think without Guardiola, I don't think Man City win those leagues. I don't think they do. Right? I think back in the 90s, yes, you did need some good players. Yes, because they individually had it up there. You know what I mean? Absolutely 110%. Yeah. But you can win the league, but you have to be consistent and certain things have to be right. And that's it. And I think the system and the manager, and they've got to be tactical, are the things that you have to do as well. And that's it. Yeah. But this is just a theory that I've seen. And I've seen different teams being able to do it, and that's it. Yeah. But if we look at Tottenham right now, we should be nowhere near, right? I think it's because teams are just not. I don't know what's going on there, to be honest with you. But the fact that Tottenham are beating the teams and getting through games, I'm sitting there thinking, right, this is not right here. We were absolutely embarrassing last season. You know what I mean? And the same with Man United. Man United, the previous season, they were embarrassing last season. The previous season before Ten Hag came in, and then suddenly they have a good season, and you're sitting there thinking,
Sounds not right.
don't look right. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You should take it a bit time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The theory is that because you don't have to have great individuals, you have to have a team and a system and a manager that they believe in, and that a tactical manager can get through games. I don't think you need all the things that everybody says at the end of the day. I think you just need a competent team with a few good players, great players, and that's it. And then you can carry on like that. And the manager is so important now. Look at the managers that are in the Premier League right now.
I think you could say the same thing for Liverpool. I think, Mr. Box Office. Like, I know Klopp's a very good manager. Don't get that twisted. But Liverpool weren't and still really aren't full of world-class players. They've got Salah. I think they've got Van Dijk. They had Mane. They had a couple, but they didn't have a full team of it, in my opinion. And they went ahead and done great things. I mean, for multiple seasons, they were competing still for multiple seasons. They're doing it again this season. So I can agree with you, definitely. You just got the thing for me is you've got to have. I agree with you. Man City have Guardiola, who is a fantastic coach. You've just got to have, I think, the right guy at the end of the day, and just a good core of team and players. Because you look at it, not everyone in Man City's team is defined as world class.
No, they're not.
Not all of them.
There's not that many world class players at all. To be honest with you, this is the thing. You know what I mean? And this is the thing. It's it's just because I was just born from that era where you saw world class players that just knew what they're doing. They just knew it. They didn't need someone to tell them what to do. That's why I have a guy at Odegaard. I rate Madison. This is no banter. Yeah, this is real. Yeah, me saying this. Yeah, I'm not having a go at him because he's just an Arsenal player. I say it about other players as well. Yeah, but I look at Odegaard and I sit there and think, well, he's been told to do that. When I look at Madison, he ain't told to do that. He's doing it from what he's doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this is the thing. And those players are out of it. One player as well that everyone's talking about right now that's out of Man United's team and he's questionable at the moment. Yeah, right. But I think he's a maverick. Is Sancho? Yeah. Like the reason why, and I don't think it's Ten Hag's fault. I don't think it's Sancho's fault. I think the attitude thing is a problem. Yes, but you look at it and say, okay, if he was a maverick like a Gascoigne, managers will try and work around him. You see what I'm saying? That's why it worked out at Dortmund. You see what I'm saying? Now he's come to Manchester United. It's like you got to play a system, mate. You know what I mean? You got to be in the system. You know, when he came to Manchester United, when Solskjaer was in charge, he had to play with Ronaldo. Ronaldo's the main man, wasn't he? You know what I mean? He's not about that sort of thing. He needs to play around him. You see what I'm saying? And when he doesn't have that sort of love around him, he's like, what am I doing here? You know what I mean? You know? And I think that sort of thing is coming out the game now. You're not seeing those Mavericks anymore. There's just no time for it. You know what I mean? Maybe in Germany you might be able to do it. You know what I mean? In certain leagues you can do it. But now it's like in England, no, because we ain't got time for it.
You get found
You know what
out.
I mean?
You get found out like that.
You got no time for it anymore. You see what I'm saying?
I would take Sancho under Ange's. Under his tutelage.
I agree with Alex there. I think Sancho needs that bit of limelight to be like, I'm the main guy of this team. Because let's be honest, he was one of the main guys at Dortmund at the time, and I don't believe for a second that
he
Sancho
played with Aubameyang.
Aubameyang, you had Pulisic on the left to him. He was in a good team, and I think Klopp was managing at that time. No, that was way before. No, Klopp was way after that.
Klopp had already left.
He already left. My bad. But no, what I'm saying is, I don't think Sancho is a one league pony. I don't think he's the level of Bundesliga. I do think there's a player there. Can I be honest? I think United's just rotten to the core. Everything's rotten about it. I don't think. I mean, look at the players now. Not even the likes of Rafael Varane, one of my favourite centre backs throughout the past, especially when he was at Real Madrid. One of my favourite centre backs throughout the past few years is just not even the player he was. Nowhere near. Even I know Casemiro is towards the end of his career now, but even him this season just got missing, ghosted. I think it's just toxic. That club is toxic. If Sancho went to City, and I can understand, it's Pep Guardiola, he'd probably be a bit of a better player. But I think he'd be a different level of player if he was playing under Guardiola, even under Klopp. I think
the problem is with him being because I look at Grealish. This is another player as well. I think for me, Grealish is another Maverick, but he's been coached out, and it's not Guardiola's fault.
I'm with you on that because
because for me, when he was at Aston Villa, it was all about him. He was just he was short. He was just like running. He was getting into space. He was doing it all himself. Now he's in one position, and he does it for England as well. You see him. He's in one position. He's just like, go on, mate. And he's like, he's kind of just coached out now. He can't do the certain things that he loves doing. You see what I'm saying? Yes, he's won the trophies that he's won, and great. But has he got better? Last season he was okay, but where have you seen him this season?
His stats were better at Villa.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not, Conor. You know me, bruv. I'm not a stats guy. No disrespect. We're having a good conversation.
Neither am I. But you can tell.
I'm going to go at you. I'm not going to go at you.
You can watch him when he was playing for Villa. He played better because he got more, in my opinion. When you look at the likes of Kylian Mbappe, I don't think when you look at Mbappe, you don't really tell him what to do. He sort of does his own thing, like you said, and he performs better. When he's at City, Grealish, he's a bit more under control. And like you say, Alex, I don't think you see that much flair. Because I definitely think the Grealish that we saw...
He's a system guy.
Yeah.
Whereas someone mentioned this a couple weeks ago, that Grealish will probably... It's weird because it's the numbers, right? And this is where I know numbers lie, right? If you watch Grealish play for City, he's playing spectacular. He's doing great. It's just that because of the system, he's not going to have outrageous stats and goals whatsoever. But on a team like Spurs and Ange's system, goals galore, assists galore. That's a player that, you could go to Man City and say, you know what? Grealish is not an untouchable player, right? If we had the bishop like, hey, here's 100 mil, and put, because that English tax, but this club would never, ever, 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 as long as Daniel Levy is in charge, would ever come close to that.
What do you think now? Players are now overweight now, yeah. And you're sitting there thinking. You looked at Gascoigne, yeah. You looked at Letitia, yeah, right back in the day, yeah. right? They wouldn't survive in that sort of thing because you know that you have to be a certain type of player now, right? With the energy now, right? Because you need to track back, you need to press and everything else. It's all about pressing now these days. Now with the systems and everything else, it's incorporated in since then. I don't know when it changed. I think it was mainly when Mourinho was in charge. Maybe I don't know, or when Alex Ferguson won the championship with. This is something I'm going to talk about on Mr. Box Office TV, by the way. Like and subscribe, by the way. Um, um, but you know, like I said, yeah, it's like I don't know whether it was when was it Alex Ferguson won the championship when Van Persie got all those goals. I don't know when it was that or when it was Mourinho was in charge. I don't know, but things have completely changed, and I don't know. It's now literally. I was just thinking about a couple of years ago, and I was talking to Alex's brother about it, yeah, and we just came to a consensus about it, and I just sat there and thought, yeah, it is because, like, for me, I don't think the Premier League is actually that great in quality. I think it's more entertainment. That's the thing at the moment. Entertaining wise, fantastic, but quality wise, nah, nah, nah. I wouldn't touch it with another month of Sunday. I've got to be honest. You know what I mean? Because like, you know, I just think that for me at the moment, I'd look at some of the players at the moment. They're just inconsistent. You know what I mean? You know, just very inconsistent for me. And there's not that many players that are very consistent at the moment. And I think this is why I say you can win the league. And you see the way that Brighton have completely, you know, completely changed this Premier League to pieces. You know what I mean? Because the players they're bringing in, you know, just by their systems. You see what I'm saying? You know?
Alex, I have a question for you. Now, our current state, all right, we're fourth and
Yeah.
going the opposite direction. We're going down, down, down. I mean, we could quickly, after a couple of games, be sixth, seventh. Is there any positive things that we could look into? Because I know it looks bleak with suspensions. We lost our creator, our only creator, in James Madison. But is there something that Ange can do within these next 4 games, 4 or 5 games,
Well,
that can at least be positive that we could look into for our club?
the problem I have at the moment, right? And I thought we were going to struggle with these 4 games with this full team because I looked at Aston Villa. They've got Watkins, yeah, that is quite like Vardy, right? I thought that we were going to struggle against him. I thought Van de Ven's going to have a game against him, yeah. And you know what Moreira's like, you know what I mean? But to answer your question, if he keeps on playing Diane Davis, I just don't see anything. I just don't know. The only thing I can say at the moment is that he needs to be more creative in that midfield. And for me, you know, one of the two, I think Kulusevski needs to be in that 10. Sorry. Like, I think we need to give him a chance there because for me, he needs to do more. I think you could give the Celso a chance, but I'm sorry. I just think the guy wants to move. I just think the guy wants to go.
So if
Gil,
you don't play Lo Celso, who will play that spot? Because clearly you saw what Saul did. He's the position that they Ange put him in unsuccessful. Hoiberg, you're not gonna meh. Basuma
I think you could play. I think if you look at it from afar, I think if you look at the midfield that was successful under Conte, I think you could play Bentancur and Højbjerg because they work well together, and then you could play Kulu in the 10. I think that would be something that could be an
or
option.
Skip. Remember, it was Skip
No,
Bentancur.
no, I wouldn't have Skip. I wouldn't have Skip. I think Skip needs to do more for me. I think he needs to improve. He needs to do more for me. I'm sorry, but I think for me, um, because I think the Celso's getting too much of an easy ride. I think Gil's getting in too much of an easy ride. I think okay, I'll give Kulu that he works hard. Don't get me to. Don't think I'm being positive here. I'm saying at the moment I'll give Kulu a chance on the in the center, right? And then you know, and then the wing, and then who is in the on the wings? I think you have Johnson, and then I don't know who else you can have. I don't know who else you can have, or maybe Gill. Either way, and that's it.
You guys are really down to your last scraps, aren't you? Like you're
Yeah, we
literally
are.
down. to your
Yeah.
last-
No, Conor, you said it because it's, we're struggling to find names. I mean,
Crazy.
the Academy kids, Donnelly. I mean, like literally, but I'll be honest with you. For me, and we'll talk a bit Arsenal, and we'll go back and forth, Arsenal and Spurs in our current state. For me, all right, Dyer and Davies were okay. They were okay to their standards against Wolves. But for me, I was a bit disappointed because I wanted to at least see Phillips in there or Dorrington. Because
I wanted to actually fit. I wanted Ashley Phillips with Davis.
Because I've already seen the ceiling for Dyer and Davies.
That's exactly what I feel.
I've already seen it. And it's I've already seen it. I don't know the heights where Phillips could go or Dorrington could go. I've seen clips of Dorrington. I'm like, man, this kid's a man child. He could be some serious, you know what, And this is the type of season to kind of play these guys, right? To see what they got, right? But this is where the trap comes in, right? Because Daniel Levy is top 4, right? And this is now we're gonna find out who really is in control because the thing about Ange, and I'll say this, the two things Ange, I love him, he's charismatic, but the two things he said that might get him in trouble is number one, all the moves that we made, I approve. I've made. And he said that at the beginning, and I was just like, man, and Solomon, Brendan Johnson was your number one choice. Oh, okay. All right. If you signing that paycheck, when it comes time to cash in, it's on you. And then the second thing, I was gonna say, oh man, I just totally forgot. Yeah, I totally forgot. See, I'm going Spursy on you guys, but those are the two things that I'm just like, the transfer moves. And the second thing is that we're gonna find out, and it's like I'm my own man. Oh, I'm not. Andrew won't say anything to disgrace the club. All right, everything's good now, but one thing that Daniel Levy is undefeated, and that is breaking managers, breaking coaches. I'm telling you now, if it was Pep and against Daniel Levy, if I'm putting my money on it, I'm putting my money on Levy. Levy's known to break people. He's known to break managers. And so for me, this is going to be, a testing period in the sense for our fan base. Like, hey, we need to play these youths, like the Dorringtons, the Ashley Phillips, because I already know what Dyer is. I've seen it for 10 years. I already know what Davies is for 10 years. They're crap. Yeah, they may play 1 or 2 good games, but they return to crap. It's like Cinderella, that pumpkin, that carriage turns back to a pumpkin. And so that's why I was a little bit disappointed in the lineup that Ange had, because he could at least played one of the young guys.
Yeah.
But big up Stefan, who's in the house. We're currently talking about the current state of Spurs. We'll get to Arsenal.
So guys, sorry for being late. My bad on that.
Have you just woken up, Stefan? Have you just woken up?
Yes.
No.
I'm just really tired.
Okay.
But I'm really down for the show, guys. I'm so down, and I'm really disappointed that big man Stell, with his background of Spurs being top of the league, is not in the show. What a shock when Spurs are crap. Suddenly, when shit hits the fan, Stell is nowhere to be seen. It's fine. It's fine.
Stefan, you know that's not true, bro. You
Okay,
will be
okay,
here, bro.
okay.
You know you'll be here.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
I have
No,
to, I have to defend
I'm
Stelios
joking.
on
I'm
that.
just
Oh, man.
joking. Wait. I'm not gonna. I
Give me
want
the synopsis on Spurs.
Wait. You guys have spoken for 35 minutes. Now it's my turn to.
No, I'm giving
say
it to you. I'm saying
to
what's
say exactly. No, to say exactly about Spurs, what I think.
Yeah.
So
Here we go.
me, and Connor, maybe to a lesser extent. Connor was much more praise. He was praising Ange and all of that. But me and TJ warned you guys. Mari, I'm not gonna attack you because you were fair. Mihal also was fair. He said, in the group chats. But Stel, Will, all of these comments about I watched Will on Football Terrace almost guaranteeing on the show, pretty much saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna finish third for sure. We're gonna finish ahead of Arsenal." That's not looking too good, is it now? I just wanna. The one thing I've gotten annoyed about from the narratives from the Wolves game, which was the Spursiness at the end of the game. That's not something that's it's part of your DNA. It's the choking part. That's normal. You should just accept it until you have players, and until you change your whole culture at the club. This is going to continue to happen. But the thing that really annoyed me, Mari, about the narratives from that game was the fact that everybody started piling on two players, and that was Eric Dyer and Ben Davis. And don't get me wrong, I don't rate Eric Dyer. I think he's awful. I think he's nowhere near the level to play for Spurs or for any sort of top 10 team. I would say he's a relegation level defender. But he was one of your better players in that game. And Ben Davis was probably, arguably, you would say, your best player in that game. The narrative, the truth, though, I'm going to give you some truth now. The truth is that the players that you guys had praised, and you know what? From somewhere, Conte is smiling. And I'm going to tell you why. Everybody was saying, "Oh, Conte, Ange gets Yves Bissouma more. Ange can get more out of Yves Bissouma. Conte didn't understand Bissouma and this and that." Well, do you know what I see now with Yves Bissouma? The moment he gets some sort of adversity, for example, the Luton red card, he goes to shit. He's soft. He has no mentality whatsoever. And in that game, in the Wolves game, where you expect the so-called best midfielder in the league, I heard this from Stel, I heard this from Will, better than Partey, better than Declan Rice, the whole game he hid. And if you notice, what he did was he pulled a Kai Havertz, which was the ball would be given to him, and he would immediately give it back. He wouldn't do his typical shimmy and try and dribble out of danger. That tells me he had zero confidence and didn't want any of the ball. And everybody was on Højbjerg, everybody was on Dyer, everybody was on Ben Davis, which for me was a joke because the worst player on that pitch, in my opinion, based on the praise, based on the expectations, was Bissouma. He was nowhere, and that's why he got subbed off. And the fact that no Spurs fans, suddenly from being better than Declan Rice to, "Oh, he's out of form, he hasn't been the same," have standards and apply them. This is what annoys me. And then the second thing, the other guy who I read he made some good saves. For this show, I rewatched the game yesterday. Just to be sure. Vicario, on 4 occasions, you guys were under pressure. He kicked the ball out of play and immediately set you on again and gave Wolves back the ball. So Vicario, this concept that he had a good game, he didn't. He actually contributed to you guys not having any control of the game.
Let me counter that because I know you probably have 1 point.
Yeah.
2 things. Basuma, right? Like not every player can have an 8, 9 out of 10 every week, right? Basuma, I would say maybe a game and a half, right? Since he had the suspension, hasn't been the same, but it's not enough to say, "Oh, he has fallen off the map." So I think
is he the same level?
What Ange has done with Basuma clearly is better what he did with Conte because the system is different. So you have to be fair.
Fine.
You're not bringing context. He has more freedom now to go
Yeah.
forward than he had with Conte. And so right now he's been doing that. The last game, maybe it's more of okay now. He has to play a little bit more, maybe of a defensive role because of who we're missing. So you got to put in context.
But wait, okay. Let me. Okay, wait. Let me. No, because.
And I'll let you go back.
Okay. Go on, Mari. Go on.
And I noticed about the game, there's little differences, right? Even in positioning, right, for a keeper, right? That's very important because now he has Davies and Dyer, right? The slowest guys whatsoever. There's some things now that Vicario, right, in positioning is going to do a bit different when he sees those two guys in front of him rather than Romero and Van de Ven. It's a totally big difference. And then also, too, it's one game. Clearly, I could take every keeper, including Raya, the had a game where it's just like, For the most part, Vicario has been, and even neutrals have said, that Vicario kid, Spurs.
I agree.
I think Vicario, to get my word, I think Vicario has been one of the best keepers this season. However, I want to go back on Stefan's point earlier. I agree with the Basuma points because as much as we want to talk about last season, and obviously, we can understand he wasn't fully integrated in the team, but then again, he was bought from Brighton. He was doing very well at Brighton. He came in, and I didn't watch that Wolves game. I agree with Stefan. Went missing.
Didn't want the ball. He was hiding the whole game.
But I do have to say, listen, Vicario can now go on to have 10 really bad games. Vicario could go on to have 10 really bad games. But Raya hasn't had the best amount. He's had the odd bad game as well.
But nobody's talking about Raya. Who's
No. I'm just comparing the fact that it's one game. Listen, it's one game. Listen, Stefan, if we're here in 4 weeks' time and Vicario consistently has bad games, I'll call that shit out straight away.
But wait. I agree with you. I'm not saying Vicario has been bad the whole season. I'm saying the narratives that came out of that game were Eric Dyer is shit, Ben Davis is shit, Højbjerg is shit.
They actually played a good game. I agree.
Wait, Ben Davis, yeah, people were saying he was good. But Eric Dyer, Højbjerg, I thought, Højbjerg wasn't very good, but he was still better than Basuma.
Trash.
I agree. He wasn't good, but he was still better than Basuma in that game. If you watch it objectively and you don't use your, because Spurs fans, I know a lot of Spurs fans don't rate Højbjerg, and I get it. But in that game, he influenced the game negatively and positively more than Basuma did. That's why the Ange took off Basuma and didn't take off Højbjerg, because Højbjerg, at least I need to check. I didn't check this on the stats. How many touches did Højbjerg have and completed passes? I'm sure, Mari, I agree. But compared to, I'm almost certain, I'm sure Højbjerg had more touches and passes than Basuma in that game. And that, for me, is terrible. I want to also add the third thing where
Højbjerg had 9 more touches. Højbjerg had 9 more touches than Basuma in that game. 9 more.
Which is, I mean, like that's for me. That for me shows that Basuma and I saw it in the game.
But Højbjerg did have 11 passes into the final third, and Basuma only had 3. So that's another one.
But that was but that's why if you go and read up on Basuma's stats, his biggest weakness is his passing, is his progressive passing. That's why a lot of supposed like stats analysts used to say that's why the biggest teams weren't after Basuma, because on the ball, in terms of progressive passing and moving it through the lines, he's not very good. Carrying the ball, he is really good. So and it showed in that game, because when he doesn't have confidence and doesn't do the little shimmy or the little trick and then goes through the lines carrying the ball, all he did, Mari, was pass the ball back to defenders that weren't very good on the ball, and you were immediately put under pressure. But I want to add the third thing that you said, which is context. Right? You said it's the actual tactics. Well, Basuma, apart from the red card from Luton, now has 5 yellow cards. That tells me that he is struggling with that position, that he gets overwhelmed. The fact that he gets booked in over half of the games, or more than half the games. So for me, that's an issue. The fact he gets booked almost every game, Mari. Like, if he has already a suspension and a red card, including in the Luton game, the main reason why he got a red card in the Luton game was he was out of position and he took him down. So I just think, I'm telling you, I think Conte saw that. Conte saw that he was soft. And the moment that he hit adversity, which was Luton, where he didn't feel like, oh, wow, I'm not as good as I thought, or maybe there was a little bit of a hit to, how well he was playing, because suddenly he got a red card and didn't play as well. His form has dipped completely. So, for me, I would be concerned, and I wouldn't be surprised that by the end of December he gets dropped. I'm being honest, because the way he played against Wolves, he made Mario Lemina look like Sergio Busquets in that game. I'm being Lemina was ridiculous. He was the man of the match in that game. He dominated the actual midfield. But that's just what I'm saying from the narratives. Like, if you're gonna praise these players that you guys say are amazing, that are better than Declan Rice and whatever, when they play like shit, call them out. Don't say, it's just one bad game. No, if he's a top midfielder, Declan Rice, I'm being honest, in the Premier League, I can't think of one bad game he's had. He's either given a 6 or a 7 out of 10, or a 9, or a man of the match.
I will say he is your most valuable player so
100%.
far.
I would say Saliba. Maybe Saliba's been better than him overall. But
he's second. I would say
the most consistent. He's definitely.
I'd be more worried if Declan Rice wasn't in our team. I mean, it's very close, but Declan Rice.
It depends.
Declan Rice.
Well, it depends what side. Yeah, it depends what side you're playing.
If a 10 or 9, but Declan Rice has always given you a 7 or 8.
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
He was quiet. He was a bit quiet against Burnley.
He is,
He was still doing enough.
unlike Saliba, because I see Saliba put Saliba as our best player. I think right now, slowly but surely, Odegaard is not your captain, but your real captain is Declan Rice. I'm just from the neutral.
100%.
From the neutral. That's what I'm saying.
Like Rice, for me, guys, quick question. It's a quick question. I just need to understand. Rice, has he ever played in Xhaka's position for you guys? Has he ever played it?
Man United.
He plays it now. He plays
And he plays it now. And how do you feel he is in that position?
Yeah.
How do you feel, like, not out of possession, I mean like on the ball, in terms of like dictating play or making things happen or attacking wise? I know he's because obviously that 8th position where Xhaka was, he was obviously getting forward a lot more, winning the ball high up and assisting your players. Yeah. Would you say, like with Rice, is that the same? Is that what you expect from that position? Or
I honestly think, Ash, I think Arsenal fans, if they go back and look at the actual stats, I love Granit Xhaka. Like, I love him. He was very polar, but I was always on the defensive side for him. But for me, I think people slightly overrate the impact that Granit Xhaka had last season, especially going forward. Do I agree? Defensively, he really helped out. Yes, but I think Declan Rice. I honestly think Declan Rice is a much better 6 than an 8. Yeah, because for me, Declan Rice, if you look at what he's really strong at, the way he just covers, he intercepts play, like he's brilliant. And don't get me wrong, I think as an 8, he definitely he's young, he can grow into it, and he's got good technique, he can run, but I just don't think he's creative or has enough flair to kind of
100%
generate. Who's your creative player then? Because obviously,
yeah, that's the question.
Odegaard right now, I feel like Odegaard, Saka, they've kind of been figured out.
Yeah,
how is Saka being figured out? He
goes back to my point,
or an assist every game.
Like, this is it goes to my point. It goes to my point, Asthmatic. What I said earlier, that Odegaard is a systematic player. He's a systematic player that needs to be told what to do. Basically, that's it. Yeah,
He scored.
I got to say this. I've got to say this because I watched your. I gave you a WhatsApp message on this anyway earlier this morning. You had a really good conversation on your stream yesterday about Xhaka and what Xhaka last season and what Arsenal are doing this season. Yeah, and for me, I don't know. I think for me at the moment, Arsenal are more fluid last season than they were this season. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even though
for me
if you look
personally,
at Rice is got a better prospect in saying that.
He's tidy.
He's
tidy.
tidy.
Rice is
for
the
me
more I
personally,
watch him, the more I'm like, even in the
He doesn't
Burnley
lose
game.
it. He doesn't lose it. He's a player doesn't lose
even-
it.
he's calm on the
even
ball.
when he's not playing, when
Yeah.
he's not like at 6th gear, like he's
yeah,
in
Burnley,
the
like
Burnley game,
Burnley.
he played at 2nd or 3rd gear, and he was still like he still just did everything well.
Yeah.
He was. Just
It'll be interesting to see like his progressive passes or because I know like Pep came out today and he was like he doesn't even rate the stats thing. I was like, oh snap! You got the greatest manager in the league. What do you guys make of that as well? He's come out and he's just said
bullshit, man. That's bullshit.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm glad someone said that because it didn't stop the FIFA enthusiasts talking about it.
Because you know what it is. Do you know what it is? I think why he's saying that is because when he lost, it wasn't just Rodri. I think he lost Stones as well, and he's saying those type of players stats can't pick up what they do because there's certain things and there's certain styles of play that Man City do. But when those players are out of the game, they can't, like other players, they might try to put players in that position, but they can't do what a Stones or a Rodri does in that double pivot or that centre back or that full back role where they interchange.
Yeah.
They play centrally and they move up the pitch. You see what I'm trying to say?
No, I agree, but again,
with stats, you will get this. You look at one website, they'll tell you one thing. Another website will tell you another. Another website. Watch the game with your eyes. If you don't see it, then call for it. That's what we've got eyes for, and I think Alex is agreeing with me there. Just look at the game with your eyes. Listen, I don't watch Burnley every single week. I might go and have a look at their top goal scorer, but I don't go into depth with how many times their left toe was on the ball, like all this kind of stuff. I don't go around with that. Some people do, and I respect it. They enjoy it.
Stats. I would say this, and this is a guy that works with numbers in regards to, how me and the team make a decision in regards to a student and what they need. Stats are there for what you see with your eyes, right? To solidify, to back up what you have seen with your eyes. In the sense of, okay, right, if you've seen that this player has given up, wasteful passes, lost a lot of possession, right? You see it with your eyes, right? The stats will show, yes, this player has lost a lot of possessions. The reason being because sometimes, right, it's human element, right, where you see maybe one bad moment, right, of play, right? Let's just say this player missed a chance to score at that one time point of the game, and by the end of the game, people are like, oh, that person played a terrible game because of that one moment, right? Because that's the other opposite of the spectrum, right? Because sometimes, right, stats, I like to say sometimes stats can lie to you, but also the eye test code must lie to you in a sense of where that one bad moment will then say that player played a bad game. Like, for example, right, the Romero game versus, strange enough, the Romero game against Arsenal, except for those two gaffes, right, and really uncontrollable, right, that penalty. The rest of the game, before and after that, he was excellent in that game, except for those two gaffes. So that's why stats are very important. But I didn't want to forget the Basuma point, and I wanted to get Ash Maddox's point because me and Stefan were going at odds in regards to Basuma. I'm like, it's a game and a half where Basuma has kind of went down, but I can't say the player's in bad form. Usually for me, it has to be 3 or 4 games. And I also said there's a reason why, his form has gone down. Like I said, he missed the game. He's coming back. and I gave my reasons why, but I'm not worried about Basuma. Stefan is saying the opposite, that he's on the dip. He's on the decline. What is your view on Basuma, Ashmatic?
It's crazy because with Basuma, I think he's had such a high level this season. When he has a poor game or he doesn't do something like on the ball, everyone's like, oh, Basuma had a terrible game. But
Yeah.
as an actual six, breaking up play, winning the ball back, defensive actions, he's still up there. Do you know what I mean? He's still up there in the league in terms of like winning the ball back or intercepting the ball or like, you know, doing what a six does. But in terms of like bringing the ball out from the back or doing that offensive stuff in that final third, we haven't seen him. We haven't seen him be brave, like being on that half turn and then dribbling with the ball. We haven't seen that. That's gone missing. So a lot of Spurs fans have said, well, Basuma's fallen off. Do you know what I mean? But if we add into the context that he's been on this yellow card for such a long time, he's in his head, if he does one more mistake, he will miss a game. And he knows how important he is to the rest of the team. And so maybe he's stopping himself from taking the player on, because if he loses that ball and he tries to win it back, then he knows that's a yellow card, that's a booking, and he misses. Now he's got all these bookings and he's going to be suspended for the Aston Villa game. It'll be interesting to see what happens against Man City if he goes back to the way he was playing, or is this an actual dip in form? Because players are allowed to have a dip in form. We've seen it with Maddison. I think the only difference with Maddison is that he still picks up assists. Do you know what I mean? And you notice the flair players, the ones that contribute to goals, a lot more than the ones that are defensive. Like as a six, if someone mops up, like fans don't really get, oh my days, did you see like, you know, him mopping up that play? Did you see him intercept that ball? No, you more notice the things where he's bringing the ball forward, he's doing the more exciting stuff, he's taking players on, one or two players. And I think his form dipped from Luton, if I'm being honest, from when he got sent off.
Exactly, yeah.
I'll be honest, when from Luton, I think that's where when he got that red card, any game after that, I think he's actually dropped. But as I said, as a player, you're not going to be 100% in every single game. It happens. Do you know what I mean? You do fall off. And sometimes you need other players in the team around you as well to pick up. Let's not forget the last game he had, because he missed a game, didn't he? The last game he had was with Saar playing on the left-hand side as opposed to the right side, where he normally plays alongside him in a double pivot at times. And he had Højbjerg there instead. And Saar was playing the Maddison role, which was weird. That midfielder combination, that familiarity was completely gone. Do you know what I mean? And it's all about, and that's the reason why I mentioned the whole, you know, party, the Xhaka, the combination with Ødegaard, that familiarity, that it's almost like a new midfield playing together with Havertz. And I can see how you don't, for me, from when I watch Arsenal, you control games, but in terms of progressing the ball centrally, you don't progress the ball centrally, in my opinion. So a lot of the last season was on the right hand side. I did see that, and that was with Xhaka, Ødegaard, and whoever was playing the right back. I did see that, but just this in general, I think it was a bit of a problem. Even having Jorginho in the six and Rice in the left hand eight, it's you control games. Don't get me wrong, but in terms of like your threat is still the flanks. But then I'm like, sometimes go on. Sorry.
But Ash, you're coming in with very, very valid points. That is true. But when Arsenal fans gave that excuse as to why maybe we're not playing as well, because we consistently have injuries from our, you know, Thomas Partey, our front three where Gabriel Jesus has missed more than 2/3 of the season. Martinelli was out for a month. Saka was hobbling at one point where we didn't have our midfield is constantly changed because of the Partey injury. And then like Havertz didn't play well, so we subbed them out. So these are valid points. But Odegaard, for example, Odegaard hasn't had the best start to the season, but everybody's criticizing him because of the expectations and the level that he reached last year, which was the highest scoring midfielder in the league.
Yep.
But now Bissouma, like you can't give praise and say he's better than Rice or Partey or some of the best, in my opinion, on his day. Partey is the best. You guys know I'm biased. Partey honestly is the best midfielder in the league, in my opinion.
I'd definitely put him up there, definitely.
Yeah, in my
That
opinion, if you have a fully fit Partey firing against Rice, I would have Partey. I love Partey.
Better than Rodri. Better than Rodri.
No,
I
I
love
put him up there.
Partey. I love Partey
second.
as a player. He's better. There's one thing where Declan Rice can be better at, and it's exactly what
Better than Rodri.
Partey at progressive passing. There's not a better player than him. He is ridiculous. Like the way he moves.
I don't agree.
Rodri is just
Rodri, maybe
put him up
Rodri.
there,
Every
but
time I've told
Rodri.
you guys,
I
every
don't
time
agree. I
Arsenal-
don't agree with. I don't agree
Okay.
with this whole thing about. But I don't agree about Partey.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean,
I think he's
I
so
think
underrated.
Partey-
I personally think he's so underrated. When he's fully fit,
yeah,
he's
same.
so-
I think. Well,
Like him.
that's the problem. That's the problem. He's always not fit. That's the problem.
Yeah, okay, but that's not related to his abilities. I
No,
get
yeah,
it.
but yes, but
Even with ability, I prefer
It's
Rodri.
the number one quality.
No, Rodri,
Solid.
no. I'd put Rodri first easily, but I definitely think Partey on his day, put him there, fully fit, 100%. You
He's
have got a
ridiculous.
fantastic midfielder.
and he's not consistent either. But
No, I
think,
can
yes,
understand. Yeah, that's because he's not fit. He's never always fit. He will not go 38 games.
He gets
Yeah,
injured
well,
for 2 months, comes back.
that's going to be trapped against him because like Darren Anderson was not fit all the time, wasn't he? But he was a good player. You know what I mean? So it's like that. You know what I mean? So it's like twos and roundabouts, isn't it?
If we had a midfield, that's what I was trying to make the point earlier when Stefan was talking about Odegaard, right? The problem that I think Odegaard has, especially this season, I don't think he can do it all on his own. And the way we play, Saka and Martinelli are doing their own things on the wing. They're just doing their thing on the wing. Odegaard is, I don't want to say, well, no, he's a bit on his own. Because you've got Jorginho behind him currently. I'm talking about currently. You've got Jorginho behind him currently. And you've got Rice to the left of him, who isn't progressing as much forward as we want. And I know we bought Kai Havertz. For me, Odegaard needs someone next to him. Someone just as creative. I think he needs a partner next to him. I know we done it last season on his own. You know, we had Xhaka next to him. But it feels like he doesn't, I don't know, when I watch him, especially this season, it feels like he's not that he's not motivated. It's just the fact I feel like he needs something, like a little spark, not in him, but maybe next to him. I don't know, but it feels like he needs someone next to him just to help him out. And because Saka and Martinelli are literally on the corners, on the wings, doing their thing, we're trying to anyway, but they're being locked off at the moment. And Stefan, you can disagree with me all you want. People have found them out.
I just answered your question, Conor. Why I don't rate Odegaard there? You just
well, no, yeah, well, that's the thing.
Straight away, right now, that he can be a better player than Odegaard.
But I just don't think he can do it on his own. I don't think he can do it on his own.
That just shows you. That just shows you the quality. That shows you the quality, right, between what you need to get, basically. You know what I mean? Because he's going to be in trouble the next couple of seasons. Then, mate, he'll be in trouble.
Yeah,
Because like at the end of the day, people finding him out, and if he needs a babysitter like Xhaka next to him, you know what I mean, or somebody else next to him, that he's not going to get anywhere. You know what I mean? Sorry,
I'm personally confused on what's happened. I personally don't know what's happened to him this season. I don't know.
He's been injured, man. They've
Right,
said he's been injured.
It's a completely different player to what we were seeing last season. It
Because
really is.
he's been carrying
Let
an
me throw this
injury.
question to you guys. Let me throw, since we were talking about the current state of Spurs, the current state of Arsenal is a bit different because, like I said, your goal of the objective is to challenge or win the Premier League. You guys are now currently in a three-way tie with City, Liverpool, and Arsenal.
No.
Are you guys on the road to overtaking City and possibly Liverpool, but mainly City? Are you guys comfortable where you're at? I'll start with my co-host, Conor.
Nope. I'm
Arsenal.
sorry. I'm going to go off on one here. Right. This team, in my personal opinion, bar Declan Rice, has not changed from last season. However, fair play, we're a point behind City. Stefan, listen, we're a point behind City. I can understand it. Why people think we can go ahead and win it. If you look at last season, as soon as we lost Saliba, just like you guys, crumbled. Van der Ven crumbled. Maddison crumbled. That can still happen to us this season. And then we've got Kivior behind to go in. I don't think Kivior's terrible. I don't think he's awful, but he's not who I want. But we've got Timber. He could be coming back, all this stuff. Anyway, the problem I get is, in my opinion, we need a striker. We need a striker.
I disagree.
The only way, in my opinion, we're going to win a league title this season is if we have a goal scorer number 9. That's the only way I see it. Because I don't see us getting through this season with injury-prone Gabriel Jesus and Nketiah. It's not going to happen. And the way that's going, I've seen reports today from TalkSport. Well, you don't believe everything that TalkSport says, but they're saying that Ivan Toney's been giving a new contract and they're not willing to sell him in January because they don't want to get rid of him.
Bullshit.
Well, we don't know that, Stefan. We don't know that. But if we don't get him
so
in January,
obvious.
I've seen
They're
links.
trying to-
I've seen links of us with Douglas Luiz and Pedro Neto. And Pedro Neto. That is exactly what we done last January. We brought in a winger and a DM, and we couldn't complete the season. We couldn't get all the we couldn't get to May. I don't see us personally, Stefan, to finish my point, and you can give your points on however you think it's going to go. I don't see us getting a league title without a goal-scoring striker. I just don't see it. We need goals. Guaranteed goals.
I agree to some extent with in terms of the fact that we do, but if you look at last season, where everybody's hyping up last season, our defense is much better. We concede much less chances. We have more possession. Yes, do we create as much chances? No, we don't. We're actually quite average. We're mid-table. We're like 12th or 11th in creating chances. But we're defensively far more solid, which I think over time, the creativity will improve once we get back Partey, once we get back Odegaard to full form. And it's not a concussion, it's a hip injury. Again, please read the articles fully instead of just arguing, or come on to the show. Maybe you can come on to the show. You're missing for some reason. But going back to what he said, I agree with Conor about we need to sign Ivan Toney. I think this whole leaking, because last week they were leaking that Toney wants to leave, that he's going to leave anyways, that the fee is between... First, it was the fee is going to be 100 million from Brentford that they want. Now it's Brentford are super confident he's going to sign a new deal. Bullshit. They're trying to barter for a higher price, knowing that his contract is going to be 1 year off in the summer from running out. So they know they're not in a very leveraged position. But in my opinion, based on the true needs, like in terms of where we really need players, and I think we got to look at Partey, which I love Partey, but he always gets injured. And if we can sign, which I don't think is possible, I think Villa would be suicidal if they sold him. But I would love Douglas Luiz. Like, I've always liked him as a player. I think he's awesome. I think he's creative. He's a very well-rounded midfielder. I would either sign a midfielder like him or another defender. No, you haven't, Will. You really haven't. Go check them again. It's a hip he had a concussion, yes, but he also had a hip injury. Please,
Stefan, if you look at it, right?
He's just annoying me. He's just talking shit as usual.
Stefan, what I'm talking about. If you look at it, right, I'm comparing it to last season, because we are technically in a situation that we were in last season. Instead, we're just 1 point behind City, which puts, in my opinion, less pressure on us, right?
Yeah.
Learn from your mistakes. Keep Partey. We don't need another midfielder. Isn't priority over a striker right now, in my opinion. Timber will be back in January, and I think
we're not sure about that, Conor. It's a serious injury.
He could be. He could be. I personally would not prioritize. I would rather prioritize a striker. I know they probably wouldn't, but I'd even go in for the likes of Ollie Watkins. If we're learning from last season,
why would Villa sell Watkins?
Take away the Saliba injury. When there were games when we needed guaranteed goals and we couldn't get them, and we crumbled.
Yeah.
Learn from the mistake. Learn from the mistake.
But Conor, we can't. Why would Villa? First of all, Ollie Watkins is no chance in hell that they would sell Ollie Watkins in January.
Not anyone, Stefan. We need goals. We need goals, Stefan. We need goals. We can't rely on an injury-prone Gabriel.
We scored 3 goals less than last year at the same stage of the season. I think this exaggeration that we need goals is a bit much. Like, we score goals.
It will come to bite us in the back. I swear to God, Stefan. Yeah, where we were exactly last season. Then when did we finish? Second. We didn't win the league.
Because we had Gabriel Jesus, who was probably arguably
Thank you. So we need a striker. We need a striker.
Okay, but we cannot just sign players on the basis that one player gets injured for 1 or 2 months, Connor. You
Then
can't
why
just
are
spend
we
60
signing a
million.
midfielder if Partey's out? Then what's the
Yeah,
point of
but
signing
Partey has a history in terms of he has a big history of
So
getting
does
injured.
Gabriel Jesus.
No, he doesn't. He
Yes,
just
he
got
does.
injured. He's just been injured at Arsenal. And Man
He's
City,
been injured
he
at Man
got
City
injured.
before. He's been
Huh?
injured at Man City before, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, but nowhere near to the level of Partey. Partey has
I
missed
personally just don't see the
35%
reason
of
for
the games at Arsenal.
prioritising a midfielder and a winger. I just don't see it because that's who we're apparently looking at. A winger in
but-
Pedro Neto, and I've seen
Yeah.
Douglas. They're the two strong links we've had. I do not
Connor,
understand.
we also have to prioritize based on the quality that's also available. Like, I'm not going to sign a striker just because I need to sign. I need to see who's available. For example, if Douglas Luiz is available for 50 to 60 million and Ivan Toney is available for 80 to 90, what Brentford wants, supposedly, especially if Chelsea get into the bidding war, Connor, you know he's going to end up being 80, 90 million. They're gonna inflate the price massively. So if it's between paying 50, 60 million for Douglas Luiz or paying 80, 90 for Toney, I'm gonna go for Douglas Luiz. I'm sorry, like sometimes you have to also look at just everything else.
That is crazy. That you're talking crazy. I can't
So you
believe
would pay
this.
90 million for Toney.
He scores goals. Why wouldn't you buy him? He
But you would
goals.
okay. I know he does. I like him as a player, but you would pay 90 million for Toney.
Yes, easily. Easily.
Now, someone mentioned that
easily.
Someone mentioned that Toney hasn't played in a while. It's not he has to get a couple of games in before he gets into form. So it's not necessarily that he's going to pick up disabled team. Is Toney going to be the same player after he's been out for so long?
He's not been injured, Mari, though. He's not been injured. He's just been suspended. He's still been training. He's been playing with the what is it, the under 21s, whatever it is. He's been playing. He's still allowed.
Was he allowed?
Yeah, he hasn't played a game.
Yeah, the last couple of months or month or two, he's been playing with the under 21s. He's been allowed to train at home, do whatever he wants. So he's not been injured. I think he's raring to go. If I was out for 6 months, or no, probably less than that, I'd be raring to go. Can't wait to get back into it. Yeah, really, I swear to God, I would rather take the risk of Ivan Toney than. And listen, I'm not getting it twisted. I like Douglas Luiz. I think he's a good midfielder, and he's been fantastic for Aston Villa this season. But if I look at it and I learn my lesson from last season, which I don't think Arteta does enough of, learn his lessons, I'm like, right, what was the problem I had last season? Well, we had an injury in defence. Well, I sort of covered that in a defender, but we got him injured in August, but he'll be coming back in January. We couldn't score goals when we needed to because we've got
Conor, how can you be so sure? It took Bentancur 9 months to come back from the knee injury, man. It's been 4 months.
Okay, cool, but fair enough. Then we prioritise some other centre back, but I'd rather go all out and spend the money that we need to spend on Ivan Toney than Douglas Luiz. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why we go for a midfielder when we need goals to carry on for Douglas Luiz will not win us a Premier League title. Ivan Toney will win us a Premier League title easily.
All right, I want to get box office and ask Maddox's view, current state of Arsenal. Before I do that, and thank you to Will. Big up, he's in the chat. Just want to share a screen just to kind of confirm what happened to Odegaard, and so I will share the screen. And basically,
share the screen. Please share the screen. He missed the games because of concussion, but he's missing the international break because of a previous hip injury. Don't argue with me about Arsenal news, man. Don't argue with me about Arsenal news.
Ahead of crucial Brentford clash, boss hoped that the captain will return full fitness after take on the clash, and then he basically said, fitness test. Okay, so this is the article that's saying that he had a concussion after being checked for concussion. Fitness test a loss to Eddie Howe's side after being checked for concussion.
Okay. Football London, Kaya Kainak, who's very in know when it comes to Arsenal news. was left out of the squad against Newcastle and Sevilla prior to the international break. The Gunners captain has been struggling with a hip injury in recent weeks. Despite his ongoing hip problem, Odegaard's omission for the Newcastle and the home Sevilla game was a result of an unrelated issue believed to be concussion. So he had 2 injuries, but the main reason why he's missing the international break was because he has a problem with his hip, not because of concussion. Again, just like it's everywhere. Like everybody know he missed the most recent games because of concussion. He has a hip injury. Like he's been having this hip injury for I think a month now or something. It's been bad.
So
Anyway.
let's go to box office. Your opinions of Arsenal, their current state.
I mean, at the moment they're floating along. They're doing what they're doing. I mean, they're in a title race. Whether they'll boss it like they did last season, that's another question. You know what I mean? But I do agree with what Conor's saying. I think Arsenal strikers are absolutely useless, to be honest with you. I've said my piece on Jesus. I'm not going to repeat it again. Everybody knows what I think about Jesus. It's the same I feel about Bentancur and Kulusevski. And like Nketiah, I mean, honestly, he only had 5 minutes against Sheffield United. Everyone went like he was the best version of Ian Wright. Honestly, I mean, you can't even touch Ian Wright. You can't even touch Ian Wright. Honestly, you need a striker.
Ian Wright.
The fact is, the fact is, everyone was going over the top saying, "No, we need to give him praise. We need to give him praise. We'll do it every single game. That's consistency, and that's it." You know what I mean? Again, you overhype players. Arsenal fans overhype players like Tottenham do as well. That's why I said they're the most deluded fans in the fan base, and that's it. Sorry, that's it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Otherwise, let's look at it like this: Saliba's still your best defender. Let's just be honest here, every single time. Yeah. Martinelli, when he wants to really turn up, he'll turn up and make himself known. You know what I mean? And that's it. So, like I said, I mean, it's your time to start winning trophies this season. Yeah. And as for Arteta, he's still got bantered by Postecoglou, who I don't even rate still. You know what I mean? So,
by Postecoglou.
yeah, he did. He did in the derby. So that's the only thing I can really
because you got to draw. Because you got to draw.
Yeah. Stefan. These are the receipts that I've been writing for you since you've been talking. You know what I mean? Honestly, I've never heard such a swap in your life. Anyway, moving on. Back to my boy, Asthmatic. He was going to rinse you to pieces with his stats and everything else, and what he's going to say, and that's it. Big up to you, Rob. Back to you, Asthmatic. This you, Asthmatic.
You got banter, yeah.
Hey, how can I
follow that, but you got to follow that, brother.
So what a performance! Unbelievable scenes, Jeff. Unbelievable scenes. But you see what it is. Arsenal knew about Partey a long time ago. They knew about his injuries. So Arteta's just messing around. I don't know what he's playing at. That could have been sorted. That could have been sorted a long time ago, in my opinion. And I think that was the problem last season, that striker. I think if you lot went for the striker instead of cutting corners, don't get me wrong, Trossard was good. I still like him. He's doing his thing right now.
Yeah.
I'll be real. But yeah, in terms of being direct at times, I think Raya played but he played with Tony before, and he would do that all the time. He put that long ball in, straight in. Tony would hold up the play, and that would free up the wingers. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that would be going into Saka and Martinelli. So he would drop in deep, hold the play up. Saka would run in behind, and it's a different dimension because teams are not expecting that, and it's hard to defend against. You know what I'm saying? We tried to do it against Brentford, and I watched that live. I did a watch along with Brian Daigle, and that was the new year, and I was like, oh my days, every time Tony just keeps winning that ball in the air, just keeps winning it in the air every time.
He's so physical.
He's so physical. He dominates the defenders, like pause. But I just think that's another dimension that also Arsenal, if they did that, that would send a serious message to the league. And I think it's that fear factor as well. And the only thing is, I've got a question. I don't know if Arteta kind of likes those type of guys because to be a striker, you got to have a mad self-belief. You got to have a bit about yourself. And he likes guys that do what they're told. Do you know what I'm saying? I think that's why Nketiah got the 100 grand deal, because he's being a good boy. The man that talk back, he doesn't like them. He says like Balogun was too hard for him. But
that's one thing I was actually going to say quickly. Sorry to interrupt you. With one thing, as much as I do want Tony, the one thing I see about him, I feel like Tony does have a bit of a mouth on him. Well, we've seen it. We've seen when he's been out and about in the parties and the clubbing. If that happened at Arsenal, Arteta would have flung him off into the reserves easily because he's done something like that. I mean, to be fair, I mean, there was stuff with Lacazette and he didn't get dropped for it, but we moved past it. Lacazette ain't here no more. But that's one thing I'm worried about. I think Arteta likes to be in control. He doesn't like to have anyone step above him, which is fair enough. He's the manager of the football club. I can understand that. I can completely get it. Alex Ferguson didn't really like anyone like that, so I can completely get it.
Pep is the same.
So, but at the end of the day, I do think that sometimes you need them voices because the manager isn't always right at the end of the day. Even the best aren't always right. But that's one thing I am worried about. Is
I
that
think that's going to be a
wait, can I just ask why? So how does being mouthy and partying a lot and being like, you know, having a good amount of fun off the field, like Jack Grealish, for example, how does that relate to you expecting Tony to question the coach when?
No, I mean about
Tony
questioning him. I mean about Arteta questioning him. Would Arteta want that type of player in his club? I don't think he would, in a sense. Footballing ability, definitely. But I do think Tony does have a bit of that little bit of a cheeky side to him that I think Arteta would maybe dislike. For example, like when the stuff with Aubameyang happened and he thought he could take advantage of stuff and then straight back onto the reserves, training with just the coaches, not even the players.
Because he was late all the time.
I can get that. And I feel like, Tony hasn't done anything like that yet, but but it just gives me a little bit of an inkling. I don't know, but we've seen stuff like Tierney. What did Tierney do wrong to get completely cleared out the squad?
I think you're absolutely spot on, Conor.
He just didn't fit. You could see he didn't fit the system that.
That's the point. That's the point that Conor's saying. That's what. Sorry to interrupt you, Conor, because I think you're making a bit. Well, it was initially my boy Asthmatic, who again got me again. But the point is, the point I think is key here. He doesn't like players that talk back. You know what I mean? The out of the reach players. You know what I mean? Because the examples are there. Ozil, Aubameyang, Tierney. You know what I mean? You know, Tierney, he likes players that plays in the system. You see what I'm saying? So I think that might be his Achilles heel as far as I'm concerned. And you know what I mean? And to be honest with you, let's be honest here. Yeah, if you could get the goals that Tony wants that can give you right to win you a championship, would you say no to it?
Of course not. But I'm not going to pay 80 to 90 million, Alex, for a guy who's
crazy. You're crazy. Would you pay that money for the likes of Kylian Mbappe if Kylian Mbappe was available?
Are you seriously comparing Kylian Mbappe?
No, but I'm trying to. So what's so wrong about Ivan Toney that you wouldn't pay that amount of money for him?
Well, a number of things. Like Ivan Toney is good, he's great, but he's not worth that amount of money, in my opinion.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
I'm not going to pay 80 million for a 28-year-old who, if you got to also think rationally and from a financial standpoint. If Tony doesn't work out, we're screwed, Conor. We can't sell him.
Yeah, Havertz doesn't work out. We spent 65 million on him.
Yeah, but Havertz is 24. He still has some resale value.
Come on, Stefan.
You just
he's shit.
I agree. He's being shit.
You cannot tell me that Ivan Toney will not walk into this team and score goals. There is no reality where that doesn't happen.
Conor, you're misunderstanding me. I'm thinking from a risk standpoint.
Yeah,
there's always a chance. I love Ivan Toney. You know how much I rate him.
Stefan, can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
You mentioned that he's 28. I wouldn't care if he was 31, right? You always go back to history with us. You guys haven't won listen. You guys haven't won the Premier League in 20 years. You guys still have a chance, right? You guys are there. If you have a chance to get Ivan Toney to possibly help you guys get over the top and win the Premier League, I don't care if it costs 90 mil. You take the chance because you don't know if this is going to come back. You don't know if it's going to come to come back.
Mark, can I answer you? Can I answer you?
Nothing's guaranteed that Arsenal may be there next year.
Mark, desperation leads to bad decisions.
But it's not desperation.
Wait, desperation led us to signing Lacazette for 60 million when he wasn't worth that. Desperation led us to signing Mustafi for 35 million.
But you were in the
position.
This is different. You guys are in the position to do something.
I agree,
right?
But that doesn't mean you pay whatever.
And you guys clearly are missing a striker. Clearly, it's night as day. I mean, Stevie Wonder could see it.
Stefan, who would you bring in? If you don't want to pay 90 million for Tony, if you don't want to pay 90 million for Tony, who would you bring in, Stefan? Who would you bring
for 90 million? A striker?
No, if you don't know, you don't want to be spending 90 million for Ivan Tony. Who would you be bringing in instead, realistically?
I don't think we have 90 million to spend in
we do. Stefan, we have got that money. We have got that money. Trust me.
I don't know if you've read Financial Fair Play. We need to sell someone for a big sum of money.
Well, for question's sake, what Conor's saying, just saying,
I wouldn't pay 90 million for a 28-year-old because there is an example in Manchester of teams overpaying for hyped players that don't work out.
Would you pay for Harry Kane?
So what striker would you have then?
Sorry?
What striker would you have?
Yeah, for Harry Kane, I would. Who would
you? If realistically, if we were going to go for a striker this January, who would you go for, Stefan? And none of the 90 million, 50. If it was 50 million, who would you go for?
My number one choice would be Ivan Toney, Conor. I agree with you, but I'm not gonna pay 90 million. I don't think he is.
Who cares? It's not your money, Stefan. Like it's not your money. So who cares for paying 90 million for it?
It's not your money. It's about thinking rationally for the future. You cannot just drop 90 million and then just continue. We're not that type of club. We're not.
We dropped 65 million for Kai Havertz. We dropped 65 million for Kai Havertz.
We dropped 65 million, yes. Okay, but it's still not. It's a lot of money. It hasn't worked out yet. It might work out in the future. You never know. The same thing could be argued with Tony. Everything is a hypothetical. My point is that the value to us in terms of winning the league might not work out. And Scott, Scott can say this, but Spurs are an example of when you spend loads of money, it doesn't work out most of the time.
You've had a 5-year project, bro. You've had a 5-year project. So you're telling me right now that you're telling me now that you're waiting for the future. You can't wait. Rice can't wait for the future. Jesus can't wait for the future. Mentality can't wait for the future. These people, Real Madrid are looking at them saying, you know what, I have a bit of that. I have a bit of Saliba.
If we don't take Ivan Toney, Spurs will, and I'm not even taking the piss.
No, they won't, man. Why would Ivan Toney?
That's what happens. That's what happens in football, Stefan.
Everybody knows he's going to go to Chelsea.
But by the way, Bob,
when Chelsea going to take a good striker, Stefan?
Stefan.
We're going to miss out again. Again, we're going to miss out.
I'm telling you now, it's been 20 years since Arsenal's won the league. You guys are in prime position, right?
Are we?
Right? Being the best defender. You think Real Madrid the next couple of years we're like, hey, Arsenal is afraid to pull the trigger to get over the top against City. Come play for Real Madrid. I'm telling you now, Saliba will be like, hey, you know what? Real's
100%. If
Real's
that's because last year when we didn't spend 100 million. When we didn't spend 100 million for Mudryk and signed Trossard instead, a lot of Arsenal fans are like, we didn't go again. We're not ambitious. That was completely the correct decision.
Yeah, because it's a kid from the Ukrainian league. It's a kid from the Ukrainian league.
But you could see the guy had huge talent. Like I really like Mudryk. I still really like.
Yeah.
Well, the kid that only turned up after 2 goals against Tottenham. You having a laugh?
Come to Spurs?
You having a laugh?
Why would Tony come to Spurs right now?
The point I'm making is if we don't take the opportunity to have it, and this guy is crying for an Arsenal transfer. He's actually talking about
agree.
Exactly. So take the opportunity. If we are in, and listen, it's November still. If it gets to December 31st or January 1st, and we are still either 1 point or ahead of City, and we do not take that chance of getting it we are idiots, and the club's washed.
But
We're gonna have to
Connor,
wait another 20
it's not
years.
fucking FIFA career mode. We have financial fair play we have to deal with.
Stefan,
Oh, for goodness
I
sake!
know
80
Oh,
million.
my
I
gosh.
know that.
Oh,
I
he's
know that. We've got players to sell,
available for
Stefan.
you guys.
We've got players.
Are you,
If we're looking to sell Ramsdale,
You do realize,
What I've seen from
if we sign Tony, we're gonna have to sell, in my opinion,
Yeah.
our two most valuable sellable assets at the moment, which are Ramsdale, and I
Yeah.
wouldn't even call Smith Rowe very sellable because he's always injured. So I
Okay,
don't think a
fair
lot
enough.
of
I've
teams
seen
would
this
drop
Right,
the money.
more.
That's what I've seen. I've seen reports today, right? That according to Football Insider, which again take with a pinch of salt, is apparently willing to give Arteta £50 million to spend this January. Fair enough. Now say that's true. Sell Ramsdale.
That's not enough. That's not enough to sign Tony. That's not enough to sign.
Now listen to what I'm saying, Stefan. Sell Ramsdale, who
Okay.
we're not going to need. We're not going to need him.
I agree.
My words, Ray could get injured and we're left with Cole Hine. We're fucked. Cool, whatever. But we could sell Ramsdale for a decent fee. English tax, all that. Chelsea might want him. We can sell him for a decent fee. Smith Rowe's never going to play for this club again. Fact. He's not going to play. I want him to, but this manager's not going to play him because it's another Tierney. Doesn't want to play him, even though he's there. He'll play Kai Havertz over him. Sell him. You've definitely got enough there, in my opinion, to buy Ivan Toney in that situation. Easily.
Hey, you man, hold on. Let's do this quickly, everyone. Type in Tony disrespects Brentford. What comes up?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, fuck Brentford. He says fuck Brentford.
Well, come on. What are we doing there? Huh?
No.
And
Everybody, he's leaked. No, don't get me wrong. He has been leaking for the last 2 or 3 months how he's going to move.
Huh? Fuck Brentford. Do you think he's coming to Arsenal? No chance. No way Arteta's having that. What?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean, Ash. That's what I mean.
Disagree.
I
disagree.
That's what I'm worried about. He's going to see that.
He did it again. He said something else as well, and he had to apologize twice. Imagine.
Yeah, to do it twice. I know he did.
Remember, he was on an interview, and he was like, "Raw, you know what? I kind of like Arsenal and Liverpool."
Yeah. It was like he was pretty much saying, "Come and get me, please. Come and get me."
You would say that's
he was in a club in maybe it was Spain, and a guy came up to him and was like, "Who are you?" He was recognizing him. "Who are you?" "I'm a footballer, mate." I was like, "Oh yeah, what team?" You won't know him. It's just Brentford. And people saw that and they were like, and the thing is, Brentford fans still accepted him, even though, like, yeah, come on, mate, you score us goals. It's all right.
He's their best player. So.
Listen, I think, at the end of the day, I don't give if I was Arteta, I know what Arteta will do. Actually, I completely agree with you. But at the end of the day, that's outside of football. I couldn't give a shit. If you're scoring on the pitch, my Brentford mates, because literally Brentford's my local team. They're down the road, about 10 minutes away, right?
If you don't want to,
Ealing.
Yeah.
I wanted to get to this point because this has been a hot topic with the Spurs base, and I'm going to share the screen.
Anyway, we got to the point that I'm right and Stefan's wrong. There we go. Okay, right.
I'm going to share this, and I'm going to share the screen. So, with the current state that Spurs are in, we got Villa, City, West Ham, Newcastle, Forest, and I'll stop at Everton. Right, the next
reality check.
Is it West Ham away? Is it West Ham away, Maury?
West Ham is
at home.
Okay, you might win that one.
So, yeah, so we're home against Newcastle. We're home against West Ham.
Many home games.
But because we played our road games. At City, at Forest, then home against Everton, and then this Brighton and Bournemouth. Now I'm looking at the slate of games. Best case scenario. I'm gonna say this. For me, I think we at home we'll be happy to get a draw. I will take a draw.
You're not beating Villa. I don't think you're gonna beat Villa.
Yeah. Can I finish?
Yeah.
I personally don't think we're gonna beat Villa. I don't think we're gonna beat City. So that may be 4 L's in a row. So the fan base, our fan base can be unreasonable. I wouldn't have a problem because, I trust the process. I trust what Edge is doing.
Okay.
Then you have West Ham. I think we will win. at home if we lose those 2 games. Newcastle, it's a bit tricky because they're missing a lot of players. And so that may be a game. Newcastle is confusing. I said that last time. I think we could get a result there. Forest.
Where?
Everton.
Forest where though?
At Forest.
Oh, that's a very difficult game.
And home at Everton. So it's not that bleak, right? And then you have Brighton, right? Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and Bournemouth. So the question goes, are we overreacting in regards to, not because of the injuries or whatsoever, but in regards to the schedule, where I think out of the next 8 games, there's 2 games I'm like, yeah, Villa, I don't think we're winning, and we're definitely not beating City. I'm sorry. If you could clip it, and if I'm wrong, I'll be happy to be wrong about the City game. The Villa game, I don't think so, even at home. And then the next games, West Ham and the other, they're not bona fide losses. I've heard people, we're going to lose 7 games in a row, and I'm like, not necessarily. I think the first 2 games come back from the break, especially Romero's not playing, Villa and City. I don't see how we're going to win. And then Basuma's missing.
Yeah, for the Villa game, right?
So out of the 8 next games, 6 of them, I'm like, you know what? We could possibly get a result and win.
One of them?
and then those 2 games, I'm just trying to be positive, right? All right? I'm not talking about placing bets. But there's 2 games, I'm like, Villa, City, it will be an upset. It would be an upset.
It would be so Spurs to lose to Villa, lose to Newcastle, but then beat City. That would be so Spurs.
It would be. I will start with asthmatic. Are fans overreacting that the accomplice, the accomplice is coming for Spurs in regards to these next 8 games in December?
It's funny because I'm speaking to most Spurs fans. They think we're beating Villa. A lot of Spurs fans I'm talking to, I'm like, have you seen Villa? Do you know we're missing Basuma in the middle? Do you know we've got Ben Davies and at the back? Are you sure?
No Madison.
You know your doggy's slightly injured. Do you know that? That's why he's not in Italy. There's so much like going against us. Even last season, right? Where we weren't even playing too bad under Conte. Like Villa still beat us at home. They still Douglas Luiz turned up. Him and McGinn, they gave us trouble. That's all I'm gonna say. Listen, they got Ramsey. Don't forget that. They got Cash as a fullback up and down. Obviously, they've got
Douglas Luiz.
Yeah, I said Douglas Luiz. Douglas Luiz in the middle with McGinn. I said them 2 are gonna be running it. But up top, they've got Diaby, and
he's right.
I wanted him, but listen, that's something else. That's another debate.
Question. Sorry, to Ash. Quick question. Would you play a high line against? Because I know you play a high line. Would you play against Villa, knowing that, especially Diaby and Watkins as well, are both rapid forwards, and you've got Davies and Dyer in the back line? I mean, I think, in my opinion, that's suicide. That is suicide.
Ali Watkins are going to eat.
But to be fair, like the only counter I can really have is Villa aren't really that good this season on the road.
That's true.
That's 12 points. They play with a high line, but they haven't got a lot of pace in their back 4 either.
They play with a suicidal one too.
So it could be a lot of goals in this game. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what maybe some fans are clinging on to. That like they score 1, we might score 1 as well. But it's just the midfield that worries me, that bothers me. You know, that high line thing, like if Dyer and Davies stepped up a bit more, I don't think the midfield would drop back so much, because I watched that Wolves game and we lacked intensity. And I'm so used to Spurs pinning teams in their own half. We didn't do that. And we were losing a lot of midfield duels. And even though we had more possession, it wasn't in the middle of the park. It was on the flanks, if that makes sense. And that's the thing that was worrying me, because we would lose balls. We had no like chemistry or consistency because these 3 players weren't used to playing with each other. And that's when Wolves kept hitting us. They were winning it. They're more hungry. They wanted it.
It's
And
massive.
yeah,
You were talking about the midfield, weren't you? Because
yeah, the midfield. Yeah,
everyone's looking at the defence, which we have rights to do because like I said, we don't need to know what we know about Dyer and Davis because we've seen it the last 10 years. But
yeah.
the midfield were the problem as well, weren't they? You know what I mean? And I think
Last
you're
season,
absolutely
there was
spot
the
on.
problem.
You know what I mean?
And also the midfield that we have, it's like the Saar playing Madison's role. What was Ange? I'm sorry, Ange. Why would you play Saar in Madison's role? What sense does that make? I just don't get that one. Like Saar was playing well with Basuma alongside him, and then you decided, let's put Højbjerg there and put Saar. Like you've lost legs, like and protection in that double pivot that we normally have there, and he helps the fullbacks out as well at certain times. But you decided to play him as an attacking mid, and he got lost. He got lost on that side. That midfield just wasn't working together. Last season we saw that midfield, and you know what? This season midfield has been our strength. The last game it was our weakness. Do you know what I'm saying? Alongside the defense, that's the reason why we kept getting pushed back. Lacked intensity. Once they broke our press, when we do the front press, once they broke that, it was easy for them, and it looked like they were counterattacking us all the time because the gaps between Basuma and Højbjerg and Saar at times, it was so evident to see, in my opinion.
No, but Ash, what's your theory? Why didn't you play Giovanni Lo Celso in the number 10 role?
Reason why he didn't, in my opinion, I think he didn't play him because Højbjerg came on against Palace, he came on against Chelsea, and he came on against, I can't remember, I think it was Man United. He's been coming on and he's been performing at a decent level. So I think he wanted to reward him for the performances he's put in. I don't know what happens in training. So this is the only assumption I could make, that he thought, it would be disrespectful to kind of drop Højbjerg and play Lo Celso, who's hardly played. And remember, even Bentancur got ahead of him in the Palace game. He brought Bentancur on and left Lo Celso on the bench. And Bentancur wasn't even fully fit for the Palace game, and he still brought him on ahead of him. So that told me everything I needed to know. So maybe there's some type of, I don't know, he rates Bentancur more than Lo Celso. Maybe that's the reason why I didn't put him on. Or maybe he just doesn't work. Or he's just, or the work rate and the attitude just stinks. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I didn't bring him on. Because for me, he put an attacking midfielder on for another attacking midfielder. And if Bentancur is not fully fit, why would you start him? Does that make sense? Like, do you know what I'm saying?
I think it's clear why Lo Celso's not playing.
Yeah,
I think it's clear why Lo Celso's not playing.
Why not, Alex?
Because he wants to leave. He wants to leave.
Didn't he want to go back to Villarreal in the summer and you couldn't go?
Well, I think in the summer he was playing for his life because he was looking for moves. And since then, what has he done?
Did no one want him? Was that the case? No one wanted him.
Well, no, I think there was rumours that he was going to go somewhere. He was playing out of his skin. Everyone's watched him and he thought, oh, he's really doing well. He's really doing well. Yeah. And since then, since the start of the season, he's just plateaued. He's done nothing. And to be honest with you, like I hear what Asmatic's saying. I think he's on point in what he's saying. Most of what he's saying is on point. But the point is, I think at the moment, I just think, to me, that he's just not interested in playing for Tottenham. I don't think he's interested in playing for Tottenham because I thought the Maddison signing would have kicked him up the backside and said, you know what, mate. I need to really push it right now. And even Postecoglou said, I like him. I'm going to keep him. You know what I mean? So there was a chance for him. You know what I mean?
But,
And I think for me, it's just like just before if others speak, and dig a hole for themselves for the Arsenal fans. I just wanted to say something about what I think about what we're going to get. I think we're going to get 6 points, maybe 4 minimum. I think
from which games?
Like 6 games or 4 games.
Well,
from 6 games?
I think. Yeah, I think. Well, I initially thought 4 points, but I think we could beat Everton.
Jesus.
I think we could get beat
How
Everton.
might you fallen?
I'll put it back. I'll put it back up.
From winning the league.
All right, Alex, you have loss against Villa.
Yep.
Loss
Or
against
draw.
Villa.
Yep.
West Ham at home.
I think
Draw.
we win that one.
Draw.
Draw.
That's the point. Newcastle at home.
Lose.
No, I think Newcastle will be.
Okay.
They've got injuries though. Newcastle got injuries.
At Nottingham Forest.
probably beat them.
All right, so that's 4 points. Home against Everton.
Oh, you gotta beat them.
Everton are good. Everybody
Could
shits
beat
on
them.
Everton.
Could
Are
beat them.
good this
First goal's
season,
gonna be
guys.
important.
They've been all right
First goal's gonna
recently.
be
They've been all right
important.
recently, yeah.
They've been better. They've been better, but we should be able to beat them.
They're
I wanna
good
quickly
this
throw
year,
out-
man.
So
They're really
maybe
solid.
7 points. Maybe 7 points, I would say. But in
7
saying
out
that,
of
I'm not.
18.
Yeah, but I've seen Aston Villa absolutely banter Brighton. We play like Brighton, so that's a worry for me. You know what I mean? Even though what Asthmatic said, I'm not trying to big up his ego. I just think he's talking absolute sense as far as I'm concerned. And I think he's right on that one, Aston Villa. The way they play and stuff like that. But for me, I think we will still come up short.
Passes 0.
I want to quickly throw out.
What is this negativity, man?
I want to quickly
Jesus.
throw out, right? Would you guys, because you currently have Eric Dyer and
On the next 6 games, 0 points?
No.
I don't think big up to Haz, but I don't think that.
No, Haz is being even me with my bias. I think honestly, I was gonna say draw with Villa up until I saw that Basuma was suspended. Their midfield is really good. Like I really rate Villa's midfield. I think they're gonna completely dominate you guys in midfield. Like
I think people are overrating though, saying Bentancur is going to come in and absolutely banter the midfield.
No,
yeah, just so I could just make this clear, because I've had a lot of Tottenham fans that, Bentancur's going to be a game changer. Bentancur's going to do this. Bentancur's going to do that. I'm sitting there saying, wait, this guy's just come from a knee injury, bruv. He ain't ready yet, bruv. You know what I mean?
It's gonna take
he ain't
him
ready
ages.
yet. So, like, I'm sorry. Let's just get that absolutely clear. So now, for me, like, I think just a lot of players need to step up, and that's all I'm saying, and that's it for me to get through these games, and that's it. And it's going to be hard times, and that's it for me. I think he's going to still play a high line. He's told us this. He's told us this, man. You know what I mean? So, like, why would he change his principles? You know what I mean? He's just got to adapt his tactics to the game, but it's that's the way it's going to be. And we're going to get some thrashers. Every Tottenham fan at the beginning of the season said we're going to get thrashers. Asthmatic, am I lying?
No, he's
am
right.
I lying?
Facts. Spitting facts, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know what I mean? So it's just like, for me, like, I don't know where the whole thing about changing his tactics, because, like I said before, this was the same thing that we were saying over Conte. The same thing. And what we're saying now. Look what we're saying now. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing, right? I would agree with you guys if you had a more, let's say Conte, right? If this was Conte, I would think he's going to change it up now to suit the team that he has and the players. I don't think Andrew would do that. That's why Villa, I think their midfield is just too good. They're going to have too many chances and they will score. They have scored the most goals. They have conceded a lot, but they have scored the most goals in the Premier League of any team. So they can score goals.
Sorry to interrupt you. Glad to have you back, Scott. We were worried. We've been missing you. So big heart, Scott.
Big up, Scott.
All right, go back.
Free Scott M.
And then Man City, you're not going to play defensive like Conte did, counter-attack. It's just not it. Ange can't do that. You just can't. So you're going to lose that game. Then at home to Newcastle, I don't know. If Newcastle get back some of their players...
We'll be back by then. By Newcastle.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but Newcastle will probably have Isaac back. They'll have a number of their players.
Callum Wilson will be back, I think, by then.
No. Callum Wilson is out for 2 months.
It was out for 2 months. Okay, fair enough.
So he's out for that game. But, they'll have some players back, Newcastle. So that'll be a super tough game. I'm reading in the comments, people are really downplaying Forest away. It's a super...
They're unbeaten at home,
Man
aren't
City.
they? They're unbeaten at home still currently, aren't they?
No, because Will is like they've only had 2 wins. Last season, Nottingham Forest, they drew with Man City, beat Arsenal. I think they drew with Chelsea, like a very few teams.
No, but they're unbeaten still. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they're unbeaten at home currently.
And even if teams win at Forest, it's never a 3-4-0 swashbuckling win. It's always like a 1-0 or a 2-1 or something very tight. So it's a very difficult place to go. So that's another difficult game where Spurs can easily screw up. So this fixture list is really very nightmarish. It really is, because then you have Brighton also, which, where's the game, by the way? In Brighton or at Spurs?
No, it's Spurs.
That's Spurs.
Oh, it's Spurs.
Oh, it's funny though. I don't mind having a horrible run and having these injuries now, because at some point you're gonna have injuries. Do you know what I'm saying? Better to get it out of the way now, and then these players come back, and then we start to have an upward trend. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So I'm all for the little dip in the performance, or little dip. I'll say I'm all for it. Like, if we're gonna lose now and we're gonna take a couple hits, take it now, and then come January and we got our strongest 11 back, then like, yeah, we the games are more favorable after United, and you know, hopefully we can push up the table a bit more again, because we've had a good start. That's one thing I will say. We've had a good buffer, and I think that might help us along the road. But like, yeah,
I was going to throw out two questions to you Spurs fans. Well, one, you currently got Davis and Dyer in the back line, as Danny's said back there. But you can't forget you got Dyer and Davis. Would you take back Joe Rodon and Tanganga from loan?
Sanchez.
I would take that.
I'm saying Tanganga and Rodon because they're on loan. They're actually
Tanganga is so bad.
Would you take them back, or would you stick with Davis and Dyer?
No.
First of all, Tanganga is the most slowest brother. I can say it because he's the most.
What is he? Is he a back? Is he a centre? I don't understand what he is.
Tanganga is the most slowest brother that I know on the planet. I'm like, bro, you supposed to be a brother. At least have some pace. He's the most like, yo. When I see him run, I'm just like, man, Rodon.
No, stop.
Murray rather have Phillips and Dorrington. That's what Murray rather have. Phillips and Dorrington from the youth academy. That's what we'd rather.
Guys, what is this thing I'm hearing?
I would take the risk and put Phillips in.
You would take the risk, Mari. You would play Dorrington and Phillips against Ollie Watkins and Diaby. Are you nuts?
No. I would have had no play against Wolves. Because here's the reason why. What did I say was my goals in the beginning of the season? Finishing eighth with an identity. Right? Anything
losing 6-0
is icing on the cake. Anything else with icing cake. Because I already know what I have with Davies. I already know what I have with Dyer. Crap. Right? I seen there have this Cinderella moment. Right? Dyer had his moment. I already know what they are. For me, I'm not one of those Spurs fans that went woo cuckoo la la land. I want to see, because Andrew's supposed to be the man with the youth, right? Show me the youth. Right? We got all these injuries.
But he does play the youth.
I want to see Phillips. Phillips was our second center-back signing. We needed two. And he's not playing. What does that tell me?
You guys have got injuries, right? You got suspensions and injuries. Has it ever come across? Listen, I don't know, because I don't know about your tactics and stuff.
I'm being honest. If we get Europe 6th, 7th, or 8th, I'm happy, because that's what I expected in the beginning of the season. If we finish
Mari said
that's a bonus. That is a bonus.
What I'm trying to throw out though is, would you guys be down for changing your formation anyway? Is that a thing that you could be doing?
Ange won't do
I don't know, because obviously you're lacking in midfield currently. I don't know whether you go more defense. I don't know. Well, it's
just need to play an attacking midfielder in that attacking midfielder role. It's as simple as that.
Fair enough.
Keep Sarr and possibly Højbjerg. As much as I don't really want him there, he's going to be our only natural number 6. So you'd have Højbjerg as a 6, and then Sarr being the legs as the secondary 8, and then play the attacking midfielder, whoever it is, and there play them in that.
Alex,
again, that's so wrong.
Will says Ben
Come on,
Newcastle.
Yeah, I saw that.
Ruled out grade 2.
No,
yeah, because at the moment he's not doing any plyometric works, but he's able to like lift his leg up with no pain. He's doing like glute bridges, kickbacks, things to kind of.
Guys,
it is crazy how much you guys like hoping training's coming back. I'm seeing tweets everywhere, like, "Oh, he's doing this in training." Jesus, they're literally training for this guy to
return. They're like wooling it on. But guys,
I don't want to rush them back.
Don't you make it worse? You will make that shit worse. Trust me. Don't rush that. Listen, and I agree with what Stel said. This honestly, and as much as we'll banter it, this is a free hit for you this season. Let's be honest. It's a new manager. Stefan, listen, it's different. No, it's different for the Tottenham fans who said they don't know. It's different for the Tottenham fans that said they're in a title race. They deserve all the shit that's coming to them. Don't let me get that twisted. But you look at it, they don't have the backups they need. And I said that. I said as soon as Tottenham get injuries, they will be back to what they were in the last couple of years, which is what's happened. So if Tottenham, and I don't think they will, they should stick with Ange, let it ride. They're going to get slapped here and there. And it's the same. I said the exact same with Manchester United. Manchester United are going to get slapped left, right, and centre now and then. But they've got to keep Ten Hag. Because if they keep sacking managers, it's going to be bring in a new manager, one good season, sack him off because he's done another shit season. They've got to do the same thing with Ange. Keep Ange. If you build on the foundations that you've got, you could be pushing up and actually going for a league title and you think, oh, fuck, we've got Maddison injured. Oh, but don't worry, we've got the likes of Lucas Paqueta, just an idea, that we can put him in behind. You know, that's what you've got to be doing. So, honestly, you might get slapped in these next 6 games. You might do. It's got a firm
But again, we told them, me and TJ told them, look at Maddison's injury record. He will miss at least 8 games every year, just like with Thomas Partey.
Yeah,
he will
Stefan,
miss.
I know. That's towards the fans that said that they were going to win the league. I'm talking about the Spurs fans that say, right, we're not like Mari and probably like Ash.
No, Mari. No, I'm not Ash, Mari.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Okay, yeah. Then you go on. Then. You say what you want to say about all the other people.
Yeah, they've been reasonable. But Stell, Will said they're going to finish 3rd. They're going to finish ahead of our. Stell said for sure top 4. Like
I've got that screenshot, by the way. I've got that screenshot, by the way.
Huh?
I've got that screenshot, by the way, just in case. Just in case.
Yeah, so it's completely like. But if Spurs fans think that he's going to come back from a grade 2 hamstring injury in 4 weeks, they're really delusional because it's again, it shows me that they've never. I'm going to sound like a douche, that they've never played any sport because. Anything down the leg, hamstring, thigh, or calf, if you get a muscle strain on that, that takes ages to recover, especially a hamstring, which the recurrence of the injury after you've been injured is extremely high. So the length of recovery is even longer because of that. So he is out until the new year. Just guaranteed he will not come back until January, at least. At least. So
apparently he's had that before. He had that at his previous club.
Yeah, and the worrying aspect is he's had that before, so they have to be even more careful. They have to be even more careful now because he's had that injury before. So
the positive thing is he's young. He's 22.
Yeah, very young.
That's true. That's true. But
so I was glad that he didn't have any wrapping around it, or he's walking. He's able to walk as well. He's able to stand up. So
what was it? What was it? Was it an impact of a player? Was it the fact he pulled his hamstring? Wasn't it? That was what.
Yeah.
But Ash, that's the biggest thing. I had a grade 2 calf injury. After the first week, it was fine. I had no pain, but you could feel how it's not strong. It took me 3 to 4 months to really feel that I'm like back to normal, kind of. It takes ages, and these are professional athletes. These are at the top level. Okay, I'm telling you, he will not come back until January.
I'm not here right now.
And like I said, I've been busy, so I don't know. So he says it's a fact that he doesn't have a grade 3 tear. Thank you.
I didn't say grade 3. I said grade 2. Grade 2 is not 1 month. Grade 2.
It's a fact that the recovery for grade 2 is 3 to 8 weeks. It's fact that 4 weeks will have passed. Okay, yeah. So I mean, like I said, I didn't see the news, but that is good news. If he's not out till February, then that is my only fear. Though, is that we rush him back. If we do that,
I think the fact is at the moment. To be honest, I'm not going to listen to that at the moment because the thing is, he's going to be prone to it. That was the worst injury for Van der Ven. That was the worst injury. When he's a pacey defender, that was the worst injury he could have got. Yeah. Yes. And for me, I would be very, very careful with that, to be honest with you, because you can make that worse. So for me, I wouldn't be rushing him. I will not be rushing him at all because the way that he plays his game, he's gonna pull it
it's grade 3, man. Sorry, Alex. The guy keeps commenting. I never said it's grade 3. Stop arguing with yourself. Like, come on to the show instead of just posting stupid shit about me. Like, stop. Just come on to the show. Sorry, Alex. Go on.
I mean, Brighton. If he comes in at Brighton, the end of I know like Newcastle's what, the 12th? No, when's Newcastle? 10th of December. But we could stay it out until Brighton. That's only like 3 games after. It's not. I think the end of after Boxing Day, bring him back. That's still early. That's still early.
I take you guys will partner Romero and Davis, right? Or was it Romero and Dyer?
even
Yeah, Romero and Davies.
I mean, guys, even Ange in his press conference said we're not going to see them until the new year.
But I think he was just talking. The other ones there,
Some
like
managers. I mean, look at Mourinho. I mean, not Mourinho. I mean, you lot, you're classic for it. Every North London derby, especially Pochettino. Oh, Kane's not fit. He's not going to be there. Starting 11 every single time. Every single goddamn time. This guy. Not even just Mourinho. Oh, Mourinho was the same. Oh, no, Kane's not fit. He's not ready. This guy is in the 11. Every time.
Before Conor leaves, since we went through the Spurs schedule, I wanted to go through Arsenal's next couple games. So they got a road game at Brentford, then a home game at Champions League to Lens, then a home game against the very Wolves. Then they go to Luton, tough Luton Town. So that game against Liverpool. So that's not was a gimme at Luton. And then at Aston Villa, who's better at home than away. Yeah. Then they have PSV. Also, when you play Champions League, you got a loaded schedule. They play PSV at PSV, then home against Brighton, then a big one at Liverpool, and then they host West Ham. Before these guys go, I'm saying now, drop points against Brentford, drop points against
Brentford,
Villa, against Brentford, Villa, Liverpool.
Okay, that's Villa.
That's not crazy. That's not crazy. It's at Villa. It's at Villa.
Away, yeah, I wouldn't count my chickens on that one.
I'll be reasonable.
We beat Villa. We beat Villa though last year. Like we beat them
this year.
Do you know what? It's the classic Unai Emery one.
Stell's not here, but Stell's
okay.
Like, can I just say something right here? And I know it's predictions and all that, but I don't know. It's difficult because I still, and Stefan's gonna fucking kill me for saying this. I still don't think we're playing the football that we were playing last season. I don't think we've played football that's proven that we can go ahead and progress. I don't. And Stefan, I know we scored more goals or we've conceded less.
We haven't scored.
It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't. And I know we've had injuries, and I can completely understand that. I can respect that. But and all I'm saying is, and I'm sticking to it. One team is going to lose at Luton. Big Six will lose at Luton away this season, and I'm scarcely believing that that's going to be us. I'm being serious. Because
not gonna lose to Luton away, man.
Listen, clip it. I swear to God, there'll be one team.
Conor, man,
there'll be one team. Anyway, my point I'm trying to say is right. Personally, if I'm being honest, and I'm taking away all the bullshit, I think we're going to beat Brentford away. Because and I know Brentford well, and away they're tough. I'm not taking that. I've been to the games. I mean, I was there when they beat United 4-0. Fantastic game. I enjoyed it. Loved it. And Ronaldo was right in front of me, and I just saw him just breaking down. I thought, wow, it's fantastic. Anyway, I think we're going to beat Brentford. Champions League, I think we're through to the knockouts, but God knows.
No. If we win the next Champions League game, I don't know if you guys.
It's 1 point, isn't it?
If we beat Lens, we guarantee our next Champions League game is obsolete.
It's 1 point. I think we need, right?
No. If we beat Lens, we go 4 points ahead of Lens. And as a result, we win the group automatically with no.
No, I know, but isn't it just so we just need 1 point, right? Was it another win that we need? I don't know.
No, we need a win. We need a win to guarantee first spot. So we win at home against Lens, and then our next Champions League game, send the kids to Holland.
So I can agree. I can agree with that. For me, I think we're going to beat Brentford. Wolves at home, we should be beating. Luton away, I'm not taking any risk for that one because I swear to God.
Why? Because they drew with
Liverpool. I'm telling you, if Liverpool can draw there, anything can happen. Aston Villa away, I think honestly, I think we could lose that one. So I do think Aston Villa, Unai Emery. I'm not writing them off. I'm really not. Brighton. Look at what happened last season with Brighton at home. It can happen again. Again, I'm not writing that one off.
Yeah, but Liverpool, we beat them 4-2 away though.
Jesus,
so it can happen that way also.
Oh, you got to deep that Villa, Brighton, and Liverpool. That is
that one's fucking that one's.
That is 3 big games, and that's in the middle of a Champions League game as well. So In total,
It depends, though. It depends, Connor. If
That's
we win the
great.
last game, the
Yeah,
Champions
yeah,
League.
out of 20 points, 3, 6, 9.
I'm going for 15.
I'm going to go for
15, 16.
wait, sorry, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for 15 out of 20. I think we'll lose to Liverpool. I do, because at Anfield away, we
never
turn up
play well there.
every time. And we're going to lose, in my opinion, either Brighton or Aston Villa. I do, and I think we'll beat West Ham at home.
Brighton are looking
Just
really
away.
leggy. Really leggy, man. They're looking so leggy.
I know, but it's nostalgia. You know, clearly look to last season, you think. But then again, our confidence was torn. I was like, oh, maybe not. But I think, listen, at the end of the day, I want 20 out of 20. I do. If I think Arsenal can really go for it, I'll say our only one where we'll drop points.
Connor, you let me just go give you a more positive perspective.
Hit me.
You shat on Arsenal, rightfully so, because we play like crap against Chelsea, and you said I expected to win. Man City, Chelsea outplayed Man City far more than they outplayed. They had so many chances again. The XG for Chelsea at the end was like something crazy, like in terms of the actual chance that they created.
Oh, please don't start with the XG. Don't start with the XG.
The amount of shots they had. Just the game
that means that they're useless then. I mean that they're useless then because only scored. How many goals did they score?
They scored
boys?
4 goals against Man City, man. What do you mean?
Well, that's useless. Then they should have won the game then if they had so much XG, isn't it? Honestly, I'm no absolute nonsense.
But, Alex, I agree, but everybody shitted on Arsenal, including Conor, and I was disappointed. But it seems like going to the bridge and getting a point wasn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, no, but that's not the first time, Stefan. We've been poor a lot of times this season. And we've won games, but we've been poor in the games.
Which,
you need to sort out your standards, Stefan, man. Because the thing is, though, you like I said before, yeah.
Can I drop a bomb?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Can I drop a quick bomb?
Oh, yeah, it was Chelsea, wasn't it? Chelsea that lost the league, wasn't it? Oh, it was, yeah. So I remember I got it a little bit wrong. I'm in the mud there a little bit there. Sorry about that. But yeah, but if you're saying that, yeah, but at the end of the day, yeah, right? Chelsea let you back in that game, really. Let's be honest here.
And you could argue the same with Man City. You could argue the same. They let in Man City with their terrible defensive play.
I'm going to drop a bomb here right now, and it's factual, and it's not because of the score. It's just because of how we played. The best football we've played this season was PSV, Bournemouth, and Sheffield, and it wasn't because it was 4 and 5-0. Well, it was part of that because we smashed them. But I don't believe that we have played good enough football in any of the other games. I think in the wins that we've got, Everton 1-0, Palace 1-0, Forest 2-1. What else? City 1-0, 2-2 against Chelsea. That's what I mean. Man. There's no convincing. Listen, I know you can look at the results, and some people might not watch the Arsenal games, but I've watched them, and I'm not gonna lie, Stefan. And you might kill me for this. I'm falling asleep. I'm on my phone. Like I want to be invested in watching. I'm thinking, oh, we're gonna counter every single time, like back and forth. And listen, I can understand it can be to do with injuries. I think Jorginho slows our play a lot. I think, and when we have Partey in the team, it's different. It's different. And I think the fact that Martinelli and Saka have been found out, and they have.
How have they been found out?
Because they've been locked off by the fullback and the winger every goddamn game, Stefan. Apart from
every goddamn game, Saka has a goal or an assist every game, man. What the fuck are you watching? Like this is what I mean, Mari. By Arsenal fans do not deserve anything.
But look at the stats.
What are you on about, man?
Saka scores penalties, not open field. Like he has very few.
The fuck is that argument? Yes. Do you know why Spurs maybe create more? Is because every single team that plays against Arsenal puts 10 men behind the ball, and we have to break down a low block.
The low block.
Because you have that problem.
Because we don't change that. We haven't found out a tactic to get through the low blocks.
We haven't found out a tactic.
No, because look at our performances against them. They've been trash, Stefan.
They have performances against teams have been trash. Beating Bournemouth 4-0, beating Sheffield 5-0.
Look, it's Bournemouth and Sheffield, 2 relegated sides. Stefan.
Oh, suckers been found out.
He has. I'm sorry, he has. Stefan, I know, and I know we can say he's been injured. Listen. I know he's been injured. I know Saka's been injured, and he's not been. Oh, these guys, man. I know that. I know Saka's been injured, and he's not 100%.
Saka's been.
I know Martinelli was. And I know.
Are you saying Saka's been playing bad?
I haven't seen. He's not been the player that he was playing last season. No.
Okay, maybe.
And he's not been allowed to play the way he likes to play, which is cutting inside. Because every game we play, there's always a fullback and a winger on him. Every game. And Arteta hasn't come up with a way, and Arteta has not come up with a way to change the tactic. Same with Martinelli. He hasn't.
Conor, there's only one way you can play. There's very few ways you can play against a team that puts 9 or 10 men behind the ball.
Play the overlapping runner. We did that with Tilly and
Ben White overlaps all the time.
Not enough now. He plays inverted now.
Okay,
we don't play the overlapping runner.
Are we as
Stefan, we always, and when Saka can't play the ball forward and he can't get across it, he has to play the ball back. And we're going back to Saliba.
Conor,
and then we're doing it all over again.
It's our style. Okay. I'm going to give you the other end of the coin now. Yes, if you watch Liverpool, they're more exciting. I watched them against Brentford. That scoreline flattered them. The amount of times Brentford broke into their line and had one-on-ones with Alisson, Brentford should have scored at least 1 or 2 goals in that game. And that's what Arteta wants to remove, that kind of basketball end-to-end match, which, yes, it's not as entertaining as last season. However, we have the best defense in the league. We give away the least amount of chances. We have the most amount of control in the league because the amount of time that the ball is spent within the opponent final third is the most when Arsenal plays, us and Man City. So it reduces the chance that there's a... I get what Arteta's trying to do. And also, we're trying to play this, in my opinion, from a physical perspective, because of the fact that if you play end-to-end, little bit chaotic like Liverpool does, I think the amount of injuries that a team will get will be higher than if you play a controlling type of play like Man City do, for example. So should we be more effective? I agree with you in terms of our final third play has not been the best. But for you to say that it's been shit, we've scored 3 less goals than last year. We have 2 or 3 less points than last year. In most of the metrics, apart from chances created, goals scored, and XG accumulated, we are better than last year.
Isn't that the main things though?
How many points, Stefan, you guys get out of 20?
Isn't that the main, Stefan? Isn't what you just said that there's 3 things the main things you got to be when you're attacking?
No, it's
anyway,
not.
I want to actually away from that because we're going to go on. I want to throw something. I've been banging about this for so long, right? You know how I mentioned earlier about I feel like Odegaard needs someone next to him, right? Why can't Mikel Arteta play Alexander Zinchenko in midfield? Why?
I agree with that. I don't know why.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, he would be perfect there. He doesn't have to worry about going back and defending.
I don't think
he's
physicality, in my opinion. I think that's the main reason.
I think it's just an opportunity wasted, in honesty, Stefan. I think it's an opportunity wasted, in my opinion. I really think it is.
But, okay, of course, I disagree. I don't agree with everything
Stefan, how many
Arteta
points?
does. But in terms
Premier League points, Stefan, how many Premier League points?
What? How many Premier League points? What?
Yeah,
That's the question.
Overall this year, how many are we going to get?
No, from Brentford to...
Sorry, Mari.
I think we beat Brentford earlier this season with our second team, and they played pretty much their whole team in the League Cup.
Go on to the Wolves.
I think we'll beat them because they don't have Tony, and that was the main guy that kind of tormented us last year. So that's 3 points. I think we're going to beat Brentford. Then, I think Wolves, they don't do well away from home, and we usually beat them at home. So I think we should win that game.
All right.
Luton away, we're going to win. No, it's not a trap game. No, we're going to win. Luton are awful. 9. So that's 9 points. Then what's the next game?
We go with all the games apart from Liverpool, right?
No, Villa. I'm worried about Villa. Villa, I think, will get a draw because Villa are really good at home. Like Emery's record at home.
At Liverpool. Is that what you're saying?
Liverpool, I think will. We never play well at Anfield. That's the thing.
That's the truth.
I'm being optimistic. I think a draw. I honestly think we'll beat Villa because we have a really good record at Villa Park. Even last year, we're still the only team that's beaten them since February at home.
So 15 points.
So basically, you guys are not losing any games.
Well, no, Liverpool.
No, I see us potentially losing at Anfield. That's the only
15
thing.
points. 15 points is what he said.
15, 16 points. Yeah, I really do. Because let's be honest, if we don't pick up points away to Brentford, who don't have Tony, at home to Wolves, who are not very good away from home, Luton are a championship side, and then we have, and then
if we lose to Luton, I'm going to make a hat saying I was right, or like a shirt, because
I'm not going to look
stressed.
That Liverpool game, if we look at it objectively, I know we took the piss out of Liverpool for it, and Luton did play well in the second half. The amount of chances Liverpool had, Darwin Núñez missed one of the easiest chances I've ever seen.
Yeah, twice. Didn't he do it twice? I think something like that. Well, listen, if we put in Eddie, he'll score a hat trick because that's his level, Championship. So
yeah, they haven't lost at their ground. Okay, so
big up to Will with a super chat. Woo! $10. Got me dancing on this. Spurs had the easiest first 10, but Arsenal second, and have the easiest first 16. By game 16, you will have played only 3.
Let me just
top 6. We have played.
Let me just counter this. Every single big team.
We just made this stream longer.
No, wait. Let me just counter it. Every big team that Spurs have played has been at home, apart from Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool. So that means, Will, when April and March hits, you're gonna have to go to Anfield, where you never win. You're gonna have to go to Old Trafford, when you never win. You're going to have to go to Stamford Bridge, which you never win there. Everybody knows this.
Didn't they beat United 6-1? Didn't they beat United 6-1?
No.
True.
And no, they didn't beat United last year. They lost 2-0.
Oh, no, I'm on about when they beat them 6. If we said they never win at Old Trafford and they won 6-1.
I mean, yeah, they won 6-1, but their record at Old Trafford is not very good.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, so they rarely win there. So, okay. You can have your little...
Do you know what? I think it's safe to say that the end of season review will probably be the most watched thing on this channel.
I cannot wait, Conor. I cannot wait.
That's going to be hell, especially if one team does something.
I hope Stell and will show up, though. I really hope they're on the show then, because I cannot wait for that.
Stefan again. Like Stelios does.
I'm always on the show, man. I'm always on the show. I'll always show up.
Yeah, but Stelios does turn up, man. I will defend him on that.
Okay.
We're having the Content Creators Awards show.
Is that where he is? Is that where he is tonight?
No, tonight is all of YouTube. They have the Content Creators Awards show. So he maybe just wanted to see, maybe might have upset for the most politically correct channel of the year, maybe coming away. I mean, you just never know, but still always, and they always show up, but they have lives.
Yeah, exactly. They always turn up. Will show up when he needs to show up. He will show up.
Okay.
He will go on about stats. What he knows that I'd say that I don't like stats. They'll say people play FIFA to play stats. Don't care whether he doesn't like it or not. He knows that I don't like stats. Don't care.
Seems like you are, Will.
But no, he isn't hiding. They don't hide. They do not hide. That's one thing that I will not say about it. Stelios will never hide. He'll turn up and make
a straw hat. He'll make his
opinion. I'll defend him on that. Definitely, I'll definitely defend him on that.
Will has
I'm just shit talking here, man. Like, I'm not taking it seriously. Like, I'm just shit talking Stell like he would shit talk me. Like, it's fine. Like, I'm not. Okay, I just want to ask Will, because we all asked each other for our run up how many points we're gonna get. Will, how many points are Spurs gonna get in the next 6 games? Guys, watch this. He's gonna say 15 or 16 points.
Okay.
Please, I want Will to write in the chat how many points Spurs are gonna get from. I forgot now the teams. Villa, Man City, Newcastle, Brighton, West Ham. Yeah.
All right, let me put the Spurs schedule back up. Let me put it.
I want Will to write it in the chat, because he said they would win against Wolves. That definitely happened.
Let me see. Okay, let me share the screen. Share screen.
calculator.
And okay. So our next 6, right? We went 6. We went Villa, City, West Ham, Newcastle, Forest, Everton. Do you want to go on to Brighton? No, 18.
No. 6. Just leave those 6 games and let's ask, because he made fun of my point about Arsenal. Let's see how many points he actually predicts for Spurs. I'm intrigued. I'm really intrigued, actually. If you can write it in the actual chat.
I think I personally
I'm
think
going for something similar to what Mari and Ash said, around 6 to 7 points. I think he'll beat West Ham at home.
Where do you guys think you're going to finish now on the table now? Do you just think this is going to take a massive hit on your season now, like out of top 4? All this guy, like you're saying 6 and 7 points, that is dropping. Like that's dropping.
They're gonna by the end of December, I predict they're gonna be.
Stefan, if they finish 8th, like or 7th, like you said, I'll round of applause to you because I've generally thought I thought they were going to finish top 4. But listen, we're only in November. Like, listen, we're not even halfway through the season. I don't think so.
Wow, Mark said
I'm not changed. I've not changed. I said we're going to be 8th this season at best, and that's it. So
Jesus,
I'm not changed.
11's fair. I had 7.
11. Wait. 11 from where? Which teams are you beating? That's 3 wins.
We both said 15.
Oh my god!
I hope we get 15. I would love it. I would love it.
That means you're gonna win 5 from 6.
This is the problem with Tottenham fans. This is the problem with Tottenham fans, though. Yeah, right. And I have defended certain times of Postecoglou. Yeah, but this Postecoglou thing, you can't criticize him. Yeah. Where I sit, I hear it from Tottenham fans. That people just can't criticize him because if you criticize him, that's a bad thing. That's bad
Arteta.
thing.
That is Arteta. You can't.
And I'm sitting there thinking, well,
I don't know if you know, but you know damn well.
The thing that's so good about it, the thing that's so bad about it as well, yeah. Because me and Asmatic have had conversations, yeah, right. And
so this is where they got 15 because they think we're just gonna lose the City. We're going to win.
You're going to beat Villa, Newcastle. No, guys, seriously. Tell me, how can I not rub it in your face later? Like, how can someone save 15 points from a run up like that? Like, without
imagine if song goes. Oh my god!
Stefan, why are you getting stressful? I'm
not getting stressful.
You're getting stressful, like you know, like bro. If they're wrong, you can better them, bruv. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, bro, like you really don't know the game of YouTube, bruv. You know what I mean? You need some teaching from Mr. Box Office, like the main event, the main is killer, bruv. You know, the Professor of Truth and Entertainment, bruv. Yeah. You know what I mean? Honestly, you haven't got the program. You know what I mean? Sorry, even Asmatic's got the program. You know what I mean? Honestly, I don't even know where to go with this, bruv. You know what I mean? Come on. That's what it is, yeah.
A draw against Villa, a loss against City, 3 against West Ham, 1 against Newcastle, 3 against Forest, 3 against Everton. That's not bad.
Realistic.
Away to Forest is okay. I mean,
it's realistic because I had 3 points. I had 3 points for Forest, Everton, and then I had us losing to Villa, City. Getting a point. No,
getting a point at West Ham.
Well, yeah, get a point at West Ham. And then do we have
at home, Ash?
Romero's back by West Ham.
Okay, so
you know what Romero's like, those Ash, though. You know what Romero's like. You know what I mean?
I know.
You know what certain players like West Ham players are like. You know what Bowen could do, yeah. You see what Bowen can do, yeah.
That game,
yeah.
Can you imagine Romero?
Don't get twisted, but it's not the same like Arsenal or Chelsea. Do you know what I'm saying? Where he loses.
They really hate you guys, man. Ash, they really hate you guys.
The fans do.
I know that, yeah.
And the players do understand it, but it's just not the same type of.
West Ham hates you guys. Like
the same.
11 points is possible. It's definitely 7 to 11 is definitely possible. 15 is basically saying we win every game except the City game, which
you're deluded. That's deluded. Now that is
I'm telling you guys, book this now. You can make fun of me. Arsenal will be 8 to 9 points ahead of you by the end of the year.
Cubed, I'm learning about Arteta
but
89 points. 89.
Steph, why you keep on going
to
on
9
about
points.
Tottenham for?
I don't know about that because I have you guys
I'm
losing
telling you
to
guys. You will see.
Liverpool and Villa and dropping a point at Brentford. Maybe 4 points.
You're really high on Brentford, huh? I'm
Yeah,
actually
it's
surprised.
right after
I wouldn't
international
write them
break.
off, Stefan. We got
It's
off
right
very
after
lightly at
international
Brentford.
break,
I
I'm
mean,
telling
we
you.
got off very lightly at Brentford, Stefan.
Okay.
It was only a 1-0 win. Like and listen, it was a second string team. It was a second
But we
string
were
team.
better in that game, though. We were better in
No,
that
I
game.
know, I get that, but I wouldn't write off Brentford. You know,
No,
especially.
I'm not writing them off, but
Yeah.
without Tony, man, it's a big miss.
But I
It's
know
a
I get
huge
that.
miss.
But in Burmo and Vissa are doing the job. I wouldn't, especially in Burmo. And Burmo is rapid.
He could finish 2 as well. You
And
know?
I wouldn't if
Well,
if
he
I was
couldn't finish against Liverpool, that's for
if I
sure.
was
He missed 2
Arteta-
one-on-ones.
if I was Arteta, I would not be starting Alexander Zinchenko on that left back row against
I
Brentford.
agree.
Because that would be a death
starting
sentence.
Tomiyasu. I would be
Yeah,
starting-
100%.
I agree.
I mean, I know Tomiyasu got run ragged by that Burnley player, but
We got it clipped.
How did he get run ragged? Because he
8
made
or
that
9
one
points.
mistake?
Well, give me a number.
No, what I mean by
Is it
that,
8
he
or 9?
was faster, Stefan.
Steph, is it 8 or 9 points?
From what?
From
With
Spurs'
opening.
next 6 games, what do you say?
At the end of December, I predict we'll be 8 or 9 points ahead of you.
I mean, you gotta give me one. Is it 8 or 9? You gotta give me a number. Is it 8
Okay,
or
I'm gonna be arrogant. 9 points.
wow? Okay.
Stefan, fuck.
I'm telling you guys are not.
I'm not basing it on how we perform. I think Arsenal has some tough games too. That's why I'm just like,
I don't know how we get through this without
We do have
Jesus.
tough games. We do have tough games, but those tough games that you named, the Brightons and the Liverpools, if we beat Lens at home, we'll have 2 full weeks to recover. Because of the fact that the final Champions League game will be obsolete. It will be meaningless.
Yeah, but you know Arteta, he'll play Saka and all them lots still.
No, he won't.
Oh, he
He's
does.
not gonna play Saka in a meaningless champion. He'll play the kids. He'll probably play the second
He
string.
would play Saka and his kids under Sunday League team.
Yes.
I'm telling you. And the reason, by the way, the reason I was moaning about
Saka in
Arteta,
that game.
yeah, the reason I was moaning about Arteta was because what Alex said is a lot of Arsenal fans.
found out, won't let him out.
Like, no,
Let's see.
what Alex said about
Let him go. It won't let him out.
Jesus Christ.
Found out.
What Alex said about Spurs fans saying that you can't say this about Ange because it's Ange. That is it's most Arsenal fans down to a T. You cannot say anything wrong about Arteta. If you say anything, this famous quote which Stefan will hate, the famous quote from Lee Gunner. If you don't like Arteta, mate, you can F off down the lane. For all I care, you can F off down the lane. That's all it is.
Okay.
And I tell you, if we do not win anything this season, Arsenal fans are starting to turn. I'm telling you. If we don't win anything, they'll turn. I'm not sitting here for another 5 goddamn years with no trophies.
Conor, you've had 4 years of it, yeah.
Yes, and I'm tired.
You've had money to spend as well, yeah. And I'm still hearing excuses from Arsenal fans, yeah.
You will.
And this is
Alex,
a Tottenham fan. This is a Tottenham fan that's not coming with hate, yeah. This is truthful, yeah. You know what I mean? Like I said before, I'm more focused on my team because I'm more arguing my own fans. You know what I mean? Rather than other rivals. You know what I mean? I've got a challenge dealing with my deluded fans. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about asthmatic, by the way, because he's actually talked some truth into me. You know what I mean? Because he has some good points. You know what I mean? Even Mari sometimes. You know what I mean? You know, but and I've got to say my boy Kuva as well. You know what I mean? So, but I'm sorry, but I do think you do need to win something this season. Yes. You have to win something this season.
We all agree. Alex, we all
because
agree.
If you don't win something this season, you're going to be ending up like where Tottenham were when with Pochettino. You know what I mean? And I thought it was harsh with Pochettino with the things that he had to go through with going to a new stadium. Arteta didn't even need to go to a new stadium, bro.
What did he have to go through, Alex? The first 2 years.
But he had to deal with these shit players.
Wait.
All the same excuse.
Again, this is another misconception. The first 2 years before you moved to the stadium, the league was at its weakest, where every single team, including Man City, were not good. Spurs, the year when Leicester won, everybody was shit in the league, and you still couldn't do it. So this concept that Arsenal now have probably Man City, which is probably the toughest opponent maybe since the Man United Arsenal days or the Chelsea days in terms of competition to win the league, because Man City are as close to a perfect team as possible. So, you have Liverpool, who are also I personally don't rate them as highly as people do, but they're also looking stronger this year. So this concept that I want us to win, I expect us to actually win a trophy this year, but would I fire Arteta if we don't? No, I wouldn't. I think that would be really, like, with all our players being so young, we
And
can
the
only get
spiral
better.
continues, and it continues, and it continues. Like, when
You win next season. Do you guys
when
win
does
next
it end, Robbie? When does it end, Robbie? Like, that's what I
Yeah,
mean.
when
When
does
does
it
it
end?
end?
win next season? Stefan, does Arsenal win next season?
If Arsenal doesn't win next year, I told this to Conor, then I will question the coach, because I think in the summer the Cronkies are gonna go all out again, and we're gonna sign the final, because I think this squad is almost perfect. We just need what Conor said, and we need, in my opinion, another either a center back or a DM. Okay, yeah. Well, you know what? At least I've seen my team actually win the league. You haven't been born since your team went there. But
You were
thanks
like
for
In
talking
my, in
about
my
my.
opinion, the reason, do you know what the reason is for
5
me?
years old,
Do you,
Stefan.
do you know what it is?
No, it's just like, what is he saying now? It's like,
Stefan,
sorry, Conor, go
the
on.
reason, do you know what? And we speak about this, Stefan, and you sound impatient, and I can understand that, right? The reason I'm so impatient is I talk to people, a lot of Arsenal fans who are a lot older than me, like you, Stefan, a lot older than me. I'm only 20 years old. So I was born the year we won the league, the last one, a league title. And I've got to know people who have really put my mind into a state where, Arsenal are the third biggest club in this country for a reason, because we've won so much and the history we've got. And and to put it politely, it pisses me off a bit when, we're going this long without a league title, and I know that my club was so successful at such a time, and I just can't. And it just bores me when I know that even with Unai Emery, it was the same with Unai Emery, but it's been longer than that, and towards the end tenure of Arsene Wenger. How much longer do we have to wait? And for me, the only answer is if Arteta doesn't win us a title, because we're at that point now. We are the second year in a row. We are competing currently for a league title.
I agree, Conor.
Yeah, no. So my point is, if we do not succeed at this point with all this money, and this is going back to Unai Emery, and the end of it, well, Wenger didn't really spend that much at the end of his tenure, but
he did spend.
Well,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, no, he did. I'm not saying, but not the amount that we're spending now with Arteta and Unai Emery.
Yeah,
all this money and accumulating with Unai Emery to over £1 billion and no major honour. You've got to get in the best of the best. Somewhat. You've got to, because
I mean,
you got to be ruthless.
United and Liverpool.
Wait. This is the thing. Like, Spurs fans are, when they talk about Arsenal having to win this stuff, it's kind of like they're trying to sowing the seeds of like instability within the Arsenal fan base. We have won since the Emery era, which is an FA Cup. It's not that much, but again, the thing where I get annoyed about from Arsenal fans is they don't, from what I've read, from what I've seen in other sports, it is so difficult to create a winning culture, especially to build on, especially when that culture was decimated over a long period of time, which in my opinion, ever since we moved to the Emirates Stadium, that culture of what Conor and Lee Gunner, almost like, they're Real Madrid fans, which is they expect a trophy every single season, which is great, have these standards. That was decimated and downplayed immediately because we had to sell our best player. You can roll your eyes, but it rubs into the club, Conor. When your club, when Arsene Wenger says top 4 is a trophy after we move to the Emirates, that rubs into the club. Why have Spurs not won anything?
Okay, that's but Spurs, no disrespect, boys. Spurs are not on the level of Arsenal in terms of trophies. Now, when I talk about Liverpool hadn't won a league title in how many years? 30 odd years.
Yeah,
Klopp came in, a very well experienced manager, and had won titles before in Germany. Came in, took a couple of years. Fair enough, they were in a process, can call it that. Then went ahead to win 2 major honours with that club. Exactly what you just said. We're trying to rub in a winning culture. It's because we've been through bullshit, Stefan.
It took Klopp 5 years to win a league title. Don't forget that. It took him. Yes, he won a Champions League before that. That's an incredible achievement. but it was harder for Klopp to win a league title than a Champions League. Don't forget, because he's won one league title with an incredible Liverpool team that accumulated 97 points, 94 points, which would have won the league in most years.
Yep.
Okay. Yes. Well, can you please put the number of trophies you won in the last 7 years? Will, please put them here. Please put them on here. You're putting so many numbers. Put that number. Just like this guy, man. It's like
the point I'm trying to make is I want to be doing the things that you should be doing as a football player.
I love when you bring that up. I can understand if you're a Chelsea fan and you bring up, hey,
it's not one. We've won two, Mari. Last 7 years, we won the FA Cup in 2017 and we won the FA Cup in 2020.
I just watch these teams. I watch these teams around us, like Liverpool, like Chelsea, like Man City.
Like Chelsea? Really? Did you say
they
Chelsea?
just won the Champions League. Listen, Stefan, hear me out, man.
Yes, because there was a culture. There was a culture.
We haven't won a major honour in 20
Holy grail.
When is it time to actually act and do the big boy shit? Like going for managers like Ancelotti. Like, it's just like when are we going to be stopping in this cocoon of when do we go out?
Do you not look at the other clubs and the mistakes they make and learn from them? When clubs sign coaches that do not fit their philosophy, because I remember Lee Gunner calling for fucking Allegri at one point. Look at what he's doing at Juve, destroying every single young player, like your favorite guy.
I like Allegri. He's horrible.
Like your favorite guy, Thomas Tuchel, who lost in the third round to fucking Saarbrücken. So please,
Mikel Arteta's lost to teams in the third round, and yet he gets called one of the best young managers in the game.
Who?
Huh?
Who are you talking about now?
What I'm trying to say is you just point out Thomas Tuchel got knocked out to the third to this team. Mikel Arteta's been knocked out to round 3 teams, but yet he's the best young manager in the game at the moment.
Well, a lot of people look. We just need to break through. If you look at successful teams and cultures, it took the Colorado Avalanche 8 years with their coach. Sixers. I think it was 7 years to break through.
How long?
He doesn't have Manchester City.
What do we need to break through?
Example, but we have to we got to end the show because it is getting late. People have been asking if next week we will have a show next Thursday. I'm gonna say no because it's Thanksgiving. It's Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah.
But I will get with the guys to see maybe we could get something on Wednesday or maybe something on Friday. But definitely on Thursday. I know TJ will be eating turkey. I'll be eating turkey on next Thursday. So we will have to find some other way of having the show next week. A couple other chats. Last season was the lowest total in 5 years, and it's still could be City. That is true. Yep. And then continue to compete for nothing. Stefan. Celebrating 2 trophies in 7 years. LOL. Like I said,
just the gall of Spurs fans to come at Arsenal fans about competing for trophies and expect it's hilarious. It's like the Cleveland Browns fans telling the Pittsburgh Steelers, "Hey, you guys need to win a Super Bowl this year. You definitely need to win a Super Bowl." Because we won none, but we're gonna expect the Pittsburgh Steelers who won 6 to win a Super Bowl. Okay.
I love it. I love how you give fuel to this guy, Stefan, man. You know what I mean? You just need to mention Tottenham, yeah. And he just goes off on one and another.
The Super Bowl is like winning the Premier League.
We are the third biggest club in this country. We need to win major fucking
It's a
honors.
bad analogy.
I agree.
This guy's 20 years old, brother. He talks more sense than you, Stefan, every single time, brother. I gotta tell you.
Listen. Mikel Arteta, if Mikel Arteta wins a title this season for Arsenal, which I don't think he will, if he wins it,
I want you to buy a jersey. If Mikel Arteta wins the league this year, I want you to buy an Arsenal kit with Arteta at the back and wear it on the show.
I'd get a tattoo of Mikel Arteta on my arm. I would.
Deal. Okay.
I'll get Mikel Arteta right there on my arm.
Don't say it, Conor.
No, I will do that. I will get
do it
on my arm if Arsenal win the league this season.
Win the league.
Yeah. If Arsenal win the league this season, I'll get Mikel Arteta tattooed on my arm.
The FA Cup is not winning the league. You compared it to the Super Bowl. Super Bowl is like winning the league. in football. The
I
FA
didn't
Cup.
compare the FA Cup to the Super Bowl.
You use Pittsburgh and Cleveland,
Yeah.
and you can't.
No, I use the analogy of teams that don't win anything, like your club has for the last 30 years.
We're not talking about
to
Tottenham.
teams that have
We're
won
talking
things.
about Arsenal. Get back to your lane about Arsenal, bro.
Get back to what lane you in? When
I
you
talk
win
about
trophies,
Arsenal.
man.
Stop talking about Tottenham.
I
We know
just
we're
said-
shit. We know we're crap.
When
So
Chelsea
don't
wins
talk about
Don't
Tottenham.
talk to Arsenal.
I
Don't
can't
talk
say
to
anything
Arsenal.
because they've
Yo.
won Premier Leagues within the last 10
Oh
years.
my
They won
God, I'm going Jamaican right now.
You guys have only won 2 trophies more than us in the last 7 years. 2, and that's the
And in
FA
the
Cup.
last 30, Mari,
that's
how many
the
more
FA
trophies have we
And
won?
that's
in
the
it?
FA Cup. And
Why
that's the
are you
FA
comparing
Cup.
them to Spurs, Stefan? He's just making the point that we haven't won
No,
anything. And listen,
I don't know.
Spurs haven't won as many trophies as Arsenal. The reason that they keep bringing us up is this is the standard. This is the fucking standard, guys. This is the
I
fucking
agree.
standard.
There I agree.
As this clown tries to tell us now and then, like it comes to a point where you literally do say, when is this shit going to end and we're actually going to go ahead and lift a major honor? When? Am I going to be 60?
When is this shit gonna end? This
Yeah.
is what I mean. We like
When? When
dude,
is
we
the
were
continuous
14
not
when
winning
we
anything?
sacked Emery, man.
The last time you won a championship, Leicester City still won the championship and won the FA Cup before you guys. So what you saying, bro? What I'm saying?
That
What
is
you saying? You know what I'm saying? You're defending this guy.
You
And
do,
now
that is
Savinieri,
true.
who's supposed to be washed up, bruv. So what you saying? And Brendan
is
Rodgers,
true.
who's washed up as well. So what you saying?
but
You know what
Alex,
I mean?
you realize
And
this
you're not
record
even going to
applies
pair
to
it.
you too, right? The
Yeah,
last
but I
time
know
you won
about
a league
teasing them,
title,
bruv. I argue my fans
know
every
this.
single week. Don't
We
you think
know
I
this.
call them
Was
the
there-
moody?
Welcome to
I
the
do you think I
club.
call myself in the box office, the main event, the
Welcome to the
professor
club.
of triple
I'm sorry,
entertainment,
20
bruv?
years. 20 years compared to fucking 60 years is a bit different, guys. I'm
Bro,
So,
sorry.
so
yeah,
long.
Yeah, okay.
you're
You were still
arguing.
in Spurs 20 years ago. You were
But
still
bro, you are making arguments that make no sense when we are the guys that actually talk real about our team, bruv. I argue with my own fans, bruv.
not Will in
I
the comments.
argue
Not
with
here.
my own fans, yeah, telling them how deluded they are, saying that Højbjerg is the best thing since sliced bread, Romero is the best player than Saliba and Van Dijk. Look at the other way. You know what I mean? And the Charlison needs to get another chance. Son's the best captain in the world when he flopped against Wolves as well, bruv. You know what I mean? And you're chatting to me about saying we shouldn't
I'm
chat
not
to you about
chatting to you,
trophies.
Alex, I'm
I'm
chatting
not
to
chatting to you
you.
about trophies. You need to sort out your own standards, bruv. Look at your own standards, brother, yeah? Before you start chatting
At
to
this
me,
rate,
bruv, right
at this
now.
rate, Manchester City will catch us up in league titles. At this rate, I'm being serious. I'm not even taking the piss at this point. It'll be this year. This year, if they win it, it'll be 10. They're 3 behind us. I swear to God. I swear to God. Then we'll shit ourselves, Stefan.
Yeah, I swear to God, they only had 115 financial charges.
Yeah, at least they've got a manager who wins shit. They've got
Conor,
a
you're just giving him
world-class
too much fuel
manager who wins
of
shit.
rubbish that you're talking about, bruv. You know what I mean?
It's rubbish that I'm
The more
talking
you
about?
talk about trophies to Stefan, Conor, the more that you put fuel in Stefan's box to
it's-
say, "Oh, Tottenham are talking. That's it. That's all you do. That's all you do. Because that's all you hear.
Stefan,
I don't hear anything else.
Wait. Man City, and all of you guys will agree with me on this. Will go down as the least celebrated great team in history, because when Man City win a league title, nobody gives a shit, guys. They can't even fill up their own stadium. They're so plastic. Let's be
So
honest.
let's criticize
I will say,
the
no, but I will say
champions,
this. I will say this. I will
triple
say
winners
this.
now.
I will say this. It's going to probably be 50 years ago if they continue at this rate. They're slowly building, because I just came back from Mexico. Years ago, you would never see a City jersey. Now you're seeing kids wear the Branye, they wear the jersey. So they are building that. They are building that. I wouldn't necessarily say they won't get past the traditional powerhouses, Real Madrid and Barcelona stuff, but they are definitely building their market share.
Just final point. When everybody ridiculed Arsene Wenger, the fact that Chelsea had financially doped that they financially doped their way, Chelsea, to league titles in 2005-06, between that period, everybody laughed at him. Now, with this recent report in The Guardian, nobody's laughing anymore, huh? They're gonna they're gonna dock their points now, from what I'm reading. So it's
I have to disagree with you, and we gotta go because he hasn't really won anything. So if some Arsenal fans like Lee Gunner calls him a clown, they have every right to because they've seen Arsenal coaches who have won stuff, right? Legends compared to Arteta, who's in his 5th year, going to his 5th year. If he doesn't win anything, it's 5 years of
it's Muppet.
nothing. So I don't really. I respect the Arsenal fans who challenge Arteta. You know, how many young managers? How many young managers went?
Murray, this excuse is what makes me die inside, and this is
How
the
many
reason
young
why I wasn't
managers?
going to win anything. This is going to be the excuse. Every single year. He's not young. He's
5 young managers. Bayern, look at what the guy's doing right now. Xabi Alonso, what he's doing in Germany right now.
Yeah.
I can name you a lot of young managers who are winning trophies, who are doing
already
things.
winning the league. Conor, it's November. Relax.
It was November last season. We'd already won the league.
No, we didn't. No, nobody.
Last question. Now we'll end it. Man City have spent less than us in the last 6 years, right? That's when Pep.
Is that
that's when Pep joined Man City. Would you have rather had Pep? Would you rather had Pep now from what happened with City, or stick with Unai Emery and then go with Arteta? What would you rather have, Stefan?
Would I rather have Pep Guardiola now? You mean?
No. Would you rather? So in the last 6 years, Arsenal spent more money than Manchester City. No, listen. So in that case, you'd think, right, more success, buying the right amount of players. What I'm trying to say is, would you rather have Pep for the last 6 years, who's won major titles and a Champions League, or stick with Arteta and have process and have Unai Emery and have one FA Cup?
Argument,
who would you rather have? Who would you rather have?
Because the position of where Arteta took over from Arsenal and the position from where Pep took over Man City. Are you this simplistic?
You reckon that Pep wouldn't be able to do a better job than Mikel Arteta and Unai Emery?
I reckon that he would have done a better job, but he would not have won the league in his 2nd year at Arsenal. No chance.
You reckon he would have won a league title in the last 6 years?
Maybe, yes. I don't know. Like,
yes or no?
These hypothetical arguments are such bullshit.
You know for a damn well fact we'd have more success if we had Pep Guardiola in the last 6 years than Mikel Arteta.
Yes.
That's why we now need to sack this guy and get an actual manager who's going to win stuff. Experience, learn from other clubs. Let's do it.
But here's the context. Pep Guardiola has never taken over a club like Arteta did at the bottom. We were 14th.
Yeah.
People were saying we might get relegated that year when Emery got sacked. We were that bad at one point. Arteta took over a club at rock bottom. Players were like, you had just drama everywhere with Ozil, with all kinds of players, with Guendouzi, everything. Like the culture at the club was decimated. Pep Guardiola took over a club that had finished, I think, 2nd or 3rd the previous year. That had De Bruyne, that had all kinds, that had won league titles.
Pep is not great because he hasn't started the club rock.
That is, in my opinion, that is a valid argument as to why you could argue.
So you're telling me that Pep wouldn't do better than Arteta if he started Arsenal?
I'm not saying that Pep wouldn't do better. I'm saying it's apples and oranges. Pep has never taken over a club where he has to rebuild the club. He took over at Barcelona. He took over at Bayern Munich. He took over a Bayern Munich that had won the Champions League with Jupp Heynckes and had won the treble, I think, a year or two ago, with Lewandowski coming from his biggest competitor for free. And then he came to Man City, where he had pretty much a squad that was ready to challenge for the league, or pretty much be there. Yeah. So you could say he did build Man City to be much more sustainable and to be at a much higher level than it is now. But it was not the same. He didn't go into a club that was in complete free fall. We were 14th when Arteta took over. Pep is never taking.
I guarantee you, if we had a manager like that, Guardiola, we would be 2 times the speed we would be right now. We would be vastly.
I disagree.
Oh, come on, Stefan. What? You can't tell me that if we didn't have Pep, over Arteta, we would be in the same place we were today.
That's probably the one.
Pep's first year at Man City. He finished, if I'm not mistaken, he finished. I think he finished the same position or one position less than the previous year under Pellegrini, or was it Mancini?
Oh,
I don't remember.
I was about to end the show, but
Ain't nobody scared of you, Stefan.
He finally showed up, well, right at the end.
Yeah, because I actually have a wife and kids. Couple balls deep, Stefan. Ain't nobody scared of you.
Teach me, Will, how to have a wife and kids.
Hey.
Ain't nobody scared.
Go Stuart 365. This stream's gone for an hour.
No, you can't call a guy out from the chat, obviously. You think I'm not going to come on if you're calling me out?
Can we just leave Will and Stefan to it now? Can we just leave Will and Stefan to it now?
Yeah, that's how long my son's training is. You know, he actually plays football.
Oh, okay.
Do we just leave Stefan and Will to it?
Can we do that? Can we actually?
yeah, let's we'll go on a couple more minutes, but Ash do need to go and Box need to go, and Conor. So let them let them give up. Let them talk about their shows when they're next going to go on. We'll go with Asthmatic when you're next on. I mean, it's international break.
Yeah. Basically, echo it. Sounds mad. Gimme.
Yeah. Well, why am I echoing?
Crazy. Hey, yo. Yeah, that's better. All right, cool. Next show will be Has is going to have a show on, I think it's Friday, we believe. I'm doing a little review. And then I've got a show on Tuesday, a big show coming up. Got a few guests on there, so watch out for that. But yeah, man, thanks for having me on again. It's been interesting. It's been
We
got you, man.
We got this song. Soccer should found out. They won't let him out. I'll get permission from Akon. I want to get copyrighted, but yeah.
Classic, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know where to find me. You know where to find me. If you don't know, you get to know. You should have got to know already. It's Mr. Box Office TV, the best guy on YouTube, the reality guy on YouTube, the guy that is the ratings killer, the guy that is the professor of truth and entertainment, and you know it every single time, and that's it. You know what I mean? I'm the guy that you like to hate, but you actually love, and that's it. You know how it is every single time. You know what's coming up on the show. You know the Mr. Box Office Unleashed, the real Unleashed show on YouTube is back every single time. Like I said on Monday, hitting the spot every single time. And you know the top, the good, the bad, and the bang average top 5 is coming soon, and that's it. So keep it locked in every single time, and that's it. And even support my boy Asthmatic on the Surf New Coys as well, because they do talk some sense as well down there as well, and that's it. You know what I mean? And that's it. Big up Tottenham away, and that's it. And if you don't know, get to know. I'm out of here. Back to you, Mario. I'm done.
Before you leave, though, Alex, I have to say you've been wearing that cardigan a lot lately, and you look sharp. I'm not taking the piss. I'm
looks
serious.
nice.
You look sharp. Yeah,
It's
you
nice.
look sharp.
That is nice. Good, nice.
Nice color, Alex. It's a nice
Expensive too, like a $350 cardigan. It looks like those expensive.
Cashmere.
Cashmere, huh?
Cashmere. Looks like cashmere.
Only the finest for Box Office.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the compliment, Will.
You're
But I'll
welcome.
leave you lot to it, because I've got my popcorn out, and while I'm watching this in bed, you know what I mean. So you know what I mean. But big up to you guys, man. Big up to you, Conor, as well, man. Good football conversation, by the way, Conor, man.
Cheers, Alex.
Good chat with you, Stefan, man. Even though some things are deluded, but anyway, moving on.
It's okay, Alex. It's
And that's
okay.
it. Big up to you, Will. Big up to you, Mari, and always big up to my boy, Asthmatic as well, bruv. Yeah, and I'm out of here. Gotta go to bed.
Good up, man. Love it. Bring me on, man. Peace.
Please.
Listen, Maury, as much as I'd love to stay listen to this, because I know it's going to be absolutely class, I actually have to go to bed. It's 1 a.m. in the UK. I really appreciate you having me on again. Stefan, I love our debates, as you know. Absolutely love it.
Love
I
him, Conor.
know you'll always be an Arteta in and I'm an Arteta out. So
Exactly. That's
that's what
the
it is.
point.
It's the way the world works, unfortunately. But Conor will agree. Big
Exactly.
up to Will.
I like Arteta in.
Murray, we know you are.
You
And,
know what I mean?
and cheers, Murray, for having me on. Really appreciate it. And
I'm
I know
good.
TJ will be back next one. I know for sure, taking over my place. But yeah, cheers, guys. Take care and good night for everyone. I'm knackered.
Man.
All right, I already got 15 minutes. Let's go.
Do you think you're
What do
going
you
to win
want
the
to
league
talk
this
about,
season?
Mari? I've got 15 minutes also.
But you said you
need to
were
go.
going to get 90 points this season.
Yeah, I said
Yeah,
that.
and where's that coming from?
Where's that coming from? From the fact that we're 3 points off from our tally last year. Well, the fact that in almost every single metric, apart from
But you
goals
didn't even
scored,
get 90 points last season,
Wait,
so if
wait.
you're 3 points off of that.
Wait, apart from goals scored, chances created, and XG is slightly lower than last year's. Everything else we're better. We have more possession. We have a much better defense. We concede much less chances. Everything, like the field tilt, the amount
let's
of
go
play
through
that we
one of
have.
those. Let's go through each one of those one at a time. The reason why you have more possession is because you've had the easiest schedule so far this season out of all the top 6 teams, and you're playing against teams that sit in a low block against you that don't challenge you for possession.
Yes, that's every team pretty much that sits in a low block. Even Man City came to the Emirates.
Man
and
City didn't
defended
sit in a
deep
low
ball.
block against you. You don't know what a low block is if you think Man City sat in a low block against you.
Okay, well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, a low block is in your final third, not middle of the park.
Okay, well,
Yeah, that's what a low block
we just
literally
see,
means.
yeah,
Low.
okay, big man.
There's
okay,
a mid block, a low block, and a high line, right?
Okay.
What's the difference between a mid block and a low block, Stefan?
Well, this isn't a fucking questionnaire here.
You said Man City sat in a low block.
I'm telling
against
you, Man City against Arsenal defended deep. They really did. They defended when we had the ball. When we had the ball, they defended far deeper than they usually do. That's a fact. If you
Okay,
watch
so if they normally have a high line and they defended deeper than they normally do, what is that?
They defended much deeper than they normally do.
Did they defend in their final third and let you have the ball?
I don't remember the numbers, but the field tilt in terms of the amount of play it was far more in Man City's final third than ours. So I remember that actual stat.
Well,
so
field
that
tilt
tells me
doesn't
that
show final third, middle third, or front third. It only shows halves, right? So you're already wrong on that.
Okay. No, it shows field tilt meaning 65%. So basically, we've taken up 65% of the field. So we play much more into their final third.
It means 65% field tilt means that the ball was in their half 65% of the time. It doesn't mean it was in the 65% of their middle half.
Okay. What I watched and what I saw from that game, we were far more in their final third than they were in ours. That's why they finished with an XG of like, I think it was like 0.2 or 0. It was the lowest XG that they have ever had in a game since like 2010. They had, I think they didn't even have a shot on target until like the 76th minute or something. So you can talk to me about all of this, but I'm telling you, I like where Arsenal are. We're not playing our fluent best because of the fact that we've had injuries, so we haven't had a stability within our team. Something that you use as an excuse now because you've had a few injuries. But when Arsenal has a few injuries, you say that's excuses. So for me, I think the attacking part of it will come along. We've scored 3 less goals than last year at the same stage of the season where everybody raves about last year, and we're much better defensively. I think the key to us winning the league last year was Saliba getting injured, and the second part was dropping points and conceding stupid goals against lesser teams like a Southampton, like a Bournemouth, like a Brighton, for example, where we lost at home that year. So I like where we're headed. Once we get back, everybody, Gabriel Jesus is out, Partey is out, some key players for us, especially Gabriel Jesus. I mean, both Partey and Gabriel Jesus. So for me, I think we're good. I think your prediction of finishing third and finishing on 80 to 81 points looks ridiculous right now. I think your realistic position will be 6th or 7th. I predicted
Why is
7th.
that?
Because you're
Why
just
is that
shit.
realistic?
Because you're crap. Because of the fact that if you lose Madison, you're finished creatively, and it was shown in the Wolves game. You had
But Madison's
nothing.
not
in
going to
that
be
game.
out for the whole season.
Okay, yes, but he'll be out for a long period of time, in which
4 to 6 weeks.
he'll be out. He'll be out for a period of time where you have a lot of games. Where I think he's going to miss 9 or 10 games. Something
Why?
that
He's never done that before in his career. He's only had one season in his entire
I mean,
career
he
where he's
has
missed more than 6 games in a season.
He has a pretty big history of being injured.
Only 1 year in his entire career where he's missed more
I'm
than
not going to
6
name
games
you
in a
years.
season.
I'm just telling you that he's injury prone. Everybody knows.
Why is that
this.
injury prone? He averages over 35 games per season. How is that injury prone?
But that's okay. But that 35
Thomas
games.
Partey is injury prone. Gabriel
Yes,
Jesus
Partey is injury prone. Partey is
Madison
injury
is
prone.
not
I
injury
admit
prone.
it. You don't admit about Madison, which
Because
is the
it's
problem.
not true, right? You literally,
of
in order
course
to be
it's not true.
injury prone, you have to miss.
So who was right in the
at
end?
least a
I
third
told
of the
you.
season every season.
Okay, well, who was right? I told you at the start of the year, and that's with one game a season, that he's gonna miss at least 10 to 12 games this year. He's
Why
gonna
would he
miss
miss
that.
10 to 12?
Because from the injury record that I have seen, including last season, the most recent one, I think last season he missed 10
6.
games, right?
6
He missed
games.
10 games.
6.
Are you sure 6?
Yeah. Madison is
Okay.
You have an injury report. It shows you.
Are you sure 6? He missed a bunch of games, man. Or so that's 6 weeks then. Ellie, that's 6 weeks.
Yep. So last year, Madison missed 6 games
What about
in all competitions.
What about the year before when they had Europa League?
He missed in the 2021-22 season. He missed 2 games in all competitions.
Only 2 games?
Yep, 2 games in all competitions. In 2021, with a hip injury, the same one that Odegaard has, he missed 12 games, and that's it.
So he's missed 12 games 3 years ago,
And
games
that's in
2
all
years
competitions, including international competitions.
Okay. Well, I always got the impression that he's injury prone. So okay, but that was just maybe the stats don't prove, but he's now out for at least 2 months from what I read. He's out until the new year, so November, December, and probably a good portion of January, which I think
right now
accumulates to about 9 games.
5 games is the projection right now. 31 days of injury, 5 games. That's what
he's going to miss the whole of January, isn't he?
No. It'll be back in the new year. That's the beginning of January.
Oh, sorry. He's going to miss the whole of the, December, right? There's only 5 games from now until the end of the year.
And that's worst case scenario.
Okay. Well, I don't know. He's going to miss key games, which you won't do well in, because the Wolves game showed that once you have 1 or 2 players from your team that are out, and that includes Romero, who's also quite injury prone or moron prone, he's going to miss a few games also.
Well, why is he injury prone and moron prone?
Romero, because he is injury prone. He's missed quite a few games. In his first year, I remember he missed like 2 months, I think, with an injury. Last season, he missed, I think, a month and a half through injury.
How's that a lot?
Well, because for me, if you're playing, for me, that's a lot for a top player. If you look at some of the other top teams, like Van Dijk barely misses games. Saka rarely misses games. Salah never misses games. Just top players are always available. That's why Partey gets a knock, because I think he's a top player, but he's not.
Right, so but how are you going to manage the most difficult part of your season when right now the only depth you have in your midfield is El Neni?
The only what? The only
depth you have in your midfield is El Neni.
Well, that's not true. Jorginho can play 6. Havertz can play as an 8. It's not the best depth in the midfield at the moment because we don't have a top player in Partey.
Right. Odegaard's out. Partey's out. Vieira's
out.
Smith out.
Odegaard is going to come back. Everybody's saying he's going to be fit.
If it's a hip injury, he could be out to 12 weeks if he has to have surgery on that hip. You don't know that he's going to be back.
Okay, well, I said the same thing to you about Madison, and you laughed at me, and then he ended up being out for
right,
2 months.
Madison missed 12 weeks for a hip injury, right? You do realize that hip pains are the most difficult ones to recover from.
It depends. It depends on what type of hip pain. It could be a hip flexor strain. It could be a much more serious injury. It could be related to the bone. When you say hip pain, it's very generic. It's right. There's so many different. It's like saying, "Oh, I have leg pain."
But if he's going to feel, so hip pain is lingering. It's a chronic pain, right? If that's what you said, it was a chronic hip stress. That's the reason why he was in bad form was because of his hip.
Hip is a massive bone.
Right. You said his form this season has been compromised due to his hip injury that he's been carrying over the past however many weeks.
Yes, it could be. Well, it could be anything. It could be if his tendinitis in his hip. It could be a tight
I'm willing
muscle.
to concede that point to you, right? That he had a hip injury, and that's why his form is dipped. If he doesn't remedy that hip injury and he continues to have the same form he's had all this season, then how will he affect your game? Help you win games?
I don't know. I completely agree with you, but I think Arsenal purposefully used the head injury to give him the 2-week break so he can recover. He hasn't played for a month. From what I read from all the sources that are leaking stuff about Arsenal, the most credible ones, they're saying it's not a major injury, it's a minor one. So I'm guessing it's probably tendinitis, or some sort of slight strain.
Stefan disagrees with this, right? That's what I said, and Stefan said I was wrong.
No,
right? The Odegaard's hip is fine. He missed the last 2 games.
You were not accurate. He missed the last 3 games because of concussion.
Mr. Post agrees with you. He said you're spot on.
Okay, but he missed the last 2 games because of concussion, but he's not going on the international break because of lingering hip problems that he's continued to have as a result.
Sure, that's obvious. That's in the report. But the point that I was rebutting when we were talking in the chat was you said the reason his form has been so bad this season is because he's been battling a hip injury for weeks.
Yes.
Okay, so if that is true, and he doesn't fix the hip, right? Meaning having at least 4 to 6 weeks of recovery time.
Yeah.
Then his form will be just as bad when he comes back because he still has that hip injury.
Well, I can argue that that's a very kind of, how should I say,
logical.
It's it's not logical. It's a very hypothetical answer. What if Van de Ven comes back, a guy who relies on his pace and explosiveness, comes back from the worst possible injury that you could have for your pace and explosiveness, and
except he's already had a similar injury and it didn't affect his pace or his explosiveness,
which is even worse. The fact that he has a hamstring injury before and now he's got it again. That's very bad because the more hamstring
injuries. Name one who hasn't.
Name a player who hasn't had a hamstring injury?
Yeah.
Well, I can name you players that have recurring hamstring injuries that are known to have recurring hamstring injuries.
Sure.
Gareth Bale, Iron Robin. Players that continuously were injury prone because of a bad hamstring injury when they were young that continued to linger and continued to reoccur.
Grade 2 is not bad.
How is grade? Have you ever had a grade 2 muscle injury, Will?
Yeah, I have. I've had grade 2 ankle.
It doesn't seem like it
grade 3
it's pretty bad.
Injuries.
It takes at
Stefan,
least.
I played college basketball.
Well, I don't know. Then I also played sport at a pretty like good level, but like I don't know how you can say grade 2 muscle strains are not bad. Like you have NFL players, the best wide receiver in the league has been put on injured reserve because he has a grade 2 hamstring injury now for 2 months. He hasn't come back.
Yes, 8 weeks is the maximum. Right?
No,
it depends on that person's individual recovery.
I don't know who wrote that report, but 3 weeks from a grade 2 injury
3 to 8 weeks
is a joke. That's not, 3 weeks is for grade 1, man. I don't know where.
Okay, so mild is grade 1, moderate is grade 2, right?
Yeah.
Severe is grade 3.
Okay.
And grade 3s tend to require surgery.
Yes, which is 3 to 4 months usually. It takes ages.
And that's
sometimes
not what
even longer.
He has a grade 2 at best.
No, that's not what Paul O'Keefe said. He had a very high because grade 2.
Stefan, Paul O'Keefe is the worst. Paul O'Keefe is a fake Twitter informant.
Okay, he's fake now.
Yeah, the guy works at a defunct talent agency that works with non-league players for their scouting. He has no ties to the club whatsoever. That's why he blocks everybody who disagrees with him on Twitter. He gets more wrong when it comes to transfer rumors than anyone else. Right? The guy is an absolute fraud.
But he doesn't. But
That's
he
why
doesn't
I call
get
him
it
Paul
wrong.
O'Keefe.
But wait. Okay. Of course. That's actually quite good. Well, I kind of like that. That's good. But when it comes to internal stuff, like for example injuries, he's gotten pretty much everything right. Let's be honest.
No, he hasn't.
He has. He's
No, he
gotten most things correct with that. He has. He was the first one. He was one of the first guys to break that Bentancur's knee injury was an ACL. I remember that. He was correct on that. He was. So with internal stuff,
knew
he
it
has
was an
good context.
ACL
Maybe
after
with
the game.
transfers, maybe you're right. Like some journalists, they're good with internal
Stefan,
stuff.
we
like
knew he had done his ACL after the game.
No, they didn't. No, like it looked bad, but nobody said he could have just had a bad knee. Like you don't know. They do test immediately, but you don't know on the field that it's ruptured. But he was the one that broke that it was because always when your knee ruptures, like for example with Timber, because of the way it ruptures, sometimes there's a hope that it's not an ACL, it's an MCL, which is still quite serious, but much less recovery time. So they were hoping. I remember
and
when
Bentancur came back faster than his projections. He wasn't due to be back until December, January this year.
he came. I mean, he came back was end of October, start of November.
Yeah, end of October.
That's how many months? 8 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Still,
But that's still a month earlier than he was projected to return to
maybe
play.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think people projected 9 months. They said 6 to 9 months.
No,
I remember that's
Postecoglou
usually
with his own mouth said Bentancur won't be back until the first of the year.
okay. But this is now an obsolete argument. I'm just saying Paul O'Keefe when it comes to injuries and internal stuff.
Paul
is
O'Keefe
quite
said
good.
that Madison had 1 to 3 months.
I mean, that was such a bullshit. Like that's such a cop out. Like, yeah, let me 1 to 3 months. That's a pretty
No, because
large.
that's just like 3 to 8 weeks for grade 2
Well,
tear.
Yeah,
That's the
which is a
medical
joke. I
diagnosis.
agree with you here. That's bullshit.
It depends. It
according
depends
to
on the individual because human beings aren't robots, right? One injury doesn't guarantee a certain amount of time. It depends on how the injury heals, right? But rather than talk about medical diagnoses, because neither of us are doctors,
No.
what are you going to do? How with your midfield being Havertz, Jorginho, and Declan Rice, are you going to go through the most difficult? Because you haven't had a hard run of fixtures yet. You've had hard games, but you haven't had a hard run. How are you going to get through that hard run with the only depth in your midfield being El Nene?
I mean, I personally think Jorginho's played really well the last few games. So I don't know why people are. Jorginho can easily play against Brentford. He can easily play against teams like at home to Wolves or teams like that. So I have no worries about that. I just hope Partey is scheduled to come back at the end of his target date.
But
is
where's the
Anfield.
creativity going to come from?
The
None of those
creativity is
players
going
are
to improve. The creativity is going to improve once Odegaard comes back. Once Jesus comes back, he's major when it comes to creating chances and causing chances. So for me, it's
But that's
just
after December, right?
Sorry?
Wasn't Jesus scheduled to be out 4 to 6 weeks?
No. He has a hamstring injury, which they're really, from what I read from like the most kind of in the know Arsenal people, that he has an injury that is not very serious. He can risk it, but the Arsenal staff are being really careful so they can have him fully fit and confident when it comes to the run in for December. That's why he went to Brazil, dude. Because he's not because Brazil spoke to him and he probably told them that he's fine. And he went so they can check him out. And supposedly he's missing the game tonight against Colombia. But they said that there's a big hope that he's going to be available against, I think they're playing Argentina. Yeah, they're playing Argentina. So they're saying that there's a big hope and expectation that he'll be back for that. Look, Danny, I'm not saying that, he's not a dickhead or anything, but I'm just
he's
saying
an
that
absolute fraud. Like he literally makes up lies, posts them on Twitter.
I
and then when you
just
call him out for them,
I just think when it comes to transfer reporting and anything to do with football clubs, I think fans are
But
just
why
really
would you go with
harsh.
Paul O'Keefe, and why not would you go with like Alistair Gold or Fabrizio
Okay,
Romano?
Dan, I'm gonna go with just what your coach said, and your coach specifically said the players that Madison and Van de Ven. I'm not expecting
Yeah,
them
he said that
until
before his scan.
yes, and every single source, including Sammy Mogbil, who's very
Before his
reliable,
scan.
including Matt Law, who's extremely reliable when it comes to Spurs. Let's be honest,
Right,
Chelsea and
hold on.
Spurs.
Then
Matt
that
Law
was
is
before
reliable.
his scan on his hamstring.
No, it wasn't before.
Yes,
It was
it was.
after.
No, it
It
wasn't.
was. They
Because
said
the scan has come out now, and they found that it would not be a grade 3. Right. First of all, Postecoglou never gave an absolute return time. He said most likely it looks bad.
Okay.
He probably won't be back until January.
Well,
Right?
the key
Then
is
the
he's gonna
scan
miss.
came out. Hold on. Then the scan came back and said it wasn't a grade 3, and now he's recovering. And this club, right, is putting out the photos of him in training and not having any, discomfort or any
It's
of
in
those
the
things.
gym. Well, it's in the gym.
Yeah, that's
You've been
that's
a
what you
you've been a
do.
basketball athlete,
Rehabilitation,
right?
rehab, right? Rehab is for
Yeah.
those injuries.
Yeah, rehab. Like
Yeah.
you've been an athlete. If you've had a strain, you feel fine. There's no pain after a week, but you know that if you try and go 100% on that muscle, you're gonna re-rip. You can feel it that it's weak. You've been a former athlete,
That's why
so
you rehab. That's why you lift weights.
yeah. So this concept that Spurs fans are getting positive because they film him in the gym as if it's some big thing when everybody does rehab in the gym pretty much or in the
So why
physio
is
room.
Gabriel Jesus' hamstring, which is a recurring one? He's missed multiple games this season.
It's not a recurring one. Gabriel Jesus missed the start of the season because he had fluid in his knee and they needed to do a minor surgery for that. He's never had a hamstring injury before. Whilst he was at Arsenal, I don't know at Man City. Last season he didn't have a hamstring. Last season he had knee surgery on the operation.
Let me read the super chat. It's addressed to you. Sam says, "Big up, Sam."
That's true. Yeah.
If
true for
Arsenal
anything.
lose Saliba or Rice, goodbye.
No, Sam, that's true for any team. Man City lost Rodri for 3 games, lost 2 of them. Every team has irreplaceable players that you cannot replace. Saliba and Declan Rice. I think if Partey is fit, I don't think Declan Rice is irreplaceable because I think Partey is very, very similar. I think Partey is better in my opinion. He's just not available enough. But Saliba, I agree with I forgot his name. Sorry, Sam. I think. I agree.
So on Transfer Market right now, it says that he got the injury on October 24th, and he will miss 6 games. Is the report right now on Transfer Market?
Yeah, I mean, the report is saying that Arsenal said that they're not going to risk him until after the international break, so they give him sufficient time because hamstring injuries, as you know, are extremely volatile because they reoccur. They're highly likely to reoccur, like calf injuries or thigh injuries. So the Arsenal medical team are very conservative. I've noticed this. They rarely risk the player. The player always maybe does 1 more week or 2 more weeks of recovery than he maybe needs to. And that's why in the last few years, Arsenal's injury record when it comes to players has been one of the lowest in the league. Our medical team is quite good at that. And, so for me, it's they're just trying to be careful because people also forget that he didn't have a full preseason because his knee flared up and he had to have minor surgery. So he's still kind of reaching the paces. And one player who is an example of that when you get an injury in mid preseason, it usually affects you for like the first 3-4 months. And that's.
But you do realize that at the sports at that level, they base those things off of scans, right? So they, for all the players on record, they have scans of their bodies in peak condition. And once the scans match, they allow the player to return. You do realize that?
Yeah, but it doesn't. It again, that's very generic. Like each club has different protocols. Each club has different physio sessions. Each club has different. Like for example, by that logic, then every single club should have very similar injury records. Your medical team is awful. So So is Chelsea's. Like if you look at your medical team and the amount of reoccurring
Didn't you
injuries,
just fire your medical staff?
I agree. Well, I agree with you, but I'm
But
just
you just said
arguing
over
to
the
the
last
point
few
where
years your medical team has been good. So why did you have to?
yeah,
fire
I
the
agree.
head
Our
coach?
medical team in the last like maybe 5-6 years under Wenger was dog shit. It was atrocious. Like
But you just fired him this year.
this year, I wouldn't say they're crap. This year, some of the injuries
No,
are
I
not.
mean you fired him this year.
Who did we fire this year?
The medical.
We
doctor.
didn't fire him. He just went to Man United because he has a clinic there and his family is there. We didn't fire him. Again, don't try and argue Arsenal news with me.
Okay, I mean that was what was being reported on Twitter. Was that he was?
No,
really
it wasn't
sad.
being reported on Twitter. It was reported by David Ornstein. Or is he also a fraud? I can even find you the article. He wanted to go back to his family and he has a clinic. And Man United offered him a bigger salary. And right now, Man United fans are not very happy with that appointment, let me tell you, because Man United are going through a horrific injury crisis. So, like, you can, it depends. Like each club, look at Man City. Man City's injury record in the last year and a half has been absolutely ridiculous. Like it's been insane. Every single player is pretty much fit almost. Like it's crazy. Rodri hasn't, apart from the suspension, I don't think he's missed a game in like 2 years. It's crazy through injury, not through suspension. I'm saying.
Right. So
Like if you look,
so you think Saliba's not going to get injured this season?
I mean, I hope he doesn't get injured. Let's see. I mean, if he plays the amount of games, I worry from time to time. But I think Arteta has managed the squad far better than last year. Last year he rarely rotated. That was his biggest criticism ever. And now this year, I think he's rotated.
He had a very severe hamstring injury when he was young.
No, he didn't. Saliba had a back
He missed
injury.
22 games. In
Who?
18-19, he missed 22 games due to a hamstring injury.
Okay, I don't know, but I from what the injury that I remember that he had at Saint Etienne was he
Last
broke
season
his
was
foot.
back injury.
Yeah, last season he had a fracture in his back, like a small fracture.
He broke his foot in 2019.
Yeah, and then he broke his
19
foot.
games.
He broke his foot. I remember the season before he.
Then 18-19, he missed 22 games due to a hamstring injury.
I don't know. I mean, he hasn't shown last season apart from. I mean, stress fractures. You cannot train for those things. Like they just happen from just an accumulation of games. And last season, I would blame Arteta
but
for
more
that.
than one season in his entire career so far as a youngster, and he's not old, right? He's only 22. He has missed, on average, 17 games per season.
But Will, you also have to look at again. You have to look at the type of injuries. The 18-19 one that you said, the hamstring injury, that's a good one. But if you look at the last few injuries he's had, that's broken bones. Will, that's not down
broken bones
to
happen. Lots of people get it.
I know, but that's not down to prep. You know this. Like you can break your bone. Like
I'm not saying
the amount
that
of training. The amount of training that you do will not stop you from, or how prepared you are will not stop you from breaking, compared to muscle strains, which if you look at most players, either they're genetically more susceptible to injury or they're just not professional enough. And that's why they get consistent muscle strains. Either they're too heavy. Like, for example, Reece James for me is a very easy example of someone that's too heavy. And that's why he gets so many injuries. He needs to lose weight, in my opinion. But
what I'm saying is, where are these points going to come from when you've had, you've been playing, you haven't even played half of, you've barely just played, and that's only because Manchester United recently moved into the top 6, right?
Where are these points going to come from? Well,
you haven't played.
Last season we got 0
teams
points
in the top 6 so far this season.
We've played you guys. We've played Man United. We've played Man City. We've played Chelsea. We've played Chelsea.
Chelsea's not in the top 6, man.
Okay, but they're
They
still
were the bottom of
considered
the middle of the table when you guys played them.
Okay, yeah, maybe you're right. We've played. Who else have we played?
Man United, Chelsea, or Man United, Tottenham, City are the only teams you've played in the top 6 so far this season.
Well, technically, then you're not
played
a
all
top
6.
6
We will
team.
have, by the time we play Manchester City, we will have played all 6.
Okay,
or all
yes,
5,
but here's the key difference,
which
which
is
you're
in 2
missing as
weeks.
always. Most of these 6 are at home. Well,
No, they're not.
yes, they
We
are.
play Man City away.
Okay, yes, Man City away, but you've played Man United at home. You've played Chelsea at home. You've
Chelsea,
played
again, is not in
Liverpool.
the top
You've played
6.
Liverpool at home.
We played Liverpool at home.
Okay,
We
so
played you
3. So
guys at
half
your
of them
home.
are-
We played you guys away, and we played
Yes, you
Manchester
played
City.
us
So it's
away, and you're
50-50.
gonna play
It's
Man
2
City
games
away.
away, and we'll play Aston Villa at home. Right?
Exactly, and you're gonna play Aston Villa at
So
home.
we'll have played 3 at home and 2 away.
Okay, well, I don't know. Going to
You
Anfield.
by game week 16, you will have only played 3, period, and you will have played almost all of them at home. You played us at home. You played United away, or you played United at home.
United at home.
And you played City at home.
Yeah.
So you will have only played 3 of those top 6 teams, and you've played them all at home.
Yeah, but by December we'll have played Liverpool away. We'll have played Brighton away. We'll have played Villa away. So think about that also. So all these teams we're gonna play at home by March, April.
Big 6 is different than top 6, right? Top 6 refers to the table. Big 6 refers to the size.
So again, this is in my opinion, we are much more in terms of with Spurs. It's all it takes is one player to go out of the team or to not have a good game, like Bissouma against Wolves. He was awful, and as a result, your midfield was terrible. You got completely overran and outplayed by Lemina and the other guy. I forgot what his name was. Bellegarde, I think was his name. So yeah,
well, those guys didn't outrun us. It was when Sabazar came on.
Okay, I didn't mean outrun you. They were just better. They dominated.
But they weren't better though. It was Sabazar
when
he came on that was better.
17. They had 17 shots. You had 6. They played. I think the field tilt was like 65-70%.
No, we had more possession than they did.
All right. Yeah, you had more possession, but most of that possession was in your own half or in your own final third.
No, it wasn't, because we didn't actually hold the ball in our own half. It was we played almost a counter-attacking style after that first goal.
Your first shot on target was a goal in the 2nd minute, and your next shot on target was in the 86th minute, man. Like, are you fucking serious right now? You were dog shit in that game. You didn't do anything. After the goal, all you did was like literally try and keep the actual scoreline at 1-0. Like, you didn't try and attack. You barely did anything. The Lo Celso shot, I think, was in the 86th or 87th minute.
We had 30 minutes in their half, in the first half.
Well, what's the field tilt? I remember it was like 62 or 63% for Wolves, or even higher.
I don't know. Field tilt is a dumb stat. I don't look at. I look at attacking.
Well, it's not a dumb stat, because as a result of that field tilt, you lost the game.
No, it absolutely
you
is
lost
a dumb
the game
stat.
because
First
of
of all,
that
it's
field
not even a
tilt.
statistic. It's some guy on Arsenal made up, right? An Arsenal fan made it up, right? If you go look at actual statistical websites, they do what they call thirds. They break the field into thirds, and they show percentage of ball possession in thirds.
Okay, I mean, okay. Look, I just forget the stats. Watching the game, like where did you not notice that there were times for like 15-20 minutes where you couldn't play the ball out of your own half?
Bissouma was bad?
No, but watching the game, did you not notice how many times did Eric Dyer or Vicario kick the ball out because you couldn't play it out from the back? It was numerous times.
In the second half, at the beginning of the second half, yes.
No, even in the first half, they were all over you in the first half. Like, they were pressing you really well. You guys could barely string passes through the midfield. Your midfield got completely dominated. Huh?
We had no problems playing the ball into our wingers, Brendan Johnson and Kulusevski. They had some of the most touches on the game. They had more touches than a lot of our midfielders did.
I agree,
it was Heung-min Son
but
who
they
had a problem
did
getting
nothing.
touches.
They had
Why was Bissouma bad?
Okay, what was the XG? I think the final XG was like 2.2 to Wolves to 0.8 to you guys. So the chances that they created, they should have scored 2 goals. You should have scored maybe 1. Is that not a show that the game they played and the chances they created were far better?
And it all came in the second half. In extra time, when Sabitzer came on the pitch.
Again, you're a hypocrite. When I told you about Arsenal, and Spurs, in the first 30 minutes, Arsenal should have been 2-3-0 up against us. You said, well, you didn't score. Now you say all of their XG was in the second half. So how is that argument different from the
Because
Arsenal
all of that
Spurs one?
XG happened when Savitar came on the pitch, or however you pronounce his name.
Who are you talking about? From Wolves?
Their midfielder that scored the first goal.
Sarabia. Are you talking about
Sarabia.
Sarabia?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, no. Well, come on. Cunha missed a really good chance in the box. He should have put it on target. He skied
They
it
had no
like.
big chances in the first half, dude. None.
I think from what I checked in the stats, they created three big chances. You
No,
created
they
zero.
had more. They had 4 big chances. They had
Four
4
big
in the
chances.
second
Okay,
half.
so even
All in the
even
second
more
half.
to my point.
Yeah, all in the second half.
Okay, but that doesn't. But you don't care
And
about
2
that.
of
When it
those
was
they
Arsenal
converted.
Spurs, you didn't care about periods of the game. You cared about the final
What are
score
you
and the
talking
chances
about?
that were actually
You guys
created.
didn't have more big chances than us.
I'm not saying we didn't have more. I'm not arguing.
They
When I
actually
said in the
had
first
more big
30
chances
minutes,
than us.
okay, but
Your
when I
XG
argued
came
that,
from the penalty. Without that
no,
penalty,
it didn't. Well,
yes, it did.
Gabriel Jesus missed a fucking sitter from the
Okay.
box where he won the ball. He should have scored that. Eddie Nketiah missed a one-on-one. Like, we could have scored another 1 or 2 goals after we scored.
Your
After we actually
highest
scored the first.
XG from open play came from the Ben White shot that hit Romero's arm. That was 0.58.
But we still caused the
XG
penalty.
plus 0.78 for Osaka's penalty shot, right?
But I hate this
Out of your
argument. You still
2.23
you still have to
XG,
create the
hold on.
penalty, Will. You still
Out
have to
of your
create the penalty.
okay, but that one penalty, right? That one chance of scoring the penalty, because you didn't score from the Ben White game shot, did you? Right? That's why the penalty was given, was for the handball.
But again, hypothetically,
that one run of play was over 50% of your XG in that entire game.
I mean, okay, but
Over 50%. You had 2.23 on the day.
Subtract
But one.
It's still XG. You still have to create it though, and I could give you the positive. Wait, I could give you a flip on that.
Stefan, explain to me how one goal, the result of one goal, can be worth 1.5 expected goals.
Because the shot of where Ben White was super close, so I'm guessing the XG was very high, and that's why it was 0. And then the penalty is
you didn't answer my question. I'm not asking why the XG for those particular opportunities are high. I'm asking because Ben White get 1.5 expected goals from one goal scoring opportunity.
It's not. It's 2 goal scoring opportunities. Well,
it's not. Because you can't score 2. If the goal had scored, there would have been no penalty.
Don't enter. Yes, okay, but
then it would have only been 0.5 or 0.75.
But Will, Ben White was put in a position where his XG was very high. So as a result, that led to a penalty, which still Ben White had to create because he had to act on the ball. He had to kick it. He had to shoot it. And that caused the second chance, which was the penalty. How is that argument? What, should we take out penalties now because their XG is,
if you're wanting to use XG to demonstrate, right, the quality of chances that a team is creating, right, in a game that can lead to a goal, XG cannot exceed 1. You could not have scored 2 goals from that opportunity. You could have only scored 1. So the fact that the XG is over 1 means that you cannot use that XG as an instance to compare the 2 XGs of ours, because we didn't have a penalty, did we? But we had 2.1 XG on our own.
No, you did. You did have
2.1.
You did have 2.1. Wait. This is bullshit.
Go watch the Egal video. I go through all this.
Let me fucking check
the
this.
Egal Ego
video. I remember it wasn't
2.1. Yes, it is.
Let me check. Let me check. I'm gonna check this right now. Let me just find Arsenal. Okay. Do you remember when we played you guys? Was it September?
September.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna have to end the stream because we're about 2 hours, and I'm
okay.
stuck.
This is your XG flash score, right? You respect flash score, right? Will?
I don't even know what flash score is.
You don't know flash score? It's the biggest match stats.
No, it's literally not. Like Sofa Score, Who Scored, Fought Mob are the 3 most.
Flash score is bigger than Sofa Score. Like flash score is
bigger than Sofa Score.
It's a massive place. No, sorry, it's not flash. Yeah, it is flash score. Yeah. So on Flash score, expected goals for Arsenal 2.14 and expected goals for you guys 1.69.
Okay, so you guys have. So why does FB
Okay,
Ref
yes,
have
the
you
penalty makes it much more, but yours is not 2 point something. Well, you're wrong on this because here they're not saying. But let me check Sofa score because
Sofa score has 1.46 to 2.06. Right.
Let me check Sofa score. Okay.
Yeah, Sofa score has 1.46 to 2.03.
Well, again, see, this is what I mean. Like,
Okay, now subtract 0.75 from 2.03. Who had more XG on
I disagree. You didn't have any chances either. Like, I disagree. Apart from
literally had more big chances than you. You had three
you had
chances.
you had
four.
one big chance. You had the
Stefan, open up the Sofa score app, right? That you got the XG from.
No, because I can use the
Look at
Flash
the
score
big
one.
chances.
You
So
can
look at
use
Flash
your
score,
Sofa
look at
score,
big
and I can use
chances.
the Flash score
Use
one
Flash
because it's
score.
in my favor.
Open up Flash score. Look at the
Yeah, I'm
big
opening it.
chances.
Okay, I'm going to matches. Okay.
No, I've never heard of Flash score before.
How have you not heard of Flash score, man? It's massive. Have you not used Flash score?
Never seen it on Twitter.
It's probably, you know what? I think it's probably in the States, it's probably under a different name. That's why you haven't heard Flash score. Let me just find Spurs, fuck's sake. There. Okay. So, okay. Stats. Again, you're wrong. 2.03 to 1.46. What kind of stats are you watching?
Yeah, that's Sofa score. Now scroll down to big chances. Missed.
No, you said XG. We didn't talk about big chat. You said your XG was higher on Sofa score.
I'll show you the XG. Right.
Oh, look, it says 2.03 to Arsenal, 1.46 to you guys.
Yeah, I just said that. So that's what Sofa score says for the XG. I just told you that. Right? Statistical sites get XG from different places. They all have different criteria for the XG in which they meet. It's not all the same. I'll scroll down and look at big chances missed. Who had more big chances in the game, Tottenham or Arsenal?
It's equal.
It's not equal.
You had more big chances.
Thank you.
But we have equal big chances missed.
Yes, the equal big chances missed.
So
we created more big chances. That means we created.
First of all,
including the penalty.
It's 3-4. Yes. We missed. So you actually okay. I mean, it was a draw.
We created more big chances. That is a fact. 4 is more than 3. Is it or is it not?
Okay, but that still doesn't mean
let me pull out my abacus.
Better than us.
Let me pull out my abacus. Which one is more, 4 or 3? Yeah, 4 is more than 3.
Okay, but it was still. Let's be honest. The game was even. It was a draw. Like it wasn't. No team deserved to win the game.
On that
note, the team that created more chances deserved the game.
But we had more shots on target. Will we had the same amount of shots, more shots on target. We had more corner kicks. I mean, we could do this all day, man, with these stats, these like hypothetical stats, because we had more chance, we had more corner.
So the XG, this is what I would like to. We'll do this real quick, and then we'll end the show on this one, right? Let me share the screen. Okay. So let's throw this up here. So this is FB Ref, which is far more in depth than any of those.
And we still have higher
social
XG.
media stats. Yes, you do have higher than us. Of course you do. Why? So take the shot, right? The XG from the penalty, which they rate the shot from the penalty XG as
probably 0.7, 0.75 from what I remember.
No, each one's different.
Each one's different.
What can I say?
Oh, do they base it on the player, Will, or no?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
That's why I said it's far more accurate. So they
have XG 0.9. Okay.
He had 2 shots and it was 0.9. But the individual shot. Let's see. I have 2 shots for him on there. But anyway, at least 0.75 came from the penalty, right? And then you look at Ben White, right? 0.3 came from that, right? So a big chance is anything that's over 0.3, right?
Okay.
So you have Gabriel Jesus had 1, right? Out of his 2 shots,
Wait,
he had 0.5
wait,
in total.
Sorry to interrupt you. Ben White was only 0.3.
Yeah, but it was like
It was like 10 centimeters from the goal.
Yeah, but it's basically, so you're equaling 1, right? Like I said, each one has different ways that they calculate.
Gabriel
XG.
Jesus was 0.5. That's a big chance.
Yeah, that's in 2
What about
shots.
what about Eddie? 0.1?
Yeah, it's not considered a big chance.
It was 1-on-1. Okay, I mean, I don't know. It was like 1-on-1. He was in the box.
So you can see what the MPXG is. So then MPXG removes the penalty, right? So he got 0.8 for the penalty, right? So you can see XG, non-penalty XG, right? An underlying indicates a match is missed from available data. So your MPXG XG was 1.02, R was 1.04.
Yeah, but wait, well, isn't the 0.9 from Bukayo Saka? It also is from the shot that he scored, the own goal.
So the shot from he scored is 0.01. You don't get XG for a deflection for an own goal.
Oh, okay.
Because it wasn't even a shot; it was a cross. Right?
Still, I'm gonna say it again. You have to be put in a position, 1, to shoot the Ben White shot, and 2, if it gets into a penalty, it's still a chance created. Is there luck? Yes, but it's still, you cannot take away a penalty. Let's be honest, is the highest quality chance you can get.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it can't equal more than 1, right?
Well, I mean, it's football. It's, sometimes.
So you want to talk about, right? But what I'm saying is, if you want to talk about who created the better and bigger chances from open play, you have to remove the penalty aspect of it, because a penalty XG it's the stat padding. It stat pads your XG.
Okay.
Right. Example. Say you got 2 penalties in a game and you missed them both, right?
Yeah.
And so your XG versus, say, Brighton, for example, is 4 to their 2, but they beat you 2-1. Would you say that you created better chances than them?
I disagree. Again, Will, you still have to get to the penalty box and cause a movement for you to get a penalty.
Hold on, it was a deflection off Maddison's foot into Romero's arm. What did Ben White have to do off of a set piece in order to get the ball?
It wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, it was. It was a set piece.
First of all, it wasn't Arsenal's fault that
it was a ball into the box from a set piece, right? Ben White kicks it after it bounces off like 1 or 2 players. It falls to his feet and he smacks it, right?
Yeah.
And then Maddison comes in and you immediately see it bounce off the tip of his boot and then changes the trajectory of the ball from a normal strike to about, he
over
scuffed it onto
the ground. He scuffed it onto the ground. That's why it bounced up and went.
No, it didn't go out. It never even touched the ground. You can literally watch the replays where it bounced off Maddison's
I'm gonna watch it right now. I remember he really scuffed it. It wasn't a good shot.
No, he struck it hard, like fire, and immediately comes off of Maddison's toe, exceeds a 45-degree angle, which he was only about 6 yards out from the goal.
I'm watching it right now. Let's see.
But anyway, I think you guys are gonna reach a reckoning point. Mari, you can head off if Mari needs to go. Mari can go. I can shut the stream down just as easily.
Okay, man.
Wait, Will, I'm watching it right now. He scuffed it, man. It's exactly how I said. He scuffed it. The ball bounced on the ground and hit him in the arm. I don't know what you were watching, man.
No, it hit Maddison's foot.
It was a mix of Maddison's foot and Ben White, but Ben White scuffed it and it bounced onto the ground and up into Romero. And I don't know how you can say that's not a penalty. It's not my fault. Romero is playing fucking
because his arm's not in a natural position.
Boxing defense in
his arm's not in a natural position. That's why it's not a penalty.
Really, Will? The guy has his hands like almost.
Was it a penalty against Man United?
It was a clear penalty against.
But we didn't get called a penalty, did we?
Yes, because the refereeing is fucking dog shit.
What was the reason?
The refereeing is dog shit.
VAR checked it. What was their reason for not giving the penalty?
Well, we both know the Romero handball against Man United was a
for not giving it against Manchester United.
Because it was too close, I think, from what I remember.
No, it was because his arm was not in an unnatural position. It was
His
the
arm was
shot
not
from
in
Ben
an
White
unnatural.
was
His arm
actually
was like
closer.
this. This is not an
Ben
unnatural
White was
position.
closer to Romero.
Just if this was against Spurs, you would
Yeah.
be calling for
No,
a
because
penalty.
I'm telling you, I wouldn't, because the letter of the law specifically states that it's not a natural position as in if you're a statue standing still with your arms to your side.
Okay.
It's a natural position depending upon how you are doing it, right? So if you're jumping, right? Say I jump, right? And my arm's like this, and the ball hits the backside of my arm. That's a natural position because I'm
But it
jumping.
didn't hit the backside of his
right?
arm. It hit him here.
He
The ball was
slides
here.
in.
He did this.
No, it hit him right here in the front of the arm, right?
Okay.
Slides
so
in.
why is your arm like this?
His arm wasn't like that. It was out here like this, right? He slides in. He's got his arms up, right? He has his arms up like this. He goes in for the slide, and it comes up and it hits it's my right arm, but it looks like my left arm on stream.
If
right?
this was
Hits his
against
right arm.
Arsenal, if this was Spurs, you would have been calling for a handball. I'm
No,
gonna
I
ask you a
wouldn't.
question
I
now.
wouldn't.
The Reece James in the Spurs Chelsea game, the Reece James elbow, was that a red card?
Yes.
Okay, exactly. But it wasn't given. Why? Because the Bruno Guimaraes red card that should have been a red card against Arsenal, it wasn't even, that's a red card in rugby, let alone in football, because it's off the ball.
Anytime your arm hits a player in the head.
Exactly. I agree with you. I agree with you about Reece James.
If Reece James had jumped up and say his arm was already there, say both players are jumping and he jumps like this, right? He jumps up and he accidentally hits his face with his elbow. That would not be a red card according to the law.
No, he meant it. You can see in the clip.
I know, but in the clip, Reece James literally does this.
It was. But that's what I mean. And my point is that the Romero handball.
Same thing with in the Wolves game. What's his name? The white guy. Dawson should have been sent off for slapping Son in the face.
No. I think that was the nice one when he stepped on his balls. I thought that was a red card.
Stepping on the balls because it's not. No, because that's a natural movement. You're literally just trying to put your foot down when you're standing up.
Well, you can see.
Same way Rashford. Same reason why Rashford's red card shouldn't have been a red card, in my opinion.
No, this is what I mean by people. Just because a person doesn't mean it well, doesn't mean it's not a red card. If somebody doesn't,
it literally does, right? Because in the law,
no, it doesn't. Well,
it literally does. It literally
you can be reckless. You can be reckless and lack awareness.
Only a yellow card, right? So reckless is only a yellow card. That's literally
not reckless. Endangering your opponent and being reckless is a red card. Well,
no, reckless is a yellow card, right? Law 12.1. You can look it up in IFAB, right? IFAB law 12.1. It gives 3 categories, right? The first category is careless, right? And that's a booking or just a foul. Then you have reckless, which is a booking. And then you have endangering the safety of an opponent.
Yeah,
which is red.
He almost broke his ankle. Well, because he didn't realize that his foot is next to him.
You don't have to realize it. It's not endangering. Okay, now the thing for serious foul play. Look, I'm telling you right now, the law for serious foul play is that when, right, an opponent tackles or challenges an opponent for the ball and endangers the player's safety, they must be sent off. Right.
Okay.
So it has therefore must be a tackle and or a challenge for that to apply.
I'm going to give you a really good example where I thought was a clear red card where he totally didn't mean it. Go, if you have time, go watch. I think it was 2010 or 11, the quarterfinals Champions League, Bayern Munich versus Man United. There is an aerial ball. Nani is looking. If you remember Nani, the winger, he's looking up in the air the whole time, looking at the ball. Lifts his leg to control it in the air, so his leg is high, doesn't see the Bayern Munich player running at him, and fucking kicks him right in the chest. Okay. The ref gives him a red card.
Shouldn't.
What do you mean shouldn't? It's a lack of awareness. He almost killed the Bayern Munich guy.
Okay, so
how is that
the one challenging? Okay, so for example,
he is challenging. He's challenging for the ball without being aware that there's a player that got ahead of him.
Challenging for the ball is not challenging an opponent, right? The law states challenging an opponent for the ball. For example, if I go to kick the ball, right? Say I'm Harry Kane and I'm a striker, and I have a half a yard of space, and I go and kick the ball, and on my follow through, the defender kicks the bottom of my foot, and I go down. Who usually gets the penalty?
The Harry Kane.
Yeah, right. So why on the flip of that in a defender, if a defender's going to clear the ball and an attacker comes up and kicks my leg, right, or runs into my follow through,
because sports
should
aren't
that
fair,
be a
Will.
foul? No, but what I'm saying
Because
is they're not.
sports-
Listen, if you watch, they just released the Romero VAR tape the other day, right?
I
yesterday.
couldn't believe you said that shouldn't have been a red card.
100% not a red card. It's not even a foul.
Well,
listen to how listen how carefully they in that run of play, right? They literally, VAR, or they released the VAR tapes from that particular play, and you can go and watch, and you can watch their conversation. They spent more time on Vendevens, right, than they did on Romero's. As soon as they hit Romero's, like, yep, he caught him in the leg. Not only did they not,
because it was so clear.
Hold on, no, it's not because it was clear. They actually missed very key opponents to this, right? One, Romero never challenges Enzo for the ball, right? Romero goes to kick the ball with over a yard of space. Enzo runs into his follow through.
Okay.
Two, they only showed, the VAR only reviews the point in which Romero's foot was already turned sideways and on his leg. They never noticed that his studs were down, and when his toe hits the player's shin pad, his foot gets cocked to the side.
Well, you're
it's as clear as day. It's as clear as day in the video.
You have,
look at my Twitter.
Valid points, but here's the thing. You tell me you've played college basketball, right? The equivalent of what Romero did, I'm guessing you're big, so you probably played center or power forward, right?
5'4".
The equivalent of what he did was when a center goes into the post and he doesn't like somebody, what does the center do to box out? He uses his elbows. But if he wants to, leave a little bit in and hurt him, he lifts up his elbows to box him out. Come on. This used to, now in basketball, it's
but
not.
He didn't.
Because
Hold
now
on.
it's
He didn't. In fact, when you watch it, he comes through, his foot is down, right? He actually tries to pull out of the tackle.
Through. He wanted to hurt him.
He leans back away from it. After he kicks the ball, his whole body starts to lean back because he's trying to pull away from Enzo's challenge. His toe, with his studs pointing down, hits the shin pad of Enzo, and it turns his foot in. The momentum of him lunging, he leans forward to the ball. The ball's rolling. He goes to strike it.
How do you know? How do you know this?
Because I watched the video.
Okay,
we have video evidence.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I saw, because I have done that in football, where you're not gonna, for example, you try and use some sort of gamesmanship. Where I've tried, I don't like a player during a game. I'm not gonna outright try and just kick him and miss the ball. What I'm gonna do is wait for the player to take a bit of a heavy touch, look at that he's taken a heavy touch, and literally go through him, but get the ball. So then I can tell the ref, but I got the ball, which is exactly what Romero did.
No. Romero goes to kick the ball.
Had a heavy touch.
That's not true.
Then he hit the ball.
Enzo Fernandez never had the ball. Enzo Fernandez never had the ball. See, you've got this whole situation completely messed up.
I've done that. I've waited for him to get a heavy touch, and I've literally ran into him, getting the ball, but also going through him.
Right.
So then I can tell the ref,
Enzo goes through him.
It wasn't bad because I got the ball.
Enzo goes through Romero. It's not the other way around. Enzo was never involved in the run of play before Romero's foot touches him. Hold on.
Either you get a heavy touch.
No, because the situation, the context matters. Raheem Sterling goes into a 50-50 challenge with Romero. Romero wins the 50-50 challenge with Sterling. The ball pops up, right? It's rolling away from Romero. Romero then catches up with the ball, and once you're close enough to play the ball, you're in possession of it. That's the laws of the game, period, right? Once you're within playing distance of the ball, you're in possession of it. It doesn't have to be touching your foot or in your, because you can't hold it in your hands, right? It's not a goalkeeper. Once you're within playing distance of the ball, you're in control of it. He then plants his left foot next to the ball. As the ball starts to roll away, he realizes that he can't reach it in a normal swing. He then kind of leans into his strike, completely clears the ball. The ball bounces off Enzo, who's running at Romero, bounces off Enzo's shin.
Well, this is such bullshit.
Romero's foot. This is just what happened. It's just what happened.
Well, it's Romero. He always likes to leave in a little bit more mustard in the tackle.
There was no intent for leaving in. First of all, intent is not part of the law. It doesn't matter if a player means to do it or not.
What do you mean intent is not part of the law?
Yeah, intent is not part of the law.
Well, if there was no ball, if Enzo Fernandez managed to nip it past him, he could have broken his leg well. Easily.
Enzo does not have to run at Romero, who's already in the process of kicking a ball.
What do you mean? They're both competing for the ball.
No, they're not competing. Romero wins the ball clear. There was over a yard of space between Enzo and Romero as he's already got his leg in the backswing of his kick. So Romero has already initiated his strike when there's over a yard of space in between the two of them. Enzo then closes that yard as the ball's rolling towards Enzo and happens to hit the follow-through of Romero, which was a normal strike.
We won't agree to this. Second question. The first tackle from Destiny Udogie, was that not a clear red card?
Again, same principles, yellow card for sure.
With 2 feet up,
2
jump
feet's not
in
in the rule
the
of
air,
laws either.
studs up.
Sliding with 2 feet, studs up is not against the law.
Well, Granit Xhaka, 2 years ago, away to Man City, when he got a red card, he had 1 foot in the air with studs up and got a red card.
Okay. Was he challenging a player in that scenario?
He also just like Udogie got the ball and barely touched the guy.
Was he challenging a player with possession of the ball? Yes or no?
Yeah. No, it was like the ball was in play. They were both competing for it, and the player just got ahead of him, so he dived in. So it was kind of like the player didn't have control.
So the other player was closer to the ball than Xhaka was. He then slides in with 2 feet. That's right.
Exactly. Yeah, it was carbon copy Udogie.
No.
It was carbon copy.
No. Okay.
Udogie ran with the
Problem
ball.
is Udogie slides in. The first one, Udogie slides in when he is closer to the ball than Raheem Sterling. Again, Raheem Sterling is closing down Udogie. Udogie had already gone to ground before Sterling was even a yard within the ball.
Okay. Was it not?
That's a fact. That's why it's a yellow and not a red. If Sterling had the ball and was dribbling with the ball, like take the Guzzo foul from Chelsea, for example, right? You had the West Ham player who was dribbling down the sideline.
That was a clear red card.
Clear red, 100%. I agree with you, right? Gusto dives into a tackle or a challenge, the player with the ball, and catches his leg. 100%.
Okay, let me ask you.
Same things with Curtis Jones,
wait,
right?
wait,
Goes
wait,
over
wait.
the top of the ball, it's at Basuma's feet. Takes
No, I agree. Wait,
Red
let me
card.
ask you a different question. Curtis Davis, was that a red card?
I don't know the particular incident.
Liverpool Spurs, the first red card, the straight
Curtis
red.
Jones?
Curtis Jones, sorry, not Davis.
Red.
How is it a? So you're arguing that because Curtis is, you could see in the replay that his foot goes over the ball. Right. So it's because the foot goes over the ball.
Touching the ball or not touching the ball is irrelevant.
Bias, man.
It's not a foul. Oh, no, I'm not being biased. Okay, look, I'm going to tell you why. What the difference is. Okay, it's not about touching the ball or not touching the ball. That's not in the laws, right? It's when challenging or not challenging a player. That's the key words there. Are you tackling or challenging? And both of those two terms, tackle and challenge, are defined by IFAB. There is a definition that they list in their glossary as to what those words mean, right? And in the challenge one, so a tackle is a challenge you do with your foot. That's what the definition of tackle is, right? You're challenging, and then the word for challenge is to contest another player for the ball. Now, in the Curtis Jones incident, the ball is at Basuma's feet. Basuma makes the touch and stops it. Curtis Jones lunges right over the top of the ball to try to hook it away from Basuma. I wouldn't call it
over the top of the ball. His foot rolls over the ball.
But
he doesn't go higher than the ball.
But you can see because his foot comes up and he curls his toe down because he's going to try to scoop it away from Basuma, right?
It was barely even studs up.
It doesn't matter if he touches the ball or not. It doesn't matter if he could have gotten the ball exactly right. He could have gotten the ball clean and still come into Basuma's shins, and it still would have been a red because he's challenging another opponent for the ball.
So
Romero never challenged Enzo for the ball once.
Oh, okay. So you're seriously saying that the Curtis Jones one was a more clear red than the Udogie one?
Yes. Because he's challenging a player for the ball.
Like
Udogie was not challenging.
Studs up.
Okay. Studs up is not in the law.
Okay, 2 feet. In rugby, if you go 2 feet up, it's a red card with studs. If you jump in the air,
this isn't rugby. This is football. And in Law 12, neither in 12.1 or 12.3, which tells you what players get sent off for, right? Now, those things being studs up can be the difference between careless. So, for example, a yellow card would be careless. Say your studs are down, and the referees.
That's 2 feet.
Right?
Well, he's up in the
Hold
air.
on.
That's
2 feet doesn't matter. We're talking about so lunging, right, or leaving the ground. That's
Which
how
he did.
IFAB, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, if you're lunging at an opponent,
Which
it's
he
a red
did.
card. No, he didn't lunge at an opponent. He
How
lunged
did
at
he
the
not?
ball.
He jumped forward.
The
He
ball
jumped
was
in the air
free. He
forward.
jumped at the ball, Stefan. The ball is not a player.
Well, what does that mean? So he jumped at the ball, but he didn't.
Okay.
He barely. He
Was
got lucky.
Raheem Sterling within a yard of the ball when Udogie slid?
But
Yes
you
or
can,
no?
but you can make that argument about Curtis Jones even more because
ball was
he
at
actually
Basuma's
got
feet.
on top of the ball.
The ball was
his
at
foot
Basuma's feet.
rolled all over the
Basuma
ball.
was within a yard of the ball, within playing distance of the ball, when Curtis Jones did that.
So why
Fact.
does every referee that they like got into a studio, every person like former strikers, defenders, every person disagrees with you about the Udogie red card, who they said was clear, like everybody agreed on that. It was
that's
a
not
clear
true.
red card.
It's not true. And in fact, in the actual PGMOL, they literally said that. The post-match even said that the
fuck the
Udogie one
PGMOL,
could
man.
have been a red, but they thought that the referee got it right on the day because Sterling wasn't involved in the challenge. That's literally why they said they got it right.
I'm telling you, well, like Jacka got one for much less.
Look,
Because one foot was
They
in the
give
air.
cards now for feelings, has nothing to do with the law, right?
No, I agree with you. The
for
refereeing
example,
is terrible.
Yeah, for example, like take us, this was even when VAR existed. Take the Gomez Son challenge where Son got sent off. It didn't even touch Gomez, right? Gomez's legs gets broken and he gets a red card.
Which Gomez? Oh yeah, when he broke his leg.
Yeah, Son never even touches him. There's over probably a good 10 to 15 centimeters between their legs.
You could argue, if you remember, I don't know if you watched football back like before, because you said you started watching Spurs like 2015 or 16. The Aaron Ramsey one. I don't know if you ever saw his leg break at Stoke.
No, I didn't see it.
Well, the defender, he did exactly what I was describing to you. He got the ball, but he went completely through him, and he broke his leg in half, pretty much. Like he had a compound fracture. And he got a red card, even though he got the ball. Do you think he deserved a red card?
I would have to watch the situation. Was the ball at the feet of the other player?
It was at the feet. He pretty much
then it's a red card.
I mean, okay.
Because you're challenging an opponent for the ball, right? That's what the law says, right? You can't be challenging an opponent if the opponent can't play the ball, right? For example, if say the ball's 20 yards away from any player and I slide in with 2 feet and studs up, should I get a red card?
And what you just fly studs up if the ball is away from the play?
Think there's a chance, for example, right?
Yeah.
Say I'm a goalkeeper. The ball comes a long ball over the top, and I'm inside my 18-yard box, and there's nobody within 10 to 15 yards of me, and I just run in and slide and kick it with 2 feet with my studs up. Should I get a red card?
Well, this is an
easy question. Yes or no?
You're being extremely like, how should I say, like just
literal. I'm being literal.
Yeah, literal. Like it's not. We're not talking like a football game isn't that pure and that
the
like.
law is literal though. The law has
I know,
meanings.
but there is a gray area. I get that sometimes some refs may decide it's a red card. Others may say, but the Udogie one, 99% of the time, when it's 2 feet up, studs up.
If Sterling had possession of the ball,
it's a clear red card.
I've been telling. If Sterling was in possession of the ball or within playing distance of the ball, and Udogie does that, I agree with you 100%. It should be a red. The only reason why it wasn't is because Sterling was not within playing distance of the ball when Udogie did it.
But does it not fit the criteria of endangering the opponent?
Okay, it's endangering the opponent when, right? The word when is there. Okay. Tackling or challenging.
I need to go see it again. I have the impression that he was tackling him.
No. The ball was loose. It was a loose ball. It was rolling away from Sterling, and Udogie goes into open space, right? Makes the slide, right, which slows you down. We all know going to ground is slower than running, right? So, Sterling runs and chases the loose ball, and runs in and gets clipped. Right, very lightly by Udogie, who's already been sliding for half a second.
Okay. Well, this was great. Listen, final thing, because I need to go to bed. I'm at
Sure.
work tomorrow, and it's fucking 3 a.m. here. How many are you still gonna keep your position that you're gonna finish third?
Yes, 100%.
Oh my god, why do you do this to yourself?
We're 1 point behind you. Why would we still not get third?
Well, you're not gonna you're gonna lose to Villa probably. You're gonna lose to Man City.
don't
Arsenal
think
have
we'll lose to
easy
Villa.
5 games, pretty much.
We'll lose
We're
to
gonna
City.
accumulate
I
a
already
lot
told
of
you
points.
11 points out of the next 6
And
games.
who are you beating in those games?
West Ham, Forest, Everton,
And the other 2 points?
Newcastle, Villa.
You think you're gonna get points off Newcastle and Villa without Madison,
yeah.
Van de Ven?
Yep.
Who's gonna play in midfield against Villa?
Van de
though?
Ven could
Villa-
be back by Newcastle.
Well, we both know that's not happening, man. It's a grade 2 hamstring, man. He's not gonna be back.
It's
bad.
already over 5 weeks away from now, and it's already been 2 weeks.
I'm telling you. You can shit on me. He's not gonna be back until the new year. I watched him. That was a serious hamstring, man. You've played basketball.
But it wasn't.
Usually
They
the mo-
literally said it wasn't as bad as they
No,
said.
I'm not saying it was serious enough to have surgery, but it wasn't a minor injury. Minor injuries, you come back for 3 to 4 weeks,
Okay.
especially
Minor,
muscle ones.
right?
It's not
Minor
minor, dude. It's
is a
not.
grade 1. Grade 2 is moderate.
It
right?
depends.
Grade
It depends.
2
It depends how many muscle fibers he's ripped. Grade 3 is 100% of the muscle fibers are pretty much ripped, and it depends whether he needs surgery or not. Grade 2 is
There
between
could
I
be
think
grade 3
60
tears, right? I'm not talking about a tear. I'm not talking about a
full tear. No,
There's-
it
there's a
wasn't a full
difference
tear. But if he's
between-
ripped like 80%,
There's a difference
of
between
his-
the from the tendon being removed from the bone. That's I can't remember what that's called. That's not
No,
called
no,
a
it
tear.
dep-
That's
well,
called
it depends where. Like sometimes the rip could be higher up in the tendon. It could be close to the tendon. Sometimes it could be in the middle of the muscle. Usually, it's in the middle of the muscle. So like the hamstring, there's certain areas. Usually, it's in the middle. If it's the tendon, then it's much worse. Then you need surgery because the tendon doesn't recover quick as much. So
Yeah, but we're professional sports here. Give him a couple shots of steroids, and we'll be good to go. Get him some.
not with
trend.
hamstrings. Will
Yeah, with
Justin
hamstrings.
Jefferson, the best wide receiver from the Vikings, has had a niggling hamstring. He's been out for 2
Dude,
months
I
now.
know bodybuilders, and I can tell you right now, if you put him on a trend cycle, his hamstring would be recovered within
picked
weeks.
the worst athletes ever. Like out of all the athletes of muscle injuries, you picked the ones that they're the stiffest, the most likely to rip a muscle.
They tear their muscles all the time, though.
Yeah, that's why
what
they
I'm
take
saying.
steroids.
They literally separate muscles from their bones, right? So you have a bicep separation or hamstring separation all the time from bodybuilders. What I'm saying, you get a hamstring tear and you go on a trend cycle, your hamstring will be good to go in 2 to 3 weeks.
Yes, and then you play for a month or two on that trend cycle, and then you're gonna rip your fucking tendon, and you'll be out for 6 months, and you might never be the same.
Or you can never get injured again, right? You don't have to injure it again.
But that's the biggest problem of steroids is it masks injuries, so you continue
it
playing.
heals them. It doesn't mask them. It actually heals them faster because
it's
that's
not
how.
No. Okay.
That's how steroids work, right? So steroids, what they do is they rebuild the muscle. Steroids don't help you to gain muscle. They aid in recovery time, right? So every time you lift weights, you're tearing muscle fibers, right? That's what you're doing.
Yes.
You build muscle in the recovery phase. You don't build muscle while working out. So the more fibers that you destroy and the faster those recover, and as they recover, it's like a broken bone. They get thicker and stronger and harder, right? So just like with your bones, when you break a bone and it heals, it's thicker, denser than it was before.
But yes, but that thickness or dense, that's the biggest point. That's the biggest point of why steroids can be misleading, is that thickness or denseness that you describe is not actual real muscle or true trained muscle. It's just thicker and denser muscle. So as a result, it's more quantity rather than quality, if you know what I mean. So as a result, because it's thicker and denser, the stiffness increases within that muscle. There is scar tissue within the injury. And as a result, that scar tissue starts to surround that muscle until it becomes a much bigger problem. And from one, let's say, 3 or 4 months down the line, as you said, he might have played through the injury and recovered. It goes to shit, Will, and it's much worse. Speak to any bodybuilder, he will tell you that his injuries when he has taken steroids have gotten much worse as a result. Look at Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And
Now.
only
The
if you
guy
don't,
has
it's only if you recover, and it's only if you don't do the recovery properly, right?
It's very very rare where, like, who's my favorite? Oh yeah, Bo Jackson. I'm sure you've heard of him, right? One of the greatest athletes, probably the guy, who played professional baseball and professional football.
Yep. I
So
lived in Kansas City when he was playing for the Royals.
Yeah. He took steroids to get ready for the American football season because he was struggling with your favorite, hip pain. So he had some sort of problem with, I think, with one of the ligaments in the hip. So he could train harder and stuff and just get prepared. So in one game against, I forgot which team, he's the running back. They give him the ball, and the guy like holds on to him, and he's got a lot of power. So he explodes in that moment, but in the process of explosion, literally his hip gets dislocated, like his ligaments fully rip. And to this day, he blames steroids because of the fact that he said that
But it was a knee injury that ended his career, not a hip injury.
it was a hip. From what I remember, it was hip.
No, it was a knee.
Was it?
Yeah, it was an ACL tear. And
Wasn't it when the guy pulled him down and he felt like his whole like hip was like out?
well, I mean, a hip dislocation is different. That's a joint socket. That's
No,
not
but like his
necessarily a tendon.
ligaments in the hip literally all ripped.
That could be, but ligament. So steroids don't affect ligaments; they only affect muscle tissue, right? So it's a completely
that's
different.
not true. That's
Yes,
not
it
true.
is.
No,
Yes, it
no. Steroids help with the amount of calcium the deposits around the actual ligaments. That's why when your muscle gets denser, you get
Depends
more
on the
stiff.
steroid. If you're talking about like HGH or something like that, then probably.
I don't know. I've never.
Right.
I had a few friends because
But I'm talking about muscle tissue specific steroids like Tren.
My friends, like I had a few friends that because I train rugby, so there's quite a bit of steroids there, and one of my friends was on
because HGH technically isn't a steroid, right? It's a growth hormone.
No, he wasn't on growth.
It's not
he was
an
on
artificial
the
testosterone.
Winstrol, yeah, Winstrol. It was called Winstrol, from what I remember. He was on Winstrol, and he was on the one for
Winstrol's a bad one. I don't even think most people even use Winstrol anymore.
Well, that was like
Yeah.
7 years ago. Well, maybe
was
now
more than
there's
7. It was a long time ago.
There's new shit now. I don't remember, but the other one was the one for running and for stamina. Nandrolone. Yeah, it was called Nandrolone. He told me that one was amazing.
Yeah, I don't know about those. I'm talking specifically muscle repair, right? So
muscle repair. I don't know. Like I've heard
because
of
hamstrings are in the muscle, right? So if it's not
Decadurabolin, I've heard is good for that, for muscle enhancement and stuff like that. But I don't know if it's for recovery.
It's primarily just you go on a normally bodybuilders now, right? Because bodybuilders don't hide it like they used to. So there's a ton of YouTube videos on this from actual, professional performers,
where they have
bodybuilders
their
or whatever.
cycles.
They talk about the cycles that they're on and what they do, right? It tends to be HGH, Tren, and but a Tren is a short cycle and it's used just to recover
by
from
Tren. What is Tren?
Trenbolone.
Trenbolone, okay.
Yeah, Trenbolone.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. Trenbolone is a so it's kind of like in between testosterone. So they'll take testosterone. Normally what they do, they'll go on TRT, but it's a higher cycle. So they'll go on like a TRT that anybody can get. Like I can go online, fill out a survey, and get TRT, right? Yeah. Here in the United States anyway. You go on a TRT cycle, then you do Tren when you need to do, but Trens are shorter cycles, 2 to 3 months, and you don't do it again for a while because Tren
you need to have doctor supervision the whole time while you take them. I mean, it's a massive mistake if you don't.
Well, doctors won't. Tren is not a legal substance to get from doctors here.
Yeah, but so. I'm sure you can go get like tests and
there are bodybuilders
and the doctor can tell you, listen.
The Tren and HGH. So HGH and Tren are used for recovery types of things and injuries, right? And I've seen guys with separated biceps be back to working out in the gym within 8 weeks. Using Tren, and I'm talking the muscle complete. Like you can watch them curling, and their whole biceps rolls up like the blinds on a on a pull down blind. Like you
That
literally,
shit is not
you
healthy
watch the
though, man,
bicep
like-
go up their arm,
No,
and it's
but
only like
with
bone
Van
right
de
there.
Ven, I don't think are those type of those steroids are not allowed. In
No, they're not allowed. But they're not allowed.
Yeah, I agree, but
they're not allowed.
I
We all
just
know
doubt-
they're using them, right?
I just doubt that he would do that. Like I remember the most kind of
They're all using them,
controversial.
dude. Somebody got busted for it recently, didn't they? To get over
Who?
injury recovery. Who was it? Somebody got
Oh,
suspended.
Pogba
yeah.
got busted.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the funniest shit when they give excuses like, "Oh yeah, my testosterone is 1,000 times above the norm because I drank some fucking herbal tea from like China or
No,
something."
that's
like
just
that.
the cop, right? They're trying to. That's just what they're trying
I
to
know,
do. To
or
get away with
like,
it.
"Oh, I ate some rare meat from the."
The report I heard was he was doing it because he had a
Himalayas."
nagging injury. I think it's actually, like if a person is doing it with no need, I think those types of medical things should be allowed for injury recovery, right? We put the fans, the clubs, there are things you put these athletes' bodies through torture week in and week out, but they won't let them use the medical science that's necessary for them to heal correctly and faster.
I agree with you, Will.
I think they should absolutely have to be allowed to use them for injury recover only. Right?
No, and I agree. I just think there's a massive facade about, everybody dopes. Like everybody, like when I was training rugby, my rugby
Everybody
coach
does.
said, listen, like unless you're, a genetic monster, like, like the equivalent of like Megatron in American football, Calvin Johnson, someone that's, just naturally built and just, has all the gifts, you're probably going to need to take at some point or early on in your career to get to the level. And it's the same, I'm sure. I mean, how can you play 60 games a season physically, biologically? How is that? And play them at such a high level without, without taking something. So for me, with Van de Ven, I don't know if the problem is that can he come back to the same level? Can he come back with the risk of re-injuring it, which is very high when it comes to hamstring? So that's why I think. And this third,
yeah, it's like I agree with you. And that's why, like, what was it? There was a report coming out of Liverpool that like over 75% of their squad had asthma, and that's why they were taking.
Oh yeah, I read that.
It opens up the capillaries in your lungs to allow you to intake more oxygen.
If you look at every single great athlete has had asthma. Djokovic, big asthma guy. Lance Armstrong, asthma guy.
I think it's just an excuse so they can take the inhalers.
Yeah, so they
right?
can because
it opens the capillaries in the lungs, which allows you to intake more oxygen from the blood.
Yeah, the inhaler is a steroid of itself.
Yeah.
So they can get an exemption from the WADA, from the World Anti-Doping Agency, and say, "Oh, I took this steroid because of that." But
how it helps is what it does is it enlarges the capillaries in the lungs, right? So that you can process more oxygen from the blood, so you don't get tired. A person who doesn't have asthma that takes an inhaler in that manner has more blood oxygen content, which means they're allowed to do high intensity workout longer without losing breath. Right?
They're all like, if you look at
they all have asthma.
I can remember now. I don't know if you've heard of him, the famous British cyclist Bradley Wiggins. He had asthma. That was a big. He even had an asthma kit just in case, and they caught him and stuff. The famous long distance runner Mo Farah, remember him? So every single athlete, and you know what, Will? If I was an athlete, I would take, man. If that's the difference between me being 6th or 7th and earning fucking.
Well, if everyone else is taking him and you don't, you're at a disadvantage.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Like everybody, I'm sure they all know that they, like, for example, very few people know this. In the NFL, human growth hormone is not illegal. You can take human growth hormone. Like, how is that?
I think you should be able to. I think you should be allowed to use it for injury recovery, for recovery purposes.
Well, it's unfair, man. It's an unfair advantage.
If everybody's taking it for recovery purposes, then it's fair. Right? If everybody's using
it, people are only going to take it for recovery purposes. They're going to misuse it.
Yeah, but like I said, if it's allowed for everyone, then it's not unfair, right? And as long as they're doing it in a healthy manner, right? For example, I would say testosterone levels are different, right? A person, you should, when you get into the league, like whenever you get drafted, right? Say high school, college, wherever, right? I think from non-professional sports, they should ban those things, those substances, right? College players, high school players shouldn't be allowed to do it because they're not fully developed, right? There's been studies, tons of studies done that developing, because you're not fully developed as a man until about 25 years of age, right? So if you're at that age, those things should be banned. But once you become a professional athlete, if you're under doctor supervision and your testosterone is within natural levels, so meaning, right, you tested when you've come in, so the average range between is 400 to 1,000, right? Say parts per million, right, in your blood, right? Testosterone. So as long as you're not over 1,000, and as long as you're under 400, you should be allowed to take testosterone and HGH and all those things to keep you at 1,000, right? So that you can recover and perform at your normal thing.
You know what's gonna happen, right? They're gonna fake fucking doctors' receipts, doctors' scores. Like they're gonna find ways. Like, look at Alex Rodriguez, the baseball guy. Look at the ways this guy thought of to get the guy. He created gummy bears to put in his mouth like half an hour before the game, then during the game another one. So then by the time he actually does a doping test at the end of the game, the testosterone is out of his body. Like they think they're always ahead of the game. So
I mean, they all did. Mark McGuire, Barry Bonds.
Baseball. Everybody like. And to be honest,
look at Mark McGuire 5 years before he hit the home run record and when he was at. Like, it's just the size difference is insane.
He gained like 40 pounds of muscle.
Barry Bonds was the same way. If you remember Barry Bonds, when he like even 3 to 4 years before he got the home run record,
but Barry
he was
Bonds,
like
even
half the size.
Even before the steroids, he was still amazing.
Yeah, he was great. He was great as far as the player was concerned. But I'm talking about his physical stature. He was a thinner guy. And then all of a sudden, when he comes up, his legs are like 10 feet thick, and his arms are now shoulders.
At the age of 33, which, come on, man.
Well, you do tend to put on more mass as you get older, right?
Yeah. But it's usually, I mean, unless you're training a lot, it's usually more fat.
Well, no, the reason why it's easier to put on mass as you age is because that's why bodybuilders tend to register peak in their mid 30s, around 35. It's because so in order to build muscle, you need to be in a caloric surplus, right? So you need to be intaking more calories than you expend in order to gain muscle.
But you have
as you age, your metabolism slows. So you don't have to eat as much. It's not as much effort to intake the amount of calories necessary to build muscle. That's why older guys tend to thicken out, right, as they age, because the amount of calories, like for me, I was this beanstick, right? 6'5", 160 pounds or something like that, right?
No way.
In high school. Yeah, skinny, tall, lanky motherfucker, right?
Wait, you played college basketball there?
Yeah, but I see. Okay, so I went to the University of the Ozarks, which is in Springfield or Branson, Missouri, right?
In Missouri, the Ozarks.
And then I walked onto the team my freshman year, right? So I went in, tried out.
What does a walk-on mean? That basically means a guy that goes to the college, doesn't get a direct athletic scholarship, and just gets on the team. Is that a walk-on?
Yeah. So you only get a scholarship if the school is willing to pay you basically to play for them, right? So not all athletes get scholarships. It's only about 10 to 12% in basketball.
Those are like the 4-star, 5-star.
Top of the league. Now, each college will have a trial. So it's like a tryout. You go and train. And if you're good enough, they will pick you for the team, but you won't be paid by the school to play basketball, right? So you don't get any scholarship money.
Yeah, you don't get free tuition, I'm guessing.
Yeah. And then it can differ. So they have 100% tuition, which is like 1%, the top 1% of scholarships go to or full rides. And you have most frequently it's a 50% scholarship. And then you have walk-ons. That means you're good enough to play, but you're not good enough for the college to necessarily say you want to play, right? So I go, I try out. I played center basically my whole entire high school career, right? 6'5", maybe 100, maybe 170. I'm kind of like, I'm guessing. At that height, there's probably no way I was 160, but say 170. So skinny, all that stuff. I go to try out. And I was good enough to make the team, but all of my people that I was competing against were all 6'10" and taller. Like 6'5" just wasn't tall enough.
It was like 6'5" center.
So they wanted me to end up playing the third spot, right? So they wanted me to play a 3. I never played a 3 before. And so
small forward. That's
Yeah.
You have to be good with the ball. You have to handle.
So I was
the
decent
ball.
with the ball, and I could do a 4. I could play,
Power forward is kind of, you're not big enough to be a center, but you're not skillful
But
enough to be a
even
small
the power
forward.
forwards were like 6'8", right?
6'8". Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're massive now. They're all massive.
Yeah, they're all massive. So I had to make a choice after my freshman year because I didn't play any games, right? I maybe even dressed for one, right? Because you're only allowed 10 guys on the bench, right? But
Did
the
you
team is like 20
wait?
people.
What is it called? Red shirt? Did you
It's
red
like a
shirt?
green red shirt, yeah, green shirt, something like that.
Yeah.
So, but no, because they dressed me for one game, so I couldn't redshirt the season. The redshirting is in the NCAA is when you haven't played a single game your freshman year, you can then go and play an extra year. Say if you have a 5-year degree.
So you have more tape for the draft.
Yeah. And so I wasn't allowed, but because they dressed me in one game, I wasn't allowed to redshirt. And so I was like, after my freshman year and my sophomore year, and I wasn't getting any playing time at all. And I was like, I'm just gonna join the military. So because I wasn't getting money for school, right? So I was just like, no, I'm done with that. Ended up playing for the Air Force though. So believe it or not, the Air Force.
So you sign up for the Air Force.
Yep, joined the Air Force my sophomore year in college.
Where did you get stationed? Only in the States, or
San Antonio, Texas, and then Korea. I was stationed in Korea for 2 years, and that's when I fell in love with.
Is that where you
Korean ladies.
You met your wife?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So how long were you stationed in Korea?
2 years.
2 years.
And yeah, but I lived there 13.
Well, can you tell me, what do you do when you get stationed in the country? Like, what is your job? Like, what happens?
So I was a signals intelligence analyst. So basically, the United States military listens to target nations all over the world, right? So they intercept through imagery, audio, and as a signals intelligence analyst, any intelligence information that we collect that comes from a signal. So whether it be radio, image, internet, all of those things. So you had operators who would listen to North Korea, right?
Yeah,
and they would listen like what their air activity would be. And then they would write that translation out, and I would look at 15 to 16 translations, and I would say, okay, what are these guys doing? Are they trying to attack? Is it a nothing burger? What are they doing? And I'd have to put that puzzle together, and then I would report it to generals.
Is that why you learned Korean? Was that the time when you learned Korean?
Yeah, I mean, so I worked with Korean guys. So we worked in a partnership with the ROK military, so the Republic of Korea military, and some of them were collectors, some of them were analysts, Morse code even, right? So
and how big is this type of unit? Like, how big was the base? How many people in the base?
Tens of thousands. I mean, it's like a little city.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we're in a big giant bunker that can withstand a direct nuclear attack.
So you
ever watch like movie like Hunting Red October, and they're in the bottom of the submarine, and they've got all the the stuff on the lines, and
with the radar,
yeah, and they're listening to what's going on, and they're typing.
That's cool. That's surreal, man. But did you like the actual job? Did you enjoy
boring
it?
as hell.
Boring as hell.
Yeah, because it's really nothing really ever happens. It's not a movie, right? We're not in the middle of a scenario. The most interesting time that we had was during 9/11, right? So
that must have been fucked up, man.
Yeah, so I was in San Antonio at that time, scheduled there, and so during operation, so I have, even though I never went to Afghanistan, I have the medals because we worked in a mission where basically we were targeting satellite phones. So the terrorists would use satellite phones, and whenever those particular phones would come active, it would basically pop up on the radar. So then I sat there for 12 hours a day, and I was watching and waiting. And as soon as the radar popped up with, notification, this satellite phone is attached to this particular individual, I would say it's active at this point, at this location, at this time, hit enter. And you would watch the F-16s that were doing air patrols in the area, and they would turn and they would fly to that little triangle, and then the triangle would disappear. And then the plane would come back and go back into its pattern, and another one would pop up, and I'd write the report. Hit send, they would then turn and go to that location, and then the triangle would disappear. So I have I could be indirectly responsible
for death.
For death, yeah. But for me, it was just triangles on the screen. So
I mean, it's
that's modern warfare for you today, though.
And this is while you're in San Antonio. This is you're watching this from San Antonio. That's
because it's all done by
Hey.
satellites now.
so. Why did you quit the military?
Politics. You gotta kiss ass, and I'm not good at that. So you know me. I like to run my mouth.
You gotta kiss that. Really, even in the fucking military?
At the lower levels, you don't have to, and I was actually really good at the lower levels. You just follow rules and you just go. But once you get promoted, so I got promoted to E5 in less than 3 years, which is like as fast as you can possibly do it. And once you reach that level, so basically what happened is in Korea, so we're stationed in Korea, and the commanding officer was, they're straight out of college. I'd been in the military at 3-4 years at this point. So he's 21, I'm 21, but he outranks me by a mile, right? Because he graduated college and I left my sophomore year. But we're the same age.
So so you get preferential treatment if you have a college degree?
Yeah. So if you join the military after graduating from college, you come in as an officer, which is it's a completely different segment.
Wasn't that the point? Wasn't that the way the military attracted people to join them? Was we're gonna pay for your college degree if you come do a tour in Iraq or
so I got, it's not necessarily a tour in Iraq, it's just anybody. It's the Montgomery GI Bill if you serve in the military. So that's how actually I ended up finishing my degree, was the military paid for it while I was in. Right?
Did you not want to try for the, I don't know, to be an Air Force pilot or special forces or whatever, or that's too difficult?
No, so when I took the ASVAB test is like to see how smart you are. I scored in the 96th percentile, which means I could do any job that I wanted. So I thought it would be cool to be in intelligence, but I didn't realize how boring it would be. Because literally the majority of the time it's me sitting in a chair just like this and doing nothing, right? Talking to the guy next to me. So my whole thing in Korea, pretty much for the most part, especially on night shifts, right? Because North Korea has no electricity, so the whole entire country goes black at night. Was simply just yeah. I mean, there's not even a single light anywhere in the country at night.
How is this a real fucking country? Like,
it's a joke. But so I'm sitting there and I would talk to the Korean guy next to me who could speak English, and I'd be like, "How do you say, do you have a boyfriend in Korean?" And I write that down. 남자친구가 있어요. I write that down. I'm like, "How do you say you have beautiful eyes in Korean?" 눈이 아름다워요. And then stuff like that.
So basically, it was most of the time it was a complete piss take, pretty much.
Yeah, for the most part.
And you were there 2 years. What were the working hours like in the military?
So you work 3 12-day shifts, 3 12-hour day shifts, and then the next day you work three 12-hour night shifts. So you have almost like what they call a mini break, where it's like a 24-hour period because you're switching from day to night shift. Because you get off at 3 and you don't have to go in until 3 the next day. So that's a 24-hour period off, right? Then you have 3 days off. So it's 3 on, 3 off. 12-hour shifts.
Sounds okay. That doesn't sound too bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, 6 times 12 is more than 40 hours a week. So
yeah, it's not the best, but I mean, I'm sure I've heard Seoul's really nice. Like the nightlife is cool and stuff.
Yeah, I mean the nightlife was crazy. It was crazy. But anyway, so how I got in trouble, and so what happened is the officer that was in charge of my unit was dating an enlisted girl, which you're not allowed to do if you're an officer.
Dating a what?
An enlisted girl.
Well, a girl in the military.
Yeah, a girl in the military who's not an officer. Right? So it's called fraternization. Officers can't date enlisted. Enlisted can't date officers. Enlisted can date enlisted, and officers can date officers, but you're not allowed to intermix because it's like conflict of interest type of a deal.
Yeah.
So anyway, the officer was dating an enlisted girl, and I knew about it, right? Because I was kind of like this main sergeant in my particular flight. I had a couple guys over, but I was the same age as the captain. So we're in your career, everybody goes out and drinks and parties. So the older people who were enlisted, they didn't really go out much.
They're married, probably.
Yeah, flight commander and myself, we would go out and we'd have a good time. He was fooling around with an enlisted girl, and I knew about it. And then the Office of Special Investigations, which is kind of like the FBI of the Air Force, like internal.
Like JAG? Isn't it called JAG?
No. So JAG is the defense,
lawyers.
Like the lawyers section.
Yeah. Sorry,
the Office of Special Investigations is kind of like internal affairs for the police department.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah. So, or they also investigate other things too, like if there's risk towards the base. Anyway, it's like the FBI. So they were investigating this particular officer, right? They called me in. I covered for him, right? Because I don't, I'm not a rat. So I
Yeah.
covered for him. He
course.
thought I ratted on him. So he punished me. Then the OSI punished me when they found out that I falsified my statement.
How did they punish you?
So it's called non-judicial punishment. So it's called an Article 15. So an Article 15 is basically they reduce you in rank. So I got dropped from an E5 to an E4, and I got put in was confined to base.
That's harsh, man.
Yeah, I was confined to
demoted
base.
you.
Yeah, they demoted me, and I was confined to base for a month. So
What do you mean confined? You can't leave the fucking
can't leave
base?
the base. So I could leave my room, my house. I could go to the gym. I could go to the movie theater on base. I could go to I couldn't leave the base, so I couldn't go off base. I was living off base at the time. They made me move back onto base, and then they confined me to base for I think it was 30 days. It might have been 60. I don't remember. But I couldn't
How's
leave
the
the
pay,
base.
Will? How's the pay? Is it good?
When I was living off base at the age of 21 with no bills whatsoever, because they pay for your housing when you're in the military and they give you a food allowance, I was making about $3,000 a month. So not bad.
That's 36. That's 36K a year. That's not bad.
Completely
Tax free.
yeah,
Tax free.
pocket it. Well, I mean, you pay
Oh.
taxes, but it's you're at 36K, you're not paying a whole lot of taxes.
Yeah, that's true.
But
And
the house fee and the rent and the food fee are tax free. You only have to pay taxes on your base pay, and then you get a special pay because Korea is a forward operating because we're technically still at war with North Korea, so you get an extra, couple $100 a month.
Did you ever go to that? What was it called? That checkpoint, the DMZ line,
Yeah,
or what?
in DMZ a couple times.
It's like where you have the North Korean guards sitting on one side of the room and
JSA, Joint Security Area. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks cartoonish. It looks so
I've been
weird.
to the JSA and I've been to the DMZ, but not when I was in the military. I did it as a civilian. You can take tours there.
Yeah,
Usually,
it's just-
depending on how the
I
threat
mean,
is.
it's just that's cool, man. Okay. Do you miss the military?
There were parts about it that were nice. But like I said,
How are the people in the military? Are they cool?
some of them are
Yeah.
cool, some of them are dickheads, right? So the officer was a dickhead. My boss, so my direct supervisor was an enlisted guy, older married guy or whatever.
Yeah.
He felt bad because he was being pushed, right, by the captain to punish me when he knew that I hadn't done anything wrong, but he had no choice, right? Because otherwise he would have been punished because the officer was his direct guy, the guy in charge of him. So he was like, look, I'm sorry. So when I got discharged, so what they did is because I had gotten an Article 15 and it was security clearance, I had a top secret security clearance. They took my clearance from me. And so because I couldn't do my job anymore, they had just let me out, general discharge, right? Because I refused to cross train because I thought I was being screwed over, which I was. So the general discharged me, which is still it's an honorable discharge, but you don't. I think you only lose a few benefits. I can't remember what it is, but
And this is how many years after in the military?
I did 6 years. I was literally 6 months away from getting out when this happened. It's 6 months left on my original enlistment contract when this happened.
Getting what? Sorry, getting what?
So you have a contract with the military. It's called an enlistment contract.
Okay.
So my enlistment contract was 6 years long, and I only had 6 months left on that 6-year long contract when they decided to discharge me. It was the biggest. Seriously, I got screwed over so bad because I had tried to cover. I tried to do this guy solid.
Trying to do the right thing. Yeah.
So what ended up happening is the girl that he was having the fling with ended up telling on him. Right? He thought it was me that told on him. He ends up losing his commission about a year later for a similar incident, and I'm the one that got stuck with the shot. Now, I should have turned him in.
Wait,
right?
for a similar with another chick?
Yeah, with a different enlisted chick. So, but what's funny is I
shit
got in
really
trouble.
means.
I got in trouble because I lied on an official statement
Yeah.
to the
It's
office.
kind of like
especially.
the Bill Clinton impeachment. It's not the fact that he cheated on his wife; it's the fact that he lied at the trial.
Yeah.
It's similar. Well, I mean, 6
So my
years.
commander said that what I should have done was just turn him in, right? He
Yeah.
said if I was concerned for my career, I should have just turned him in.
I
I was just
Go
trying to be, loyal or whatever. So basically, I just said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
No, I
that's
don't
what
know.
you're supposed. Yeah.
But
mean-
then she said, apparently she mentioned my name saying that he was there. He'll be able to verify. I should have been able to verify her story. And because I said, I don't know.
I didn't know this type of shit was taken so seriously in the U.S. military.
Oh, yeah, it is. Like I said, it's really political. So because I didn't play the game, you know, I got
No,
screwed.
but it sounds, to be honest, the way you're describing it sounds very corporate culture like.
Yeah, it is very, it's especially the Air Force. The Air Force is very corporate culture-ish, right?
Really?
Yeah. You gotta kiss
Everybody's a snake and trying to fuck each other over?
Yeah, pretty much. Once you get higher up, once you start hitting the non-commissioned officer ranks.
It's, for me, like public institutions like the military, I would think like it's all about, it's not as much about money or, reaching a position of like, it's about serving I know I sound like a...
No, because you'll lose
Air
your
Force
commission,
side
you'll
and-
lose your job, right? So...
But isn't it almost
because you have a
impossible
security
to lose
clearance-
your job in a
Well, no,
public
because I had a top secret security clearance. In order to do that, you're supposed to be held to like a, they do a background check. You can't be a spy or do anything. Because I lied, right? So lying when you have a top secret security clearance means I'm now untrustworthy.
Untrustworthy, yeah.
Right? Even though it had nothing to do with like the job, right? Because I was in charge. I was the security officer as well for the unit. So my job in the day job was security officer. So I went down and got the brand new crypto every single day from they would do crypto devices. And you have to go down with a briefcase handcuffed to your arm, go pick up the crypto codes from the unit, walk it back to the skiff.
Wow. Okay. That's cool.
So because of that, right, when they took my clearance, I could no longer do my job. So they had to discharge me because under that time it was force shaping. That was when they were starting to downscale the
Which
the
year was
military
this?
again.
Is this
2006.
Obama?
2006.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because usually Republicans love the military, so they invest more, whilst Democrats cut. Or is that not a fact?
Yeah. No, I mean, they do tend to, but this was because after 9/11, they kind of upped things. And after, years, they were now doing force shaping.
I'm surprised that, the intelligence stuff, that they didn't offer you to work for the NSA or for Homeland Security.
If I had gotten out, if I had finished my contract and not lost my clearance, that clearance alone is worth about $250,000 a year in the private sector as far as wages are concerned, because they don't have to pay to have the background check done. But because I lost that clearance 6 months before I got out, they totally fucked me, dude. They totally fucked me. I still had 12 college credit hours away from my degree, and I lost my Montgomery GI Bill, right? So I then had to pay for those. I mean, it's only 12 hours, so that's not a huge deal, but I had to pay for the rest of the remainder of my degree as well, out of my own pocket.
They really, I did the similar.
Dude. I lied, right? So I am responsible for my own actions. The right thing to do.
You did lie, technically, but they fucked you. But I had a similar situation where at my previous
I trusted
job,
the wrong person.
No, I had a similar situation where at my previous job, I learned not to sign anything that I'm not sure of. And instead of getting I wasn't happy in my job, and the guy was like, okay, we're going to fire you. But in the EU, once you do more than 6 months, the contract becomes permanent. So if they come and tell you, oh yeah, I want to fire you, you can tell them to fuck off. No, you're not. You have to put me on some probation. I can refuse for them to fire me. I know it's not like that in the States, but it's really hard. Or we have to negotiate some sort of compensation deal. So give me 2 months salary in advance or 3 months. But there's an option where it's a mutual agreement, which basically means that you agree to leave the company and the company agrees to release you on the same day. And me, the idiot, because I was pissed off, I was like, fuck them, they're fine. He brings a contract. I didn't read, I just signed it. And just like that, I fucked off 3 or 4 salaries that I could have negotiated for. It's just... I gave, and that's when I realized nobody cares about you apart from yourself.
You gotta cut. You CYA, man. That's why I always ask for evidence. You know what I mean? That's why it's
Yeah, from now on, I say I'm gonna show this shit to my lawyer, and that's it. Like, and then I'll give you an answer. But it's the same with everything. I mean, listen, I have to go to bed because.
Yep, let's end this puppy here. I'm gonna go watch the rest of that USMNT game. Apparently, they're not doing very well.
The U.S. men's team.
Yeah.
Well, Martinelli scored for Brazil today, his first goal. So
That's
I think
good.
I think they beat Colombia. I'm not sure. Did they beat Colombia? No, Colombia beat them 2-1. Brazil are so shit.
Yeah, they are pretty bad. But that's it for you guys. We'll be back for the. I guess there is no game. I guess I'll be doing a show sometime this weekend. I think the THFC Ranch show. So guys in the chat, the 56 of you that are still hanging around, listen to us talk about, Will's military career. We'll see you guys next time. We're out of here. Yeah. Peace.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.